To deliver. But good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the Mombasa Youth Dialogue second edition. I can see our distinguished guests are ready to indulge in the dialogue. And I have to mention my VC, Professor Laila Abubakar. I was a student at TUM in journalism, so you can see that she really brought us up well. And I thank you so much, Madam Laila. And I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the Mombasa Youth Dialogue second edition. My name is Diana Wamboi, and I'm honored to be your MC today. Thank you for being here and showing your commitment to shaping the future of Mombasa. And this event is about making our voices heard and coming together to create solutions to the challenges we face, especially as the youth. So without further ado, we're going to say it together. Welcome to Mombasa Youth Dialogue. Together, okay? Is that okay with everyone? Can we do that together? Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. Welcome. Omwami. Watu umewahype kweli. Hawana sahihi.
Angoja kidogo, we si wa Kenya, cheki tuelewane, tusifanye kazi yetu ikuwe ngumu, sawa sawa. Hapa ni kuchangamka, hatujakuja matanga, hatujakuja kuomboleza, sawa sawa. Tumekuja kuchangamka. Watu wajakunywa chai, si ndio? No wonder ni chai, si ndio? Kumbe ni chai, si mungesema ni chai, si ndio? But let us just energize ourselves for this session so that we continue. Umesema tuseme aje?
Welcome to Mombasa Youth Dialogue.
Hai, nyinyi ni welcome. Nyinyi ndi? Hiyo itawashinda. Alafu nyinyi ni? Youth Dialogue. Si sawa sawa? Nataka tuende na speed. Tuende in 3, 2, 1. Tunaanza na kina nani? Hawa. Msiniangushe, sawa? Haya,
1, 2, 3, go.
Ongeza energy kidogo. Haya, twende. 1, mimi nimechelewa. 1, 2, 3, twende.
Welcome. Hapo wanakwama, hapo mwisho wanakwama. We start again.
Sisi wote ni unison. 1, 2, 3. Nice one.
Thank you very much. I'm sure it's going to be a very connective session and it's going to inspire all of us. But of course, we'd like to start it officially with a word of prayer from the chaplain, Mission to Seafarers, Reverend Moses Muli. If you're in the house, please. Okay, then we can have Boya to lead us from the Blue Radio team, to lead us with a word of prayer. Boya. We can all stand as he comes over. Yes.
Yeah, let's close our eyes for a word of prayer. Gracious Lord, we come before you this particular day, praying that this particular day becomes a fruitful one. We pray that your mercies be with us from the beginning till the end. And if we do that, we will praise you because your greatness will be amongst us. And we pray believing in you. Amen.
Thank you very much. Let's remain standing for the national anthem.
Yetu
have your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Before we start, I'd like everyone to take out their phone, because we say this is a dialogue, right? And it's an interactive session. So I'd like you to take your phone out. There's Wi-Fi. Anyone who doesn't know the Wi-Fi password? Anyone who doesn't know the Wi-Fi password? I'm going to bring it to you. Omwami. Tuambia Wi-Fi password. Ko pale hivo. So for those who already have the password and they're already logged in, I'd like you to go to menti.com. 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 After you're there, you're going to enter a code. After you've logged in, you're going to enter a code. That is 63 11 52 28. The code is 63 11 52 28. Menti.com. The code is 63 11 52 28. After you've logged in, there are some questions there that are going to help us have a better dialogue. So please interact with them, answer them, and also it's an opportunity for you to give feedback after this event. So make sure you've logged in to keep up with the dialogue today. Omwami, password? Omwami, password?
Password, go to your phone kindly. Na pia kama uko na data, tumia tu data yako, tutashukuru. Si sawa? So I think the username is BMA staff Wi-Fi. Alafu password ni Monday #4BMA. M capital for Monday, and then hashtag, then 4, number 4, then BMA. Mwenye yake imeenda through, anaweza tuambia kama iko sawa. So it is Monday #4BMA. So BMA in capital and M in capital for Monday. Monday #4BMA. BMA in capital. Kuna wale imeingia through? Iko sawa? You are sorted, eh?
Yes, so kindly interact with that forum, answer the questions, give us feedback there so that we can be able to move on quite swiftly. So I'm going to take this opportunity to invite our first speaker for the opening remarks. That is Dr. Matthew Egesa. He's going to introduce to us the purpose of this dialogue and take us forward from there. A round of applause for him as he takes the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Wakubwa, shikamo, wadogo, hamja. Sote tuko hapa for Mombasa Youth Dialogue, 2nd edition. I am Dr. Matthew Egesa. I'm a lecturer at the Technical University of Mombasa, where I also lead the Blue Economy Innovation Hub. So for today, we are here for the Mombasa Youth Dialogue, and it's the 2nd edition. Last year, there was the 1st edition. Why Mombasa Youth Dialogue? On the bit about dialogue, mazungumzo, it's a conversation or advantage, or taking advantage of water resources for sustainable economic and ecosystem health. Ni kubwa. Lakini for this dialogue, it's for maritime and shipping industry. Kwenye maritime and shipping industry. So, kwa wale waandalizi wa kongamano hili, ambao ni Blue Radio, ambao nitaita the directors hapa. Hao ndo walikuja na the idea that is last year, talk to different partners, na wakasema let us empower the Mombasa youth by having dialogue. Tuongee kwa maana tumesikia hii blue economy. Kuna opportunities. Lakini kweli zipo ama changamoto ni zipi? So tukae tuwe na mazungumzo ambayo itatusaidia tuweze take advantage of the opportunities ambazo ziko kwenye blue economy, na specifically within maritime na shipping. So kulikuwa na malengo matatu. Ya kwanza ni kuprovide knowledge, networking opportunities. Hapa tuko na washikadau mbalimbali. Tuna wale kutoka serikali kuu, kuna serikali ya county, kuna vyuo, kuna makampuni ya kibinafsi, financial institutions, bank, na wale ambao wanaweza toa fedha za kusaidia either ni youth ama mtu yeyote yule take advantage of the opportunities in the blue economy space. So ilikuwa ni kuwaleta pamoja, tuwe na mazungumzo, na katika mazungumzo hayo ili tuweze kutumia opportunities zenye ziko katika blue economy. So the first bit ilikuwa ni empowerment, providing knowledge and networking opportunities. Kwa maana wako hapa na kutakuwa na uwezekano wa one-on-one networking interactions. Utapata labda hapa bwana uzungumze naye muone ni nini mnaweza fanya naye. Kuna dignitaries wote, na hata humu miongoni mwetu kuna wale wanafanya startups na kampuni nyingi ambazo unaweza chukulia advantage, ambayo tungekuwa tunatembea huko nje maybe hatungeweza pata hiyo opportunity ya kuwa na that networking opportunity. So that one-on-one conversation and networking. And then the other bit, kutakuwa na panel discussion hapa. Mazungumzo, tutaleta watu tufanye majadiliano nanyi, tuwe na majadiliano sote, na tutaweza pata knowledge, ufahamu wa the challenges na opportunities. Alafu pia it is just to create that space where industry stakeholders na youth tuna discuss mambo haya yote. So sitachukua muda mwingi, ningeomba kwa heshima na taadhima nimkaribishe host wetu wa Bandari Maritime Academy, Dr. Eric Katana, atukaribishe rasmi, na yeye ndio ataweza kukaribisha all the dignitaries who are here, and then tuanze majadiliano yetu kwa leo. Karibuni sana. Lakini daktari, nitasema pole. Unajua kwanza nimekuita hapa, lakini mambo haya yote hayangewezekana pasipo na Blue Radio. Ningependa niwaite directors wote wawili, Bwana Gilbert Were na Bwana Johnson, waseme tu neno moja ama mawili. Makofi kwao tafadhali. Kama si hawa hatungekuwa sote hapa kwa leo. Makofi tena ama ni makofi kwake?
God is good all the time. God is good all the time. My name is Gilbert Were. I'm the co-founder of Blue Radio. We started Blue Radio 2 years ago, and our mission was to empower the young people of Mombasa in terms of knowledge in the blue economy sector. I'm happy that nyote mmetokezea leo tuweze kujadili, tuweze kuongea. Siku zote watu wa kutoka bara wanasema sisi watu wa Mombasa tumeachwa nyuma, sijui hatujasoma, vitu kama hivyo, si ndio? Mimi jina langu naweza kuwa la kutoka bara, lakini mimi ni mzaliwa wa Mombasa. Na sasa sisi kama vijana wa Mombasa lazima tuzungumze, tujue what opportunities does the government have for us, ndio tuweze kupata kazi kama vile wale watu wengine wanaandikwa kazi, si ndio? Katika maandamano ya Gen Z tulikuwa na some grievances as young people. We wanted to be heard. Tulikuwa tunataka tuongee, tulikuwa tunataka tupatie opportunities. So we are here with the government is here. and the county government is here. The stakeholders are here. Let us network, engage, na kuhakikisha kuwa tumepata the necessary skills that tunahitaji ili tuweze kupata the exact jobs katika zenye ziko katika market, si ndio? Na ukiwa nyumbani, wakati mwingine unaweza kuwa unasikiza radio yetu, Blue Radio, www.blueradio.co.ke. Asanteni sana.
Good morning. Are you good? It's a pleasure to be here this morning, and I'm glad to see all of you. I'm overwhelmed by how you've showed up. And this morning, I'll pick up from where Gilbert ameachia. We are here. Tumeenda kwa milango mingi, tumebisha, all for the sake of us youth. And today we are going to have very information-packed sessions. I urge all of you to take that information, put it into action. The second edition that we are having, we had the other one last year. Those who took it, we are going to see some examples of people who took that information and they benefited from it. I believe that you're here, you took an action, and you need to benefit, to push ahead of the information you're going to get from the different people that are going to be here. And when you are done and when you have breaks, don't let these stakeholders who are here go away. Get their numbers, network with them, get to know what they are in, get them to have your number, talk to them. They'll have the opportunities that you're looking for. So I'm glad that you are here today. I look forward to a very fruitful day ahead. Thank you.
Asante sana. So, Daktari Lewa, karibu sana.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gesa. Good morning, all of us. My name is Dr. Eric Katana. I'm the CEO of Bandari Maritime Academy, and I'm happy to be your host today. To the event organizers, first and foremost, thank you for choosing us to host this auspicious event with a theme that is aligning properly to the Blue Economy talk of the day. First and foremost, I also wish to welcome my seniors, Professor Laila Mohammed, the VC, Technical University of Mombasa, karibu sana, and I acknowledge your presence, which we cannot take for granted. To the PS rep, Major Retired George Okongo, karibu sana, and I know you have the regards of the PS and you have the blessings of the PS for this event to proceed. To Kenya Maritime Authority, we also acknowledge your presence here and most welcome. I can see the DG is well represented by two senior leaders. We have Captain Munga. Please raise your hand, Captain. Thank you so much. We have Director Kapeku, who we also acknowledge. To all other stakeholders, including Kenya Ships Agents Association, I can see they are represented by Lee Jambaru. Moisna, Kobet, karibu sana, we acknowledge your presence. We all have several other stakeholders, including KPA, which is represented here. You can see Emma Celino Kelo, who is representing, I think, the MD, Kenya Ports Authority. And I can also see a representative from the academia, including JK Watt, which is also represented here. So mine is to welcome all of you. For those who have not mentioned directly, feel most welcomed. Feel free. Let's discuss, let's engage, let's dialogue as per what the theme is saying so that we can all be able to derive value out of the day's discussions. So I'll not take much of our time because I know there's a heavy agenda lying ahead of all of us so that we can be able to discuss. As an academy also, we are offering several courses from craft certificates to diploma courses. We offer nautical science, we offer marine engineering, we also offer transport and logistics, and we also offer short courses at the academy. So most welcome and feel free, feel at home, so that we can also proceed with the discussions of the day. Asanteni sana. Okay, I'm also guided by the MC that I should call the representative of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce Industries, who was also my students, Abu Said Jamal. Karibu sana, so that you can be able to talk to our delegates, and after that you should be able to invite the KMA rep. I'm not sure, I've not seen the chairman KMA, but if he's represented, who is represent the chairman KMA should be able to come after you. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. sijui nimwite mwalimu ama director, PS representative, Major Retired Okongo, Madam VC, Professor Leila, representatives of various organizations, invited dignitaries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you today to contribute to this crucial dialogue that focuses a topic that holds immense significance for the future of our county, country, and region, and that is the impact of climate change on maritime activities and job opportunities. I think during his introductory remarks, Founder Gilbert was really trying to emphasize on job opportunities, but I'd like to take that a notch higher and also talk about, entrepreneurial activities in that sense altogether. That is why I'm here today representing the private sector. As we gather here today, it is important to acknowledge the ever-growing challenges in our industry, starting with climate change, but we know that we live in a VUCA world. I don't know amongst the delegates here today, who can volunteer to tell us the meaning of the word VUCA. Bwana MC, can we have the microphone? Who has ever come across the word VUCA? Hands up maybe from the delegates. I'm willing to give an 1-year subscription to the Chamber of Commerce, please, especially for the youth. Okay, I take that back and I would...
Please don't.
There's
someone who is ready.
There's a hand.
Daktari amesema ni muhimu kusikia hii. We live in a VUCA world. Please.
VUCA.
Yes.
Okay, the way I understand it, it means that it's something that changes as we move. It also changes. Like it's not a constant state of situation. It changes with time.
Thank you. Zawadi nitakupatia hivyo hivyo, but I want the complete word. It is an abbreviation, VUCA. But what you explained is actually what it means. Any volunteer before I...
I think wanajua anguka nayo.
Sio kuvuka boda, Professor.
Maybe I can give it a shot.
Yes.
So, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous.
Kabisa, pigeni makofi jamani. Just like he rightly put it, we live in a world that is filled with volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And the maritime industry has not been left behind by these complexities. The maritime sector, which has seen the backbone of Mombasa's economy, is not immune to these changes and challenges. Rising sea levels, unpredictable weather patterns, and increasing ocean temperatures are just some of the factors that threaten our ports, the shipping routes, and the coastal ecosystems that we are blessed with. These changes do not only affect the environment, they have far-reaching implications, especially for the job opportunities and livelihoods of our people, and particularly the youth. At KNCCI, our mandate is to promote trade and investment while advocating for a business-friendly environment. We have always placed significant emphasis on supporting industries that drive our local economy, and the maritime sector is a key area of our focus. As we face the dual challenges of economic growth and climate change, the Chamber is committed to playing a pivotal role in bridging the gap between the job opportunities and the needs of our youth. In addition, ladies and gentlemen, KNCCI recognizes that the maritime sector is in a state of transition. The traditional jobs of yesterday may not be the same as those of tomorrow. However, this transition presents an opportunity, a chance to innovate, to adapt, and to thrive. We are committed to supporting upcoming and existing entrepreneurs in the maritime industry by 1, capacity building, where we facilitate training programs that equip our young people with skills that they need to thrive in the changing maritime landscape. Secondly, we support in advocacy and policy support. The Chamber will continue to advocate for policies that create a conducive environment, and that is why we were also in the forefront with other key actors, including Moesna, KMA, when we were talking about the likes of the maritime cabotage regime that we need to implement across our waters. Third is access to finance. We understand that access to finance remains a significant barrier for many young entrepreneurs, and through our networks, we will work to connect these entrepreneurs with funding opportunities, both locally and internationally. We're already working with a lot of partners, including MasterCard, who I see are well represented here through Blue Biz program. We also work with banks and other financial institutions that come in to build capacity and also lend some little bit of capital. Fourth is networking opportunities. That is why we are present here today, joining other key actors in this engagement. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the challenges of the climate change are daunting, but let us not only, focus on climate change, but we live in a world that needs us to think outside the box. This also represents an opportunity to rethink and reshape our industry for the better. By supporting our youth and encouraging innovation and inclusivity, we can ensure that Mombasa and the entire coast remains a vital hub for maritime and blue economy activities, and that our young people are at the forefront of this transformation. So let us work together to build a sustainable future for our maritime sector, one that offers abundant opportunities for the youth of today and the generations to come. Asanteni sana, and wishing you all the best.
Let's give a better clap to the chairman. Thank you so much, Chairman. And with that, now we welcome Ali Mondo, the representative from KMA, who is representing the chairman, Honorable Hamisi Mwaguya.
A round of applause, please.
Karibu sana, Director. Karibu sana, Director.
Asante. Ali Abdalamondo is my name, Director Kenya Maritime Authority. I'm here standing for our able chairman, Honorable Hamisi Mwaguya, who is representing us in a very important function in Kisumu. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm honored and privileged to be part of this special event dubbed Youth Dialogue, as we celebrate the World Maritime Days in a Maritime Week. This year, we draw attention to promote safety and in making a maritime sector safe working environment for all, and adapt navigating future and safety first. Today also offers an opportunity to reflect and ask ourselves, and how do we evolve in maritime industry in the future, putting safety first? How do we make different in this industry? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm thrilled to be part of this youth dialogue, with a platform that provides the industry opportunity to engage with young people, share maritime information, empower young people, so that they can confidently take the lead in developing a maritime industry. This platform also provides opportunity to transform and enable us to reach a great height and benefits for all the players in the industry. Good habits formed by young people make difference. The youth are the architects of the maritime sector of tomorrow. On these auspicious events, and this time in particular, the government of Kenya, the Kenya Maritime Authority, and the rest of the world celebrates all efforts to advance maritime safety and create a safe working environment for all. As we, the Kenya Maritime Authority, we are showing our commitment to ensure that fair treatment for seafarers and access to improve maritime education, training, and promote safety and working environment and welfare of seafarers. Noteworthy, our commitment is also upheld under our strategic plan 2023-2028, which emphasizes our strategic objective to increase the tonnage of the Kenya registry. Increase also small ships compliance to safety standard, enhancing compliance with the maritime security and requirement, improve maritime search and rescue and radio communication capacity. We also committed to improve safety of navigation and availability of hydrographic services that enhance capacity to prevent effective and response to maritime pollution incidences. Ladies and gentlemen, safety of navigation in maritime is key. Safety and security will also continue to rely on great expertise and motivation of seafarers and the maritime industry players. We all know that technological development such as artificial intelligence is 95% of the world trade now is carried by ship, and maritime safety is pivotal to the progressions of shipping industry and the global economy. Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with our mandates, the Kenya Maritime Authority, we have developed a Vijana Barrier project, which is supposed to improve training opportunity for Kenyan youth and aspiring seafarers to get opportunities on land-based maritime practitioners by providing additional training institutional and additional courses. With the view of making maritime training sea-based and land-based available locally, the authority continues to remain committed to sources for more employment opportunities for young people through negotiation with international shipping companies. And at the authority's Vijana Barrier project, we also continue to avail funding to seafarers through HELP, and also in the process of making arrangement for insurance of seafarers' identification documents to all useful seafarers of Kenya for their possibility of transit in port. Finally, I wish to ensure you of our unwavering support to continue developing our maritime sector while addressing existing challenges through collective responsibility and embracing mutual synergy and stakeholders' engagement. I wish you early and happy a youth dialogue engagement. Thank you very much. Niseme kidogo, maneno kidogo Kiswahili kutokana na Kiingereza hichi kingi ambacho kimekuwa hapa. Nia na madhumuni ni kwamba tumekuja hapa kuzungumza au kuzungumzana, tukiwa na lengo la kuwawezesha vijana wetu wawe na habari za ukweli, za uthabiti juu ya masuala haya ya ubaharia. Sisi kama mamlaka tumepewa majukumu ya kuwatafutia vijana ajira, lakini kuna jambo kubwa ambalo nataka kulizungumza leo hapa, kwamba mtangulizi wangu kabla nije amezungumza masuala ya complicity kwenye industry. Lakini mimi nasema kuna skill mismatch kwenye hii industry. Na sisi kama taifa tunaonekana kutayarisha na kutengeneza vijana ambao hawawezi kuingia kwenye kazi za ubaharia. Nikupe mfano, mwekezaji mwenye meli amekuja Kenya Maritime Authority wiki 3 zilizopita. Anasema anataka wafanyikazi kwa meli za starehe, lakini wao wanaongea Kijerumani. So amekuja anatafuta wafanyikazi, lakini pia ameweka sharti juu lake. Kwa hiyo kama umesoma hapa bandari Maritime Authority Academy umetoka, lakini wewe huwezi kuongea Kijerumani, nafasi hiyo inakupita kwa mbali kabisa. Na ni mambo ambayo tuna ya experience pale kwenye shirika, kwamba wanakuja wanataka wafanyikazi, lakini pia wanaweka sheria. Hivi sasa wameleta kitambulisho cha kimataifa ambacho kinamwezesha baharia kutembea nchi na nchi nyingine, na sisi kama Wakenya hatujakuwa na nafasi ya kupeana kitambulisho hicho. Kwa hiyo vijana ambao wanatoka katika taifa hili, meli zingine hawawezi kuingia. Hiyo ni moja kati ya changamoto ambayo tunapambana nayo, na nazungumza kwa sababu mkurugenzi yuko hapa wa kituo chetu hichi cha mafunzo ya kibaharia. So sisi tuna jukumu la kuendelea kutafuta ajira. Tunafanya mazungumzo na wenye makampuni na nchi ambazo zimebobea na zina meli mingi, lakini pia wao nao wana masharti yao ambao wanatuambia. Kwa hiyo mazungumzo haya ya pili ni yamekuja katika wakati mzuri. Tuweke kila kitu pale wanja, tuzungumze kila kitu wazi, ili vijana wetu wawe mabalozi wale vijana wengine ambao kupata fursa kuja hapa. Lakini sisi kama halmashauri tutaendelea kushirikiana na wadau wengine kuhakikisha kwamba dhamira ya nchi yetu na ruwaza ya serikali yetu kwamba uchumi samawati na safari hizi za baharini ni nafasi kuu ya kutoa ajira kwa vijana wetu, ni kweli. Tutaendelea pia kupeana nafasi za mafunzo. Nataka nitoe mifano michache sana, na wale ambao wako hapa wanatoka katika vyuo vya mafunzo wanisikize vizuri sana. Moja kati ya changamoto ambayo tunapambana nayo ni quality ya final product ambayo inatoka kwa institutions zetu. Nataka nichukue mfano mdogo kabisa. Fundi chomelea, wale wanachomelea mageti ya nyumbani na madirisha, fundi chomelea ni moja kati ya nafasi ya kazi melini. Lakini ukiangalia gauge ya bati linalochomelewa kwenye shule na bati linalotengeza meli ni mbingu na ardhi. Mnanielewa? Bati linalochomelewa kwenye chuo cha ufundi na bati linalotengeza meli pia na mbinu yake pia ya kuchomelea, kifaa cha kuchomelea ni mbingu na ardhi. Kwa hiyo tukimtoa kijana katika chuo hicho kumpeleka kwenye meli za watu, anakataliwa, hawezi kuingia kwa sababu viwango vyake vya kufanya kazi hiyo viko chini. Kwa hiyo tunauliza Bandari Maritime Academy na institutions zingine ambazo zinafanya mafunzo ya ubaharia waongeze viwango, waongeze viwango vya wanafunzi wanaotoka kiufundi. Nisiwe mrefu sana, nikomee hapo. Natumai kwamba tukipata nafasi tutaweza kujadiliana sana leo katika masuala haya kwa vijana wetu wanapata nafasi za ajira. Asanteni na Mungu atubariki sote.
Asante, thank you. Asante sana director. Let's appreciate the director more. Thank you so much, and without breach of protocol, I'll wish to acknowledge one of our very key stakeholders, Media Council of Kenya, headed by Maureen Moody. Asante sana. And again, I wish to acknowledge greetings from the Vice Chancellor of Technical University of Mombasa. Please, Professor, just stand and say hi to the team before we invite the guests. Chief guest, thank you. Just from where you are, respectfully.
Thank you very much. Nanisikia? Okay. Wanisikia sasa?
Yes.
Yes. Good morning everyone. Habari zenu? Nafikiri wanataka chai hawa. Habari zenu? Mbona mnaongea taratibu eh? You're supposed to be energetic because today is your day, the youth. You're supposed to engage us and engage and have all the answers that you've been looking for. My name is Professor Leila Abubakar. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Technical University of Mombasa, and I can see my TUM family is here. We have many, many students, both alumni and the current students who are here, and all the people in Mombasa.
Present the PS, Mr. Geoffrey Kaituku, who, because of other engagements at the National Assembly, he couldn't make to be with you present here today. But I'm fully fitted on his shoes and ready to cast sail, isn't it? Unajua lazima tuongee kama wanabaharia, si ndio? Wengine wanasikia major retired. This is not a major who was in the army. This is a major who was sailing. So mimi ni mwanabaharia kama wale ambao wamekuja hapa kuzungumzia maneno ya bahari. I would like to take recognition of the Vice Chancellor, Technical University of Mombasa, the Director who is representing the Chairman, Kenya Maritime Authority, the representative to the DG, Kenya Maritime Authority, where I used to be anyway. That is my other home. ICS Chair, Eli Jambaru, a good friend of mine. The Director of training in KMA, the CEO, who is our host here today, Dr. Katana, mabaharia wenzangu, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Habari ya asubuhi. Najua leo nimesikia fundi nini? Fundi chomelea. Fundi chomelea. So that's welding and fabrication, isn't it? Right? About skills, skills match. So vile director amezungumza, the director who is a board member of the Kenya Maritime Authority, he has raised pertinent issues on matters training, and not only training, and also quality of the training so that it matches with what is required on board vessels. Pia amezungumza kwamba director ulisema kuna mtu alikuwa amesema utafute mtu anazungumza Kijerumani. Kwani hakukuambia utafute mtu anazungumza Kifaransa? Kwa sababu mimi nazungumza Kifaransa. Hakuna kazi, hakuna ajira ya Kifaransa? Okay, without much ado, I have a speech that I'm going to read for our principal secretary, because siwezi sema ni my principal secretary because he is our principal secretary. Sini kweli? Mr. Geoffrey Kaituku. So, ladies and gentlemen, our country is blessed with rich natural resources, both on land and sea, that transcend cultural and territorial boundaries. These resources have immense social, cultural, and economic value, with the potential to generate wealth, support livelihoods, and create employment opportunities for our people. The oceans and seas, covering 2/3 of the Earth's surface, provide livelihoods, oxygen that we breathe, food for our nourishment, and climate mitigation. They are also central to driving economic growth. The blue economy is a significant global economic sector that is worth in excess of 1.5 USD trillion, and the value of the maritime sector as assets in the Western Indian Ocean region alone is currently estimated in excess of 333 US billion. By 2030, the blue economy is projected to double its current output, thus amplifying its significance on the global economy. The blue economy presents a golden opportunity for sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, and it has emerged as a sector full of untapped potential for promoting sustainable economic development, environmental conservation through the protection of the oceans. It is crucial in increasing employment opportunities, fostering innovation, and promoting investments. Additionally, the BE helps reduce land resource pressures and supports climate change mitigation, thus leading to significant economic and social development. It gives me a great pleasure to address you in today's second Mombasa Youth Forum on critical issues that are shaping our Kenyan maritime industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at the intersection of global challenges and opportunities where the future of shipping, environmental sustainability, and economic growth converge. As we chart this course forward, the State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs is committed to advancing policies that ensure our country's maritime sector is resilient, sustainable, and inclusive. We do recognize the vital role that our young people play in shaping the future of our maritime policies, particularly those related to climate change, which is a subject for today's dialogue. Through such initiatives, the Kenya Maritime Authority's Youth Engagement Program that actively involve maritime students and early young career professionals in policy dialogues, such as forums, workshops, and conferences, offer young minds an opportunity to contribute ideas on sustainable maritime practices and green shipping. In addition, the Kenyan Youth Climate Network provide a national platform where young people can engage in climate-related discussions, driving innovation in environmental protection. Our maritime institutions, including the Bandari Maritime Academy, who are hosting us here today, have also integrated sustainability into their curriculum, thus preparing the next generation of professionals to take leadership roles at an early stage in addressing climate-related challenges. Our country has taken decisive steps to mitigate the impact of climate change on shipping and port activities. One of our flagship initiatives is the Green Port Policy, which focuses on reducing greenhouse gas emissions from operations by transitioning to renewable energy sources and promoting waste management and recycling. Similarly, we have aligned with the International Maritime Organization MAPO regulations, which include from port equipment. These collaborations extend to promoting alternative fuels such as liquefied natural gas and developing climate-resilient infrastructure within our coastline. The Kenyan government has also introduced incentives such as tax breaks and subsidies to encourage private sector investment in green technologies, particularly in areas like renewable energy and eco-friendly ship designs. This is complemented by climate financing options like the green bonds, allowing business to fund projects that align with our sustainability goals. On the global stage, Kenya is an active participant in efforts to combat climate change in the maritime sector. We collaborate closely with international organizations such as the International Maritime Organization in the implementation of the MAPO Convention and meet global emissions targets. Our country is part of the IMO's initial greenhouse gases strategy, which aims to reduce carbon emissions by 50% by the year 2050. Regionally, we engage with bodies like the Port Management Association of Eastern and Southern Africa, that is PAMESA, to share best practices on green port technologies and climate resilience operations. Through these partnerships, we are strengthening our ability to address environmental challenges while positioning Kenya as a leader in sustainable maritime development. Significant investments are also being made in our port infrastructure along the coastline and also in Lake Victoria to enhance resilience against climate-related disasters. Modernization efforts at the ports of Mombasa and Lamu, that is the LAPSSET corridor, are examples of projects designed to withstand the impacts of rising sea levels, storms, and coastal erosion. Local experts and business have a critical role to play in this transformation from engineering, climate resilience designs to supplying materials for sustainable construction. As the world moves forward towards greener shipping, our country is embracing sustainable practices through initiatives such as green shipping corridors and the electrification of port operations, the transition to low-sulfur fuels and energy-efficient vessels is being supported through various government initiatives, ensuring that our maritime industry remains competitive while reducing its environmental footprint. In conclusion, the challenges posed by the climate change to the maritime sector are significant. Though through collaboration, innovation, and determination, Kenya is well positioned to overcome them. Together with our youth, the private sector, and the international partners, we are building a maritime industry that not only supports economic growth but also preserves our maritime environment for future generations. And before I conclude, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the sponsors for their time and resources that they have put in place to ensure that we have gathered here today. I'd like to thank the Go Blue, the CEOs of Go Blue and your team, Kenya Maritime Authority, Bandari Maritime Academy for hosting us, the Media Council, various board members who are present here, because I know without you, this could not be a success, members of the private sector, individual attendees, because without you, then we can also not have, don't expect fruitful engagement, na pia wanabaharia wenzangu, and students. You know, most of those who are present here are students who have shown key interest in pursuing their maritime interest to the highest or to what it is. And that is what we are supposed to aim at acquiring. Skills like plumbing. On board vessels, we know them as shipwrights. Welding and fabrication. These are areas that, even in the construction industry within our nation, trying to find a good fitter is not easy. A good plumber in the Kenyan industry, manufacturing, in the Kenyan construction industry, to get a good plumber is not easy. And you'll find that the plumber that you are getting, if he's a good plumber, he's always booked. Sini kweli? Sini kweli? So we need to look for those skills that will give us an upper edge with the rest, because you see, matters maritime are international. The employment opportunities are there. Sometimes last year when we were taking some interviews, I was requested from the Office of the President to attend one of the recruitment sessions. What most of our seafarers possess, and when they present themselves during the interview, shows that we need to really need to work on our syllabus. And because in this forum we have all the relevant stakeholders from the government and from the private sector, I'm looking forward to an engagement that is going to be dealing with issues, maritime issues in depth. So with that, and with those very many remarks from my end, it is now my pleasure. And before I say, we officially blah, blah, blah. Kwanza pokeeni salamu kutoka kwa nani? Kwa PS. Mmezipokea?
Yes.
So PS aliwasalimu. And is with us spiritually, despite the fact that he's not present here. but we are together with him, or he is together with us. So it is now my pleasure and honor to declare the second Mombasa Youth Dialogue on Maritime and Shipping Industry officially opened, and I look forward to an engagement, a fruitful engagement, and full participation. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Be blessed.
A round of applause, please. Thank you. A round of applause again. Mpaka aketi chini tafadhali. And thank you for declaring the dialogue officially open. And without much ado, I'd like to recognize our partners, starting with the county government of Mombasa. A round of applause for them. We also have the Kenya Commercial Bank. A round of applause for them. They're in the house. We also have the Bandari Maritime Academy, our hosts. A round of applause for them. We also have the Media Council of Kenya. A round of applause for them, please. The TechnoServe Business Solutions to Poverty. A round of applause for them. Skyward Express, a round of applause for them. And I'll tell you how you can actually fly using a code. And you're going to get a discount with Blue Radio, a partnership between Blue Radio and Skyward in a minute. So a round of applause for Skyward Express. We also have Sote Hub, a round of applause for them. Bay Hub is also in the house, a round of applause for them. Charge 24, if you've seen some smart billboard out there. That is Charge 24, so a round of applause for them. The Swahili Port Foundation is in the house too. A round of applause. Tusichoke tafadhali. We also have Close the Gap Hub in the house. Suja, a round of applause for them tafadhali. Tusichoke. The Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, a round of applause for them. And Imo, tafadhali tuwapige makofi. As we also wait for more, as we also list other partners in our second session, Omwami, uko wapi?
Yes.
So we'd like you to do a very simple thing. You remember we asked you to take out your phones and log into menti.com. How many of us did that?
Wangapi waliingia pale commenti.com? Wanafunzi wa mbele wako chap chap. Wanafunzi wa mbele wako chap chap.
Yeah, you can mlija sana mpaka system ikajam. And that's good because you're good students. So we'd like you to take out your phones again and go to your camera, the app. The camera app, take a photo with your neighbor, take a photo of yourself.
Actually do this. Twende, assume this is your phone. Weka twende kwa camera. Let us do it practically. Let us just do it practically. Wakenya ukiwachia ati wafanya watafanya kesho. Na kesho tutakuwa hapa, si ndio? Actually I want us angalia neighbor wako, mwambie join this selfie. Kama mtu achukui selfie, mwenye ana simu mzuri, watu wa Infinix tutawaambia saa ya kupiga please. Ngojeni kwanza.
Watu wa iPhone 16 wanashine.
Watu wa Itel mungoje kwanza. It's just iPhone and tuanze na watu wa iPhone. Tuanze na watu hapa. Yes, this is 45 degrees ama ngapi? Sawa? Aya, look at your neighbor. Give him a smile. Chungulia. Aya, take 3 amazing itoje? Selfies. 1, 2, 3, twende. Kacha. Nice. Kila mtu make sure jamaa atakuongezea likes mwenye ameingia hapo kwa hiyo sura yake inaweza kuongezea likes. Ama unaweza tumia sura yake kukopa nayo deni. Sawa? Ama kuchukua nayo loan. Thank you. All right. Now go to
your Instagram.
Go to your Instagram.
Your ex.
Waende kwa X. Like not literally, like literally X, but go to the X app. Sawa. Go to Facebook, go to Instagram, go to TikTok, and then post, tag Blue Radio. Sawa.
Yes, and use Jesus.
And use the hashtag MYD 2024. Hashtag MYD 2024. Si namna hiyo? Si tuko sawa? Na pia wifi tuliwasort. Kwa wale ambao wamekuja wageni, wifi password wacha niwasomee tu please. Kuna wageni wameingia hapa.
Akisomea also add another hashtag Mombasa Youth Dialogue. Hashtag Mombasa Youth Dialogue. You can use
password Monday yes. Hashtag 4BMA.
Repeat.
M capital. M capital. And then Monday. It's Monday, but to start with the capital letter. Hashtag 4BMA.
4 ya number 4. Sawa, not FOR. 4 ya number 4. Sawa. So all of us are connected. All of us have taken selfies, and all of us are going to post.
BMA is capital, eh?
Yes.
Hashtag 4BMA is capital.
It's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Wakenya wanakuwa sharp, hiyo washashika. All right. So you post, tag
and use the hashtag MYD 2024 and hashtag Mombasa Youth Dialogue.
Let that hashtag trend. Sawa. And also pia mimi niko kwa social media, ni tafute tu pale Omwami Dr. Babu. Tag me. Uone vile utapata mafans, mafollowers wa Uganda, Eritrea, Minnesota, wapi? Hamtaki mafans wa Eritrea? Sawa. Mimi ukinitag tu hivi mafollowers wanaanza kukuja. Omwami DR Babu. Omwami DR Babu. Imeshikana. Omwami Dr. Babu. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, all over the place. Hashtag MYD 2024 and hashtag Mombasa Youth Dialogue. Let's keep the dialogue trending. Sawa. Haya. DJ yuko tayari? Haya, ningependa watu upande huu tusimame kidogo. Watu upande huu tusimame kidogo. Just put everything down. Kando. Chunga tu simu sawa. Weka tu simu kando, chini, nini. I want you to be free kidogo. Hii side inamaanisha pia wale ambao wameketi kule juu.
Wale wako huko juu tafadhali.
Tunataka tuhesabu watu watapewa lunch. Just stretch. Tunataka tu stretch kidogo before we go to the next session. Sawa. Haya. Pia wale upande wetu tusimame. Tusimame pamoja. Tusimame pamoja this side. This side tusimame. We want to stretch because we are going to another session ya kuketi, so we don't want our energies to go down. Sawa. All of us tumesimama, si ndio? Haya. This is very simple. All of us are going to participate. This is very simple. Very, very simple. Uko tayari?
Mimi niko tayari.
Uko tayari?
Kabisa.
Tunataka kuchora the word dialogue using our kiuno. Sawa.
Kwani hao katikati ya wachori?
Wazee washalalamika. Bwana sasa bwana jamani.
Watu wa katikati ya wachori.
Watu nyinyi nyuma hapo tusimame katika, like all of us just stand up and do this thing so that we stretch all of us. Hata nyinyi mnahitaji ku stretch so that you don't because we are going to another session ya kukaa, so we do it together. Then DJ atamalizia na kale kawimbo alafu we go to the next session.
Aya.
The word dialogue. Hey, dialogue. Are you ready? We are ready. We are going to nani tunatumia capital. Usijaribu kuchora na small. Aya, twende. Aya, we going to D ni hapa, tuanzie hapa. Hapa kale ka straight line ka D. Aya, twende. Aya, tukatie kona huku. Hiyo ni D. Si sawa? Inatufanya sisi wote to stretch. Tuendelee DJ, endelea hivyo. Aya, tuko kwa O.
Atujachora I.
Dialogue. Sawa, turudie D, I. Aya, twende. Tuanze na D. Hapo, stretch. The idea is to stretch. Aya, twende hapo. Aya, tuanzie huko nyuma kuja hivi. A very nice D, capital. Naona kuna mtu anaandika na small.
I.
Madam, aya, twende I. Ni capital I. Sawa, stretch nyuma. Hapo. Nice one. Now O is where the juice is.
A.
Dialogue. Ni A. Lazima weke kona ya madam, uko sawa, uko sawa. Uko poa. So hapo, haya kwa kona pale. Sawa. Arudi hapo katikati. Kaa vizuri. Chapa hivi straight. Geuka hivi, pandisha huko juu. Alafu teremsha chini.
Tuko L sasa.
Tuko Sasa tuko
L.
DJ endelea, tunaweka kangoma. Haya L ni stretch. The idea is to stretch. The idea is to stretch. Good. Haya twende. Hapo. Haya twende. 1 2 3 twende. Good. Sasa O ndio mali iko tamu kabisa. Niko na ngoja hii O. 1 2 big O. Mara 2 twende. Mara 3 twende. Mara 4 twende. 5. Good. Another
G. Capital G.
G ni complicated. G. Bro, tunaandikaje G? Tuweke C kwanza. We do the C kwanza, si ndio? Haya twende C kwanza. Captain. C. Hapo. Alafu tuingize kakitu hivi. Tukatoe alafu hello, kumbe ni ngumu hivi. Haya U. We do the U, si ndio? Haya. Hapo. U. Twende hivi. Hapo. Haya, bado E, si ndio? Dialogue. E. Sasa E ya mwisho. E ya mwisho and then we sit down. Twende. Hapo. Kale kanusu. Turudi hapo. Twende. Tumalizie. Jipigeni makofi. Haya, tunaweza keti.
Okay, sawa. Haya. Thank you so much DJ.
Wapi DJ? Asante sana. DJ, thank you very much. Finya delete. Thank you.
Asante sana Omwami. Hey, wengine wetu hatujai stretch hivyo. But I'd like to take us moja kwa moja mpaka Nairobi. Kwenye we were going to have an address from the ambassador Peter Madans on visa processes and opportunities in Europe for maritime students and professionals. Yeah, the ambassador of Belgium to Kenya. So kwa hivyo pale nyuma tuko tayari?
I'm ready.
Okay, thank you. You can a round of applause for him, tafadhali. The stage is all yours.
Thanks. Good morning still. Yes, absolutely. It's only 11:30. Good morning. And thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'd actually like to talk about an issue that intertwines climate change, maritime activities, and the prospects for African youths worldwide, and specifically in Europe, and very specifically in Belgium. Climate change reshapes our oceans and coastal areas, and it creates new opportunities and challenges for young people looking to build careers in maritime industries in particular. We're having a profound impact. Climate change is having a profound impact on our oceans. Sea levels are rising, storms are becoming more frequent. Storms are becoming more frequent, and changes in marine biodiversity are just a few of the challenges that we face. In the maritime sector, this translates to shifts in shipping routes, increased demand for sustainable practices and fishing practices, and a growing need for maritime tourism that prioritizes environmental sustainability. For youth from this part of the world, these changes represent both a challenge and an opportunity. As European nations grapple with these maritime shifts, there's a rising demand for skilled workers in green shipping, in marine conservation, and in sustainable tourism. With the right training and the right qualifications, young Africans can find rewarding careers in these emerging sectors. And I have a couple of examples. For example, in green shipping and logistics, as countries aim to reduce carbon emissions, there's an urgent need for professionals who can implement sustainable practices in shipping and logistics. This includes role in supply chain management, green technology, environmental compliance, etc. For example, the European Union has set ambitious targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions from shipping. And the Port of Antwerp, one of the largest ports in Europe, is actively working on reducing its carbon footprint. There's initiatives like the Antwerp Climate Plan that focuses on transitioning to sustainable logistics and implementing cleaner technologies. In marine conservation, the urgency of protecting our oceans has never been greater. Young Africans can engage in marine biology, ecological research, conservation efforts, and these roles often come with opportunities for fieldwork, research, community engagement, and provide a chance to make a tangible impact. There's organizations like Ocean Conservancy or the World Wildlife Fund that are actively involved in marine conservation in Europe. They often run projects focused on protecting marine biodiversity and restoring habitats affected by climate change. Even in Belgium, the Royal Belgian Institute of Natural Sciences conducts research on marine biodiversity and is involved in projects aimed at protecting Belgium's coastal waters and ecosystems. In sustainable tourism, obviously, we see a shift towards eco-friendly tourism, especially in coastal areas. There is a growing demand for tour guides, hospitality workers, conservation educators who can promote sustainable practices while engaging tourists. In coastal regions like in Knokke-Heist or in Ostende, we're promoting sustainable tourism initiatives. The Green Key certification is awarded to hotels and attractions that adhere to eco-friendly practices. Local initiatives that promote marine conservation and sustainable fishing practices can train young people in relevant skills. Collaborating with NGOs focused on environmental education can equip you with practical knowledge and hands-on experience, making them more competitive in the European job market. There's growing initiatives also aimed at fostering partnerships between African organizations and European maritime institutions. Such collaborations can facilitate internships, scholarships, exchange programs, and provide invaluable exposure and experience for you. Belgium, for example, participates in the Erasmus Plus program, allowing students from Africa to study at European universities, especially and including those offering maritime and environmental studies. There's tailored training programs with vocational programs specifically designed for maritime careers. The Flemish Maritime Academy in Antwerp offers training programs focused on maritime studies, logistics, and shipping management. And finally, alongside technical training, soft skills such as communication, teamwork, and problem solving are crucial. Programs that focus on developing these skills will prepare young Africans to thrive in diverse work environments. There's organizations like Youth for Climate that involve young people in discussions and initiatives aimed at tackling climate issues in Belgium and across the world. These programs often focus on developing leadership and communication skills. So once you've decided whether you want to come to Europe, number two, what you want to do and what you want to do in Europe or anywhere else in the world, the question becomes, how do you get there? And very often, well, actually always, there's a very important part of the process is the visa requirements and process that you have to go through. Pursuing these opportunities requires navigating that visa landscape. And for many African youths, securing a visa to work in Europe can be and actually is daunting. Never ever forget that a visa is a privilege, not a right. It's the visa delivering country that decides whether you have the opportunity, whether you get the opportunity to come to our countries. Our websites, all of our websites across the Schengen zone are very transparent in the process. You follow the website to the letter, and your chances of getting a visa become very, very high. We, for example, have an acceptance rate of 80%. We have a rejection rate of 20%, notwithstanding what you sometimes see on social media about visas, especially, I can talk for Belgium, I can't talk for other countries, but what you often see on social media about visas, that that people get rejected. Often on social media, don't forget, it's the loudest voices that get the most attention. And it's not the ones who got their visa accepted that are going to come on social media and make a big thing out of it. It's especially the people whose visa get rejected. So the perception is
Ambassador
that there's
Peter,
a huge rejection rate. Yes.
just a minute. You're not on screen, so the screen is not working, and we'd like you to see him talking. So maybe you can go to the YouTube channel for Blue Radio on YouTube, and you can be able to stream and see him live. So the screen is not working, so kindly go to the YouTube channel, Blue Radio. You're going to stream from there. Our apologies.
So I'm not doing anything, right? I'm just staying right here.
You can continue talking as they
Thank you.
stream.
No, I was just saying, I was just talking about the visa requirements and the processes. And let me repeat, don't ever forget, a visa is a privilege, not a right, number one. Number two, the people you read about on social media are the loudest voices you read about on social media are the people whose visa has been rejected. And in our case, over the last couple of years, we've only had a rejection rate of about 20%. So if you follow the process that's explained on our websites to the letter, your chances of receiving a visa are actually better than not. You need to understand the visa types. It's essential to understand the various visa categories, such as work visas, student visas, seasonal work permits, or tourist visas. Each country has specific requirements and processes, and they're often influenced by bilateral agreements we have with your countries. But again, this is very clear on the websites. Typically, the process for applying includes gathering the necessary documentation such as proof of employment, financial stability, sometimes even sponsorship from a European employer. It's crucial to start this process early, as processing times can vary widely. We're always looking to see if the visa candidate can sustain himself or herself while they're in Belgium, and what the risk is of overstaying the visa. And if that risk is too high, then we take a second or a third or a fourth look at the application file. And that's when proof of employment, financial stability, sponsorship from a European employer can come into play. Investing in relevant skills and qualifications can enhance your job prospects and actually simplify the visa application process. Many European countries prioritize skilled workers, so pursuing vocational training or higher education in maritime studies can be a significant advantage. And obviously, engaging with organizations and networks that focus on maritime careers can provide valuable insights and support. So, the intersection of climate change, maritime activities, and job opportunities is a unique landscape filled with promise. And by engaging local communities, fostering your educational initiatives, and navigating the complexities of the visa process, you can empower the next generation and your own to seize these opportunities. Let's work together to build a sustainable future, one where our young people not only adapt to the changes brought by climate change, but also lead in creating solutions. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your collective efforts in supporting your youth, your activities in this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Peter. A round of applause for him, please. And now I'd like to call upon a youth by the name Oms Lomontan, who has a spoken word in regards to blue economy. So, Oms Lomontan, if you can make your way to the stage and deliver your piece so that we can hear your prowess in words. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him as he makes his way on stage.
Yo, nikisema blue, unasema radio. Blue, blue. Nikisema blue, unasema economy. Blue, blue. Naona mwangaza at the end of the tunnel. Jamaa mko freshi? Mayutse? Mayutsa! Mimi naona mayusa amenyamaza sana. First and foremost.
Mwangaza at the end of the tunnel. Bahari kiwa huru after kunego kwenye panel. Tukidiscuss kufollow the right channel ya kubuild an inclusive future na raw talents. Atuwezi choose kulose, tuka the blues. Ako wapi Peter Maranga ya paint the future blue. Asisikia la mkuu atasikiza rhythm and blues. In fact Peter Marangi paint economy iwe blue. Sustainabilities in our communities iwe benefit to all through eco activities. Yani zero poverty. Tunawiri tujiajiri so ukipata ngiri bora shibe we tajiri. Ebu fikiri uhai chini ya barini. Deep sea majini unadhani kwa ishi majini. Wana fikiri samaki anaishi porini. Network na protect the life use of marine.
Asante. Na believe my youth wana make percentage kubwa kwa hii country, si ndio? Si ndio? Because Kenya is a very youthful country. The median age iko estimated to be 19%. And about 80% Kenyan population iko below 35%.
The blue future ndio to save the world. Other vibes can't tell. Blue future and the wild boss. My stakeholders tukiungana si hard. Yo, flow with the vibe, can't force the universe. Blue champion toka east, Nikki rap Indian Ocean. Ukweli ndo na spit na mi si front ocean. Let's take caution, let's take action. Protect our planet nani. Balance the equation. Kusucceed lazima tu partner up, lazima tuwe na vision na mission imetuleta tuzibe gap. Walai kitu ina slap iwe private ama public, engage kwa kila sector. The one is safe space, a better place a kufinesse.
Yes.
To face bila stress, to simesi to depress. Issues are global warming, climate change is to affect. Fungua macho ka uone, select data collect.
Asante. But because of the Blue Youth Dialogue, I want to talk with the youths. Na believe my youth wana make percentage kubwa kwa hii country. Because Kenya is a very youthful country. The median age iko estimated to be 19%. And about 80% Kenya population iko below 35%. Kati ya 18 na 35, how do you determine the shape na future of this country? Ukipenda unaweza ita Kenyans first. Wa Kenya kwanza cause wako over tribe na faith. Wakivalue familia na bidii. Juu wako positive na optimistic about the future. Badala kupursue careers ka law, teaching, IT, medicine na engineering, majority wangesabu majority kwa sababu ya kupursue education, participation na education. Majority wangeamua kwa sababu ya hii. Ningependa kuongelea sana kuhusu youth mazee. We have to embrace na kuangalia mambo na explore the impact of climate change on our maritime activities and job opportunities. Dama, thank you so much. My name is Omslo Montana na nafurahi sana kuwa na nyinyi.
Thank you so much, Omslo Montana. Now we are at a time is really not on our side, so we're going to have our first panel discussion, and the first panel discussion is all about offshore or on-sea job opportunities. And that panel has 4 great speakers, but I'm going to call upon the moderator, Honorable Patrick Mbele, to introduce the panel and take us through the discussion. And kindly, welcome him with a round of applause. This session has only 40 minutes allocated to it, and there's a timer at the back, so speakers, if you're told that you're going to speak for 5 minutes, there's a timer that is going to tell you only have 5 minutes, so make sure by the time it's clicking 0, you're already done with your message of the day so that we can make sure that we save time. Patrick Mbele, the stage is all yours. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Sijui na mimi naanza yo. Hamjambo mimi na bwana. Kwa majina naitwa Patrick Mbele. Najaribu kuiga Omzolo lakini vinashinda kidogo. Hiyo si kari yangu. Kwa wageni waheshimiwa, namwakilisha PS Profesa Leila, wakurugenzi wa mashirika, wananchi wenzangu wa baharia, hamjambo. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Patrick Mbele, ni MCA kule Bamburi, lakini kwa zaidi mimi ni kijana mlala hoi wa mtaani, na niko hapa tuongelee kuhusu vile tunavyopata kazi sisi vijana, sio? So mimi moja kwa moja naomba niketi pale katikati, alafu ni watafute wale wenzangu hapo nafaa kuja tuongee kuhusiana na masuala ya kazi zetu za kule baharini na zile ambazo zinafungamana na masuala ya bahari. Lakini ili niwaeleze tu kwa lugha ya Kimombo, nasema Kiswahili ndio tuelewane sote kwa pamoja, si ndio? But my topic today is purely centered around cruise ship jobs and other sea-related job opportunities. So as I sit down, and allow me to, so that I also call the other panelists, I would wish first of all to just give you a glimpse of what exactly we're looking at. So the blue economy, tumeelezewa hapa mara nyingi what blue economy is about. But I've done my research yesterday at night. I think nimelala saa 9 usiku just to try and do some good research. No, nikija hapa I don't flop. So we're told the blue economy has 14 big sectors and 84 subsectors. With these 14 sectors and 84 subsectors, we're told it cannot be blue if it is not ecologically sustainable. Yaani, blue economy, ikiwa inaathiri mazingira, then it should not supposed to be blue economy. But again, it goes on and says that it has to be economically sustainable, which means it has to create jobs for the people, wealth for the people, and equally, revenue for the government. So if it cannot do those three things, it's not blue economy. Tuko pamoja? And lastly, it says it has to be socially inclusive, meaning that the people that live around or bordering the ocean should actually be the people that should be benefiting from the blue economy, as others equally come in to benefit from the blue economy. So from those few points that I've researched, do you think our blue economy is truly blue economy, or is blue economy just a buzzword that we're looking at? Can I get an answer? Is blue economy, as of today, are we looking at blue economy, or is still in the buzzword of the blue economy? Where are we? Tuko katika ile buzzword bado tunafurahia, ama tuko katika blue economy kweli kweli? Yaani nauliza, asante kwa kusema. Sasa hizi tuambia blue economy inafaa iwe inatufaidisha sisi wananchi, inafaidisha serikali na inatuingizia wewe mali. Vile vile blue economy inafaa iwe inalinda mazingira. Na mwisho kabisa ni kwamba blue economy inafaa iwe yule ambaye anaishi kando kando ya bahari wa kwanza anafaa amefaidika, alafu wengine pia vile vile wafaidike. Na swali nauliza, je, kufikia leo hii blue economy ile ambayo inafaa iwe, tuko hapo ndani au bado tuko katika ile hali ya kufurahia na jina la blue economy? Tuko wapi mpaka sasa? Naam? Kule bunge tunaambiwaga, for those of the similar opinion say aye, and those of contrary say nay. Si ndio? So for those that are of the similar opinion that we are deeper into the blue economy and doing well, say aye. Naomba niregelee swali. Kwa wale ambao wanakubaliana kwamba tuko ndani ya blue economy na tunafaidika kikweli kweli, waseme aye. Na wale ambao, nianze na kizungu ndo profesa anielewe, unajua Kiswahili bado inaenda mbaya. For those of the contrary opinion, wale ambao wanasema bado hatuko huko, sema nay. The nays. Thank you. So for us to know where the problem is, and basically hapa leo hatuko hapa kupigana mangumi. We're here to know where are we since the first Blue Economy Conference in 2018 that gave us a lot of promises, that opened our eyes to know that there's a monster called Blue Economy, and tukiangusha chini we're good to go. Where are we? And I'm looking at just the job opportunities. There's much to look at, but mine for today is just matters of job opportunities.
training institutions are meeting that criteria. Kama kuna mwalimu kwa shule ambao anafaa teach some certain trainings, then we also come in and we make sure that that lecturer is properly certificated and is also approved by us to conduct those trainings. Kama wewe ni student, of course, if there are issues relating to the maritime training institutions, you deal with the training institutions, but when it comes to certification, after umefanya course yako, then you come to KMA with a completion certificate, and we will be issuing you with the required certificates. So we are also the examining body in a way, because once you have met all the requirements and you want to receive maybe a certificate of proficiency or a certificate of competency, then you receive that from KMA. So KMA is the only certification body in Kenya. Kama unataka kwenda kufanya kazi kwa meli, you need certificates which are issued by KMA. Certificate of proficiency, the general certificates which you normally receive, and then there's the certificate of competency also after conducting oral examinations and the training which you get from the training institutions, as well as meeting all the other criteria, vitu kama medical and the sea time, and then you are able to get that from Kenya Maritime Authority. We also implement the conventions. Najua kuna IMO, which is the bigger body. They come up with different conventions which affect us as a country. So as a coastal state, we also look at the conventions which have been ratified, which are in place. We are ratified in the country, and then we are able to now develop regulations if need be to domesticate those conventions, and then so that we can be able to implement them in the country.
Thank you. Makofi kwake jamani. Major retired. Tafadhali, karibu.
Shukran sana Patrick. And you mentioned I'm 21, right?
21 years. You can confirm, Lakin.
No, I won't confirm that, but I will confirm in camera. Nevertheless, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Major Retired Franklin Tonyok. I'm standing in for my boss, Deputy Director, Maritime Education and Training, that is Titus Kilonzi. I'm from the Maritime Education and Training Department from Bandari Maritime Academy. The mandate of the Department of Maritime Education and Training is, first of all, to comply with the provisions of the Merchant Shipping Training and Certification Act of 2016, as well as provisions of Standard of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping under the watch of the regulator, that is KMA. And the mandate of Bandari Maritime Academy is basically to provide competent maritime human resource for blue economy. This is drawn from the legal notice of 28 November 2018. The institution is mainly developing the skills for blue economy. That is the main mandate of the academy. Thank you.
Thank you, Major. So sitapige makofi jamani. Wangapi wanashangaa anaitwa Major retired kama mimi? Wangapi tunashangaa hiyo? Mko sawa akiwa retired vile alivyo, si ndio? The last time I checked, I was told, and he can confirm he's 21 years but retired as a major. He will confirm later. Si ndio Major? Sawa sawa. So before we all introduce ourselves, I read to you statistics of what we are supposed, or where we're supposed to be, and probably what efforts we put towards making sure that we get to where we are. As we speak today, as we are here in this particular hall, naomba kwanza niulize, from KMA, what are the statistics saying? Are we there yet? Are the statistics that I read true? And kwanza tuanze tuna hapo. Where are we?
Thank you. Nimeona wengi ni wanei, but nafikiri mimi nilikuwa kwa ule upande mwingine. What I think is this. You know, there are a lot of countries that have made significant strides in the maritime sector. Na ukiangalia Kenya, KMA just came into the picture the other day. We have done a lot also through facilitating the maritime training institutions to be where they are. It doesn't look like we've done much, but over the last maybe 1-2 years, we have seen an increase in the number of Kenyan seafarers by more than 200%.
I think for our country and looking at where we are progressing, you start somewhere, and we've started somewhere. And I know we still have a lot to do, and normally I tell everyone that when we are meeting and when you are having any, when you're looking at the overall picture and thinking that this is the function of KMA, this is the function of BMA, this is the function of Captain Munga, you also need to look at, you know, a general picture of everything, and look at yourself and look at what is your role. Because Mimi, the way I see it is everybody has an idea of where we feel the maritime industry should go. And one of the policies I've tried to implement is we have an open door policy, where mtu yoyote ambao akona any idea that can help the maritime industry to grow, they can always come to us, they can always advise us. Mahali tumefanya vizuri, unaweza kutuambia, okay, this is something that you've done well, tuendelee na hii. Pale tumekosea, unaweza kutuambia, we need to correct this, and so that we can progress. It should not be a dark picture for Kenya. It is not. We have, every quarter I receive the number of statistics of the number of seafarers that are recruited through different shipping agencies. And you can see, hakuna mwezi ambao nimeona hakuna mabaharia wamechukuliwa. And they are not small numbers. 300 every quarter. 300, 400 every quarter. And I think that number is not that small. It's not a small number. And yeah, maybe we are not there yet, but it's not like we are not getting there. Of course, we have, as KMA, a strategic plan, which we are implementing. And a strategic plan is a 5-year framework on what you need to achieve. So if you have a 5-year implementation, then you cannot expect results in the first year. But at least, pale unaamkia kesho, isiwe pale uko leo. That's how I see it. Thank you.
Captain, I think you've jumped kidogo at the strategic plan, but thank you for the statistics. At least 300, 400 seafarers get out within a quarter. And a quarter, kwa wale ambao tujui quarter ni nini, quarter ni kila, ile mwaka mzima ni miezi 12, si ndio? So kigawanya mara 4, inamaanisha kila quarter ni miezi 3. Kwa kila quarter, hamna watu 300, 400 wanatoka Kenya kwenda kufanya kazi katika nchi za nje. So naomba nije niende kwa Captain Talib kwanza. Na niulize, kati ya hizi 400, 300 ambazo zinapatikana kwa sasa, what are the opportunities that are currently available, and we're looking at making sure that we fully secure them as we look at others? Ni gani opportunities ambazo ziko?
Thank you very much. Hujaeleza lakini wewe ni MC wangu, sio? Hujaeleza hiyo lakini.
Huyu ni mwananchi wangu na barabara yake nimetengeneza. Continue.
The opportunities ambazo tuko nazo, nafasi za kazi, ni nafasi za kazi za baharini kwa meli. Opportunities ambazo tunazo ya maritime, shore based, barely 20%, mainly around port operations na cargo clearance, shipping and logistics, around that. But our best shot is more than 80% of our chances. Nafasi zetu za kazi ziko kwa meli. Lakini swali ni moja. Are we able to produce the competent seafarers? Kwa sababu hizo statistics umesema ziko sawa, ziliwekwa, but now you cannot put statistics without having a structure and framework ya kusupport ile vision ambayo unataka. Tumeka vision kuwa tunataka kila mwaka tuwe tunatoa 10,000 seafarers, na tuwe by the 5 years Kenya National Shipping Line iwe imeandika watu 150,000 mabaharia, lakini structure tumeweka. Sasa hapo ndo tatizo inaanzia. Sasa hivi bado hatuna structure ambayo tumeweka ya kusaidia hiyo vision. Maono tunayo, lakini proper resources to build human capital in the maritime industry, you need intensive capital investment. Kwa sababu maritime training sio a cheap venture. The initial capital investment is very expensive. Sasa swali ni moja, opportunities tunazipata vipi na tunatengeneza hizo opportunities vipi? Kwanza, the support system yetu kidogo haipatiani support kwa zile training institutions zote. Umesema kuna MOUs zimekuwa signed, umetupatia sawa. Nikikuambia hizo MOUs, ikiwa tunatafuta MOU Kenya hii, all the institutions itatafutwa. All institutions itatafutwa. Na hii ni risala ambayo nimetumwa na cadets wangu hapo. Unajua mara nyingi huwa nawapatia instructions, lakini leo kwa hii kikao sasa ni mimi nimepokea instructions ya kuja nayo hapa. Mara nyingi na wakati wote inachukuliwa statistics ya ile seat time requirement ya institutions zote. MOU itakuwa signed, lakini ikifika tumepatiwa 10 slots. Those 10 slots will unfortunately be concentrated in only one place. Only one institution. And as of now, we know where it is being taken. So it means that now we have to have a different approach to when we are having a collective agreement to look for the training opportunities to enable us to build quality and competent seafarers. It should be a national affair and not a sectoral affair. Hivyo ndio tutaweza kujenga ile the required human capacity. Kwa sababu hata tukisema statistics, we cannot build the human capacity with only supporting one training institution. Kwa sababu, you know the issue of when you take one sample, tuingie akademia kidogo, ukichukua sample moja, hujafanya stratifying of that sample, umechukua sample moja, what is the probability that tutapata the result that we don't want to get in that sample? Itakuwa ni vipi? The chances are high, so we need to take the best of our talents to take to those shipping lines and the slots that we are getting, so that we are able to secure more slots. So that is one issue. Number two, then, in our Merchant Shipping Act,
Captain,
yes.
Before you go to probably the challenges that you're facing,
yes,
and I appreciate that you have jumped to the challenges that we have.
Yes.
But at first, before we go into challenges, kuna rafiki yangu mmoja hapa alifika class 8.
Yes.
Tulikuwa tunasoma naye. Yuko mahali hapa hivi. Alafu baada ya class 8, mambo akatokezea, tukapata si mjukuu mjomba, alafu akaanza kulea, story kaishia hapo. Lakini nilimwambia, njoo kwa hii function. You might get something that can help you feed your family. Na akaniambia wapi nitapata? Nikamwambia tutaenda pale tutachora meli, alafu tuangalie opportunities zinatoka wapi. So probably before we go deep into academics, sijui kama tukiwa hapa tunaweza visualize meli, si ndio? Vile meli iko. Ama kama uwezi visualize, kuna bana pale kuna meli. Si unaona kuna meli pale chini? Wangapi wanaona meli hapo chini? So ile meli, Captain, just in less than 2 minutes, please tell us from the deck to the engine, what jobs are there, and probably what are the qualifications that you're looking at, in a very nutshell.
All right. I will put it across to standard 8 level. Meli ambazo tunaziona huku inaingia bandarini kwa wingi ina departments mbili. Department ya kwanza ni wale wanaoendesha hiyo meli. Department ya pili, kwa sababu hiyo meli ina equipment, ina mashini tunatumia pale ndani, lazima kuwe kuna watu ambao wanashughulikia zile machines. Sasa wale ambao wanashughulikia hizo machines wako in the engine department. Na tukirudi kwa convention ambayo ina certify na kufanya tuwe level moja dunia nzima. Kwa hiyo standard ya training imewekwa katika chapter 2. Chapter 2 ya navigation na chapter 3 ya engineering. Halafu kuna wale ambao wanashughulikia na kuhudumia wale ambao wanaishi ndani ya hiyo meli. Sababu si tuna watu wa navigation na tuna watu wa engineering. Hawezi lala njaa, sio? Lazima kuwe na watu wanawapikia. Sasa kuna department ndogo sana kwa cargo ship ambayo ni galley department, ambayo kwa wingi inakuwa na chef mmoja na steward mmoja. Kuna wale ambao wanajiweza sana, kutakuwa na chef na assistant cook na steward. Steward ni ule waiter, kukusanya vyombo watu wakishamaliza kula, lakini ni kwa officers, crew wanajifanyia wenyewe. Sasa kwa meli ya watalii, ile galley department imefunguliwa ikawa kubwa, na wakaleta watu wa hospitality, kwa sababu ile meli ya watalii cruise ship is simply a hotel floating on sea. Sasa ile hospitality nzima imechukuliwa ikawekwa pale. Qualifications, tuanze na ile rahisi, hawa wa hospitality. Wa hospitality anahitajika kuqualify hospitality, alafu aje afanye STCW basic safety training, alafu apate kazi kwa meli. Hawa wengine wawili kuna kazi kidogo hapo, lakini training inaanzia kutoka designation ya junior seaman mpaka kwa captain master wa hiyo meli. Na huku kwa engineering inaanza kutoka kwa oiler, wiper kule chini mpaka ifike kwa chief engineer. Inagawanyika mara mbili. Kuna officers na kuna wale ambao sio officers. Kwa system yetu ya Kenya, ukiwa uko na reasonable ability to read and write, yani ukipatiwa noti hivi unasema bana, hii noti ni 1000, hii ni 500, na ujue kuandika jina yako na kusoma ID number, na ujieleze wewe ni nani. Uko na training unafanya. Training ya IMA rating /4 forming part of a navigation watch, ama rating forming part of an engineering watch 3/4. Hapo tunaanzia hapo. Kwa hivyo kila mtu yuko catered for. Ni wewe unajiona uko wapi? Napenda mambo ya kushikashika vyuma sana, oili tunakuweka engineering. Huku kwingine hupo tunakupeleka huku deck. Na utapanda polepole. Baada ya hapo ukienda baharini ukae minimum 36 months, utakuja ufanye tena kozi ya juu yake, upande. Na kuna watu duniani walianzia rating wakakuwa captains. Sasa hiyo ni the technical line, the proficiency and competency courses. Lakini kwa kuwa pia muundo wa jamii na our educational system iko na the academic system, sasa tunaanzia kule craft certificate, diploma, degree, tukiendelea mbele for that training. So hiyo ndo structure ya training ambayo iko Kenya sasa kuhusiana na mambo ya baharia kuwa trained, both baharia yule technical na yule baharia wa hospitality.
Asante Captain. Wangapi wameona hiyo meli na umejiona mali huko? Kuna mali umejiona? Umejiona mali huko wewe? Acha meli. Umejiona mali huko? Uko pale kwa engine ama uko hapo kwa deck? Acha na Profesa Leila, yeye yuko shuleni. Uko wapi wewe? Yule ambaye hauna kazi. Kuna mali umejiona, si ndio? Lakini ili upate kazi ambazo amesema kuna section 2 kwa meli. Kuna deck na kuna engine. Na kwa deck kuna wale officers ambao wanatembesha ile meli, alafu kuna wale ambao wanamsaidia. Na nikumbuka umesema pale kuna jamaa anaitwa Bozan, kuna AB, kuna OS, alafu kuna wale trainee, si ndio? Alafu pale kwa engine mahali kuna ile mabolt na manati na kupaka oil, umesema kitu kama motorman, si ndio? Kuna oiler, kuna wiper na motorman, si ndio? Na kitu ambacho umesema ni kwamba watu huanzia chini wakipanda juu polepole. Kwa yule ambaye akona kitambulisho anaweza sema ya 50 na 100 ni gani, anaweza anzia hapa chini kwa trainee wiper akipanda juu polepole. Na muhimu ni akuwe na ile STCW, si ndio?
Ndio.
Asante kwa ujumbe huo. Naomba niende kwa Major. Kabla nikuje kwa, tulianza na ladies first, sasa ni ladies last, lakini tutaanza tena vizuri. Lakini kabla tuende kwa Major, naomba nije kwa Madam kwanza. Naomba nikuulize, from all that you've had on the spectrum of women joining the maritime sector, where are we today? And are you proud of where we are?
Thank you so much. Mimi niruhusu niongee kuhusu, when we talk about the maritime sector, we are not only discussing about the sea alone. Tuko na watu wenye wako baharini na pia tuko na wengine wenye wako kwa land. So when we're discussing maritime sector, we should include both the sea and the land. So with WIMESA, what we've tried to do is, basically WIMESA is an association of women in the maritime. Tuko na KPA, Kenya Maritime, tuko na banks, tuko na shipping lines. Sote tumekuja pamoja kama wamama to ensure that our women are not left out in these positions in ziko kazini. So historically, the maritime sector is a male-dominated area. Inajulikana kuwa ni career ya wanaume peke yake. But sasa hizi si mnajua tuko na mrembo wetu mwenye anaendesha meli, Liz Marami. We have marine engineers. So sisi kama, let me take an example of me as an employee of KPA and a member of WIMESA. We've tried to ensure that the policies that we have in place, when there's an advert, we ensure that women are also given the same opportunities as men. And again, sisi kama wamama WIMESA, what we do mentorship in schools, in high schools, and also at the universities and colleges. Tunajaribu kuambia wasichana wetu kuwa kwa wale wenye wamepata A na B wanaweza kwenda kufanya marine engineering, tuko na au wenye wanaendesha meli, na tunawaambia pia wale wenye wamepata C na D kuwa all is not lost in life. Tuko na hospitality courses where mtu anaweza kukua, tuko na bartenders, tuko na wapishi kwa meli, tuko na swimming attendants kwa baharini. All these are careers that zinasaidia zote, all included, zinasaidia to enhance the blue economy sector. Na pia huku on the land side pia, we have, pale si munaona kuna machine in the first, Institute of Chartered Shipbroker, there's a machine that is there. Tuko na wanawake wenye wanaendesha hizo machines. We ensure that the technical trainings that are provided in the institutions, at least a half wenye wanapelekwa kwa hizo trainings ni wanawake, na tunawasaidia na wanaweza kusonga through the ladder wakisonga mbele. And hawa mama wenye wanaendesha hizo STCW na TT drivers, they tend to encourage others, wale wadogo. Tunazunguka nao kwa hizi mashule so that they encourage our wasichana wetu wadogo kuwa all is possible. Sio lazima kila mtu akitoka high school ama kienda lazima aende university ama lazima akuwe daktari. Tuko na these other careers that women can do, and it is not only for male dominated people. Thank you.
Si tumpigie makofi jameni. Unaambia pia wanawake wanaweza, si ndio? Niko na swali nitakurudia baadaye, na tunapoendelea naomba ukifikirie utuambie, je, Major, kando na dada yetu Liz Marami, ni miaka mingapi iliyopita alikuwa na kufikia sasa tuko wangapi ambao tuko katika sekta hiyo? Nikisema tuko wangapi kama jamii, kina mama tumefikia wapi? Lakini ndio moja kwa moja kwa Major retired. Captain amesema vizuri ya kwamba meli iko na section ya chini na ya juu, kuna deck na kuna engine, na kuna paka wale ambao wana serve pale ndani kama waiters, bar attendants. On a training perspective, where are we as a country and what are we able to partake right now very well? Tujue tunaweza train hapa kwa engine watu kiasi fulani, na juu tunaweza kutrain at this capacity ambayo ina match na ile statistics ambayo tuko nayo leo. Tuko wapi katika masuala ya training?
Asante sana Bwana Patrick. Kitu cha kwanza nitakachosema ni kwamba in 2018 when the government adopted fully blue economy and committed by doing the 6 items that you mentioned, among them the Coast Guard, the Luatoni floating bridge. One of the other factors that was done was training of fishermen. And you remember very well, Bandari Maritime Academy to train 1,000 fishermen. Actually, this was not necessarily training on fishermen. It was STCW training. What was the purpose of this? Kumbuka kwamba the government was venturing into the blue field, the sector that had not been explored before. So it capacity built about 1,000 seafarers for this opportunity. And my colleague Twalib mentioned about these very low, the entry-level jobs at Maritime. We talk about deckhand or the ordinary OS, trainee for instance, trainee OS, trainee wiper, a very junior level job that you are starting your career at sea. These are the people whom, as he mentioned, just with very basic knowledge that you can communicate, you are able to get an opportunity at sea. Now, I understand the challenge that we might have for this is who is employing you? Who are our employers? With that very basic or minimal knowledge, who can employ you? Kenya, as we well know, is not a very heavy shipping industry. It is not dominated by, it is not a heavy maritime economy, but that is where we are heading. So we have few ships here and there. And I can give a testimony of one of the ships that was assisting us. Maybe I can talk some of the matters operations here. When we were doing the capture of Kismayo, there is a ship called Alpha Kirawira, among other vessels. These are ships that are operated just within here. It has employed Kenyans, not necessarily those who have done ratings training or even nautical or craft certificate in nauticals or marine engineering. These are the people who have just been taken and they are working, starting their careers at sea. So once you get that opportunity, you can now start rising up. So, Brother Patrick, there are these jobs that you can find on these local ships here. When you talk about international ships now, where most of us are aspiring to work, we require some knowledge, and that is where we need to train, and that is where the SCCW conventions come in. If we do not train you, let's say through these nautical science or marine engineering, chances are very few that you can get a chance to work on board these international ships. It is heavily regulated industry, and the employers are very key with qualifications. And that is where Bandari is training you on that. We train you from, it's a certificate course, it is a 2-year training, and if it's a diploma course, it is 3 years. However, we are adopting a new curriculum that is competency-based. The competency-based training will reduce the training for diploma from 3 years to 2 years, and for nautical, for certificate from 2 years to 1 year. We are creating 1 year for you to go to sea.
Captain, naomba niulize,
yes,
as of today, Bandari Maritime Academy, kuna kitu ambacho representative wa chairman wa KMA amekuja akasema kwamba huwa kunatakikana watu ambao wanaweza kuchomelea na kaita fundi chomelea, marine welders, si ndio? Tukasia kunatakana plumbers, kunatakana refrigeration technicians, watu wengi wanahitajika. Sisi kama nchi tumeshindwa kupeleka watu kama hao. Swali ni je, is it that we don't have the curriculums, the training facilities, or what don't we have?
Thank you once again. We have these courses called plumbing, welding, refrigeration and air conditionings. If you have checked our flyers, we are offering those courses. But unfortunately, we haven't offered. And Bwana Patrick, I know you are keen to know why we are not offering. For us to offer a course, we have to get a quorum. At the moment, when any student asks about the course that is not a regular course, we normally refer them to the admissions. Record your details, show your interest, and when we get the quorum, we will reach to you. For instance, some courses, which I will equate to the likes of plumbing, refrigeration, and air conditioning, are advanced firefighting or even coxswain training. It is not a course that you can run continuously. You have to get the numbers. So AFF, or Advanced Firefighting and Coxswain, which is an employability course, is normally having a very low quorum. So we ask you, register your interest. When we get a quorum of, say, 15, we reach out to you. The same is happening with the Fundi Chomelea, with the air conditioning and refrigeration. So the courses are there, sir.
So now, if today we get a quorum, are we able to start the class today for Fundi Chomelea, for plumbers, for refrigeration technicians, and for the lowest you said is called ratings? Are we able to train those cadres of skills as of today?
Well, Regarding those courses that are not regulated by KMA, we can conduct them. For instance, the welding and fabrication, the air conditioning, the plumbing, those ones we can do. And actually, they had been done before here. However, training such as rating requires approval. And if you remember, Captain Munga said that there are courses that are regulated by KMA and IMO. So rating, either forming part of navigational watch or AB, deck, or engine room, all these are regulated courses. At the moment, we are yet to get the approval for conducting such trainings, and probably we can get better response from my colleague as far as the status of our curriculums are concerned.
So you say these courses are highly regulated and they need certification from KMA?
Yes.
How long has it taken for you to get the certification? Or when did you submit your, is it curriculums to KMA?
Well, the curriculums were submitted about a few weeks ago. And before you shoot the bullet, I understand, or I know very well that there are some aspects or there are some requirements that are required by any training institution to meet. So let me mention that some of the requirements required need the government support. Captain Twalib mentioned very well that the support system. So we are lacking that aspect. There are some equipment that are required for you to conduct maritime education and training to the standards that is expected. So there is a gap in that field.
We today have the representative of the PSs here. We have the representative of the chairman of the board of directors at KMA. So if there are challenges that we are facing, I think it's important that tunaambiana hapa ndani, si ndio? So tumesema you've submitted the curriculums to KMA.
Correct.
Probably 2 weeks ago. How long will it take for us to get these courses approved so that Bandari Maritime Academy can start offering those courses for either plumbing, ratings, or any other of those courses that are not available today?
And thank you for your question. And maybe let me just put it simply. Kama wewe unataka kufungua driving school, and you've approached maybe NTSA to approve your driving school. Na una gari, na unataka kufanyisha driving school. Na uko na curriculum ya driving, uko na mwalimu wa driving, lakini hauna gari. NTSA wata approve kweli ufanyishe driving school? Inawezekana kweli? That's the situation we find ourselves in at most times. You know, the training institutions, if they want to have the courses running, we help them to develop the curriculums, we approve the curriculums, and they also know that they need the equipment. And we go as far as trying to source for the equipment for the training institutions. There are courses which they wanted to get approvals and they were not able to get the equipment. And as KMA, we came in, we talked to our friends from KPA, they were able to provide some of the equipment and the training schools were able to run those courses. So, curriculum is one part of the whole picture. And if we want to make sure that there is quality training, we need to help these training institutions in terms of getting the equipment and all that. But I think we are doing well as a country, because if you look at the last maybe 2 years or 3 years, most of the trainings that we are running now, and I think going up to December, we'll have most of the trainings that we need to have in the country. Because in terms of the equipment, in terms of the curriculum, we've developed that, and we're helping the training institutions to acquire that, the equipment that is needed for the trainings. So that is where we are.
So basically, Captain, we're looking at until when they're able to get the facilities to carry out the training is when we'll be able to certify them. It's a yes or no? Okay. Haya. Silence is equally an answer, si ndio? So ninaambiwa muda unaenda na kuna wengine wanafaa kuja hapa kuongea. So I would wish to questions from the audience just to clearly understand. Je, mmeelewa au hamjaelewa? Na kama kuna swali uko nalo kwa wenzetu hapa juu, naomba uulize. Hili swali nimeuliza, bado kuna mahali tutaendelea kuuliza vizuri na tupate the right answer. So from the audience, wale ambao mmesikia kazi ziko wapi? Mmeambia training inafanyika wapi? Na ni kipi kiko na ni kipi hakuna? Uko katika hali gani ya kuuliza swali gani ili ujibiwe? Naomba kwa mkono nianze upande huu mmoja, alafu hapa, alafu pale. Tuanze na mkono wa kulia.
Ladies first, men before, right?
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? My name is Samoita Chepkoech. I'm actually an environmentalist. I'm a mentor. I mentor. So, but I've done Bachelor's of Education in Special Need. So I have seen a gap, okay? I've seen a gap. Now that you're talking about youths, what about the youths with disabilities? Are you creating the awareness in those schools? Do we have ramps around? Do we have sign language interpreters in those classes? What about them? And there's nitajaribu kumrekebisha somebody. Alisema mtu anaishi na ulemavu. Hatusemi anaishi, hatuishi na ulemavu. Ni mtu mwenye ulemavu. Thank you so much.
Thank you Winnie. Makofi kwa Winnie. Naomba nichukue swali la pili na la tatu alafu yatajibiwa. Na ukiweza pia ukisema nani unampelekea ile swali kwake, kama ni captain ama ni nani, utatuelezea. Karibu.
Yeah, good afternoon. My question I want to direct it to the trainer of TUM. He has said there is monopoly when it comes to opportunities. I want him to elaborate how it comes and how it happens now that we've even gotten opportunities from Germany. Is it Bandari that will get the opportunity first, then you come later, or Kisumu Maritime will get it first, then others come later? Kindly elaborate on that. Number two, we are talking about opportunities in the sea. And you know, for us to qualify in the sea, you must have undergone something called sea time. In Bandari Maritime Academy, for example, we have over 300 students who have not gotten sea time. Where are we going to place these students, and where are they heading to?
Asante sana. Jina lako nimesahau, but we can equally call you Mr. Monopoly Sea Time. Next one, please.
My name is Evans Roya Pamo. Mimi nimefanya course hapa Bandari 2022. Mpaka wa leo sijapata kazi, na hapo mbele inasemekana kazi iko, na sasa hizi kazi wakina nani wanapewa? Sisi mimi ni oila. Nimefundishwa hapa Bandari. Leo hii inatakikana nijue lugha nyingine ndio nipewe kazi. Na pesa yangu ibaki hapa Bandari, na mimi nateseka pale nje. Mara kwa mara tunakaa pale kuna zini. Sasa hawa Gen Z, kama mimi ndio sijapata kazi mpaka wa leo, hao watapata kazi wapi? Tusidanganyane baba. Mimi naomba leo nitoke hapa, nishike mkono, niende pale poti. Kwa hivyo nimeenda tag pale, barua yangu iko kwa tag pale kwa Captain Abdullah, na sijapata kazi. Mimi nateseka hapa nje. Naomba leo nyinyi mpeleke pale poti. Kwa nini sisi tumelipa pesa hapa Bandari na tunaingia port, inatakikana tukate port pass tena kule port. Aya, mimi sichagui kazi, kwa hivyo nimesoma basic. Tunaweza ngoja meli pale port. Watu wa nje ndio wanangoja meli pale port, na wajui ile kamba inaitwaje na hiyo meli inaitwaje. Sasa mbona watu wa KK Guard ndio wanangoja meli pale? Mimi tunataka tuongee kweli leo, tupate usaidizi. Mimi niko na machungu. Kadi yangu imeisha.
Thank you.
Asante. Imeisha. Rating, nataka niongee mambo ya rating. Niliongea na Mr. Munga last time. What is the meaning of the rating? Rating ni experience. Ni kweli. Mimi baba yangu haina meli. Meli iko na nyinyi. Na unataka nikuwe na rating. Hiyo rating nitapata wapi? hiyo rating itapata wapi? Mr. Mungu amesema vizuri leo, kama unataka kuwa na shule ya kuendesha, kufundisha watu kuendesha magari, mpaka kuwa na equipment yote. Hapa bandari tunadanganyana, hakuna equipment ya kutosha. Kwa hivyo tuko mbali na port, na huku tunasemekana Kenya Maritime imeshikana na port. Mbona mimi sijapata kazi mpaka wa leo? Mbona nateseka?
Asante. Asante sana. Asante. Haya, naambia kuna swali la mwisho alafu tukuje kupata majibu, si ndio? Swali ya? Haya.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Henry Fernandez, Communication Officer, Office of the MP Likoni. Just have we have youths not in school. We have youths not employed. We have youths not in training. What are the target opportunity for youths in maritime industry? Kindly.
Asante Fernandez. So naomba kwanza kabla wasahau, kwa sababu kuna swali la mkunazini nimelisikia ni zito, si ndio? Naomba tupate majibu ya maswali hayo. Tuanze kwanza na dadangu pale, environmentalist. Ametoa swali ambalo linaweza jibiwa na mtu yote. Wenzetu ambao wako na ulemavu, kama nimepata sawa. Je, wako na nafasi katika hii sekta ya jobs katika meli? Naomba uambie ukweli, usiende hivi ama hivi.
Ndio maana nimechukua hii ya kwanza.
Asante.
Kwa sababu kuna siku nilikuwa in the same scenario wakati wa recruitment za Royal Caribbean. My sister. Yes, now and the director Maritime Training will confirm that, probably in a better explanation, but mine will be on the spot right hapo. Sawa. On the ship, the international regulation requires that any seafarer must pass a medical examination. That is STCW Regulation 1-9. Na sio sisi peke yetu tuna comply nayo. Hata Marekani, hata UK wana comply nayo. Hiyo inaangalia basically very three key areas. The physical ability, the mental ability, and the physiological ability. Unajua physical na physiological ni tofauti. Kwa hivyo itaangalia huyu jamaa ataweza kuenda round hiyo meli vipi, na ataweza kuona na kusikia, kama anaweza kuona na kusikia vizuri, na kama yeye afya yake yenyewe hana magonjwa ambayo yataathiri vile anavyofikiria na vile anavyofanya kazi kwa hiyo meli. Sasa on board the ship, kwa kawaida anyone with any physical disability huwa hataenda melini. Kwa sababu ya nini? Kwa sababu ya vile hile meli imekuwa structured, na vile meli na operate wakati wa emergencies lazima tuone na lazima tusikie. So yule mtu ambaye haizi sikia, huyo peke yake amekuwa a safety hazard to him or herself. Kwa hivyo pale hakuna mali ataenda. And I'll give you my own personal case. Tukiwa melini nilipata accident mkono, niko na scars hapa. Kwa sababu singeweza kushika mooring line vizuri nizuie, ama nishike pen nifanye nini, ama nifanye medical yangu ikakuwa suspended for 6 months mpaka nikafanya test ya kushika an equivalent of my own weight na nivute mpaka iinuke to my own weight. Sasa pale on board, hiyo kwanza tunasahau. Huko PWD hatutadanganyana. Will not be political. Hata ukinikujia tu nikiletea hiyo admission nione mtu hivi, mimi will just advise the management that this is not possible. Sawa. Now, maritime industry vile alivyosema our mtetezi wa Mayengs hapa, we have the shore bit. In the shore bit now, they can be trained in that shore-based training, but not in all cases. Dockyard hataweza, repairs za meli hataweza, but the shipping one, pale ya kuchukua karatasi kupeleka hapa na pale na nini, hizo ataweza. Sawa. But then kama atakuwa na contact na meli, yeye kuna designation inaitwa boarding officer, anaenda pale nini ama anahitajika kwenda kwa meli, definitely mtu ambaye mlemavu wa miguu, mikono hataweza. Kwa sababu the means of access ambayo tunatumia iko a little bit challenging, and we have to face the reality. That is the reality.
Thank you, Captain.
Hatuwezi patia mtu false hope.
Hi, thank you, Captain. At least now we know. With that condition, amesema vile ilivyo, ukweli vile ilivyo, si ndio? Naomba tuende katika swali la pili. Ndugu yangu amesema monopoly na nikamuita Mr. Moneyman, si ndio? Maswali kama who is able to fully answer his question, and I think he directed the question to Captain.
No, amedirect huko kwangu.
Oh,
yes.
Naomba niruke swali lako basi. Niende kwa swali la
language.
Okay, endelea. Language, okay. Thank you. So, I think the question is directed to you, Captain. Tumeambiwa hii kitu inaitwa meli. At the end of the day, there's something called sea time. Umesema hapa gari, lazima uwe na gari, alafu ndio ufanye course. Lakini ukiwa na course work without the instrument itself for training, you cannot do anything. But for these many youth that are here, that are 300 in number at Bandari Maritime Academy, who are supposed to go to sea, and there's no vessel to go to, how are they going to acquire this sea time? And this monopoly issue, please address it.
Thank you. Swala la sea time, I think it has been a very disturbing issue for a long time. Lakini, in my opinion, I think we have a very good chance of sorting this problem. Actually, when they signed the deal with MSC, part of that agreement included donating some ships that were supposed to facilitate the trainees to acquire sea time. But mnajua maneno kidogo haikuenda vizuri.
Captain, kama unaweza tuelezea tu, because today we are trying to be open. 1,500 sea time opportunities were given. That was agreement. What went wrong? And how can we revive it?
I don't like to talk about vitu vile hazikwenda vizuri. I like to look at things positively, about how we are trying to deal with the situation as is currently. So, the situation happened, and we were supposed to get at least 4 ships that were supposed to do the transshipment, and those were supposed to create opportunities for our youth. Haikuenda hivyo. Currently, what we are planning to do is we are planning to run a cadetship program, and it was supposed to start in this financial year. We have a bit of challenge on the funding, but I'm sure the government is working on that. We'll get the funding that is required for us to be able to implement this program. Now, as we are speaking, we have reached out to shipping companies, hata zile ambazo zina operate in Kenya. We are talking about maybe 20 opportunities for cadets for the next, every 2 months we'll be boarding at least 16 to 20 to acquire sea time. And it's arrangements that we are making with local shipping companies ambazo zina operate up. We also have cadets ambao wanaenda na mask. I think you've seen that we've signed an agreement. We have the first 10 ambao wameenda huko. Kuna wengine pia wameenda Korea. And of course, mimi naambia we need to have a positive mindset towards all the things that the government is trying to do. We are not there yet, sikatai, but there's a lot of work that has been done, and we know that there is that 300 number, and I'm sure if we are able to implement the cadetship program, our plan was targeting to send from 100 to 200 cadets on board the shipping companies that we were planning to work with. Now, nafikiri it is still something that is possible to do. So, sea time is necessary. Now, it's a global problem, but a global problem, the government of Kenya, and through the various agencies that are trying to boost maritime training in the country, have taken it as an initiative that we need to sort this problem, and we are working to try and sort. I hope everybody will have an open mind, and everybody will look at, this is a KMA that is trying to work with everyone in the maritime sector. Two are on the same page, and we try to look at the positives, and we try to look at what is being done now. Of course, there are the challenges that we met, but there are the solutions that we are proposing and the solutions that we are implementing. So tuangalie pia hiyo. Thank you.
Captain, we were here last year, and on this particular panel were government officials who equally gave proposals. They gave very good thoughts. Na wakatuambia kwamba by next year time kama hii would have very many boys and girls having got sea time na wengine watakuwa naenda. What is the problem?
The problem is simple. You know, we are a country that wants to support maritime training. Now, generally, we don't have ships. And I think if you look at the strategic plan, KMA's strategic plan, and the maritime training policy housed by the ministry, those are challenges that we've seen we need to address urgently. And through that strategic plan, which is being implemented by KMA over the next 5 years, we are hoping that, actually we have planned to acquire at least 5 ships. I think if we are able to do that, then we will be able to provide training slots for our cadets. Okay. But also, apart from that, you look at the policies that are being implemented in the country. You have the cabotage policy. Such policies, I believe, and open registry, such policies, I believe, will also help us as a country to be able to have a lot of those opportunities available.
Captain, I would wish to engage you more further on that, but at least naona time inatupiga chenga. There was one last question that was asked from ndugu yangu wa Mkunazini. Najua kule Mkunazini tuko wengi sana. Mkunazini oye. Kumbe tuko wengi. Mkunazini oye. Haya, asante. Haya. Pole pole ndio mwendo, si ndio? Sasa basi kuna swali ambalo ameuliza ndugu yangu pale wa Mkunazini, akasema leo hii ako na vyeti na ako na kila kitu lakini kazi hajapata. Sea time is one part, but there's this part of job opportunities. By 2022, Royal Caribbean, MSC, and other vessels were able to take almost 2,400 Kenyans in that year. Coming down to 2023, the number has dipped down. But in 2024, most of the numbers that we are talking about are actually returnees. Mtu alikuja, aenda kafanya kazi, alafu amerudi leo, anachukuliwa tena. Wale wengi ambao wanaendelea kusoma hawapati hizo kazi. Why are we having a dip down on recruitment? Where is the problem? So that we can see how we can solve it together, because there's yourself here, Captain, there's the training institutions, there is the ministry represented by the PS. Ni wapi tunaweza elekea ili ule kijana apate kazi? Asante Omwami, pole pole. Tuendelee.
Thank you. I don't think it is accurate that the numbers are dipping and the guys who are going on board are basically returnees. You are talking about MSC, you are talking about CMA, and while you are talking about that, in the picture we have IDA, we have Viking, and through some recruiting agencies, we also have other shipping companies. I think right now, if we look at the shipping companies that are recruiting Kenyans, we have at least 10 different shipping companies that are recruiting Kenyans. And you know, somebody here mentioned about the skill mismatch, and we have to be alive to that. Wewe kama una meli, na mtu amekuja, anakuambia, mimi kwenye meli yangu, wale wapishi nataka kwenye meli ni mpishi mwenye jicho moja. It is your responsibility now. Uende utafute wapishi wenye macho moja, waende kufanya kazi kwenye hiyo meli. Of course, that is extremely, putting it extremely, but generally, every person who is coming in as an employer has their criteria for how they want the seafarer to be, you know, in terms of the qualifications. Na namjua ndugu yangu, na tumekuwa tukitembea na yeye, hata hizo vibali anasema ako nazo, mimi tumesaidiana, tukaona pale anaweza kusaidika, akaweza kupata hivyo vyeti. Having the required certification is one part of the picture, or of one part of completing the loop. You need to have the qualifications, okay? You need to have the experience, okay? you need to meet the medical requirements, that is okay. And vile Manchester wanachukua wachezaji ambao wako 30 years and above, na Real Madrid ukifika 30 unaachishwa kazi. There is also an age limit ambao shipping companies wanaeka. Of course, as a regulator, we try to make sure that that is not how it goes, and we try to lobby as much as possible to make sure that the opportunities are available for everyone of every age. But the employer, akisema, amesema, we can try to negotiate with them. So the problem currently that we are facing is that most of the times, even sai, kuna watu wanataka shipping companies that want people with a specific language, they want people with specific qualifications. Sai kuna companies wanataka master mariner, second engineer, chief officer, second officer. Na watu wengi hawana hizo qualifications. So what we are trying to do is to now address all this from the grassroots level. What are we saying? You need to, when you're going to approach these shipping companies, they want to know what are the number of trained personnel that you have in your register. They want ratings ambao wako na stroke 5. Wengi ambao tuko nao wako na stroke 4. We are trying to work with them to see how they can be able to acquire the required level of training, the required level of certification, so that finally they can be able to be acceptable to these jobs. Now, even the guys who are saying that these jobs are not available, nafikiri wameona advertisements ikija, and they come to me and they tell me, Captain, kazi iko lakini sina stroke 5. And I try to work with them. Niwaambie, okay, to get this you need to do this and that, you know. And it's a progress. We work together to own how you can progress from the stroke 4 to the stroke 5 to be able to meet the requirements of the recruiter.
Okay. So basically, Captain, as I hand over the microphone to another person, what we're saying is we are still at a phase that we are not able to guarantee everyone that they'll be getting a job very soon because of our mismatch and a few things that we need to work on as a country.
I think you're not putting it the way he said.
Okay. Probably what we are doing as a country is we're working towards making sure that we attain whatever that we are missing. Sindio?
And it is a progress, yes.
Thank you, Engineer.
So let's appreciate also the progress that is going in. You know, the training institutions that you're working with to make sure that all the courses are available, the shipping companies that we've brought on board that are able to recruit more Kenyans, and generally all these things, the certification process that we've made very easy, and the open door policy that we have with everyone. Ukitaka, you are facing a challenge somewhere, you come to us, we try to work with you to honor what is missing in terms of your qualification. We try to help you so that you can be able to meet the competence to be able to acquire those jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. Nafikiri ilikuwa ni swali la mwisho, kama kuna swali lingine kwa hajajibiwa, bado tutajibiana, lakini tunapotoka hapa, nafikiri ni wazi kwamba tuko na vijana ambao wanatamani kuwa na kazi, si ndio? Na kuna wengi ambao wanatamani hata kupata ile C time, lakini sote kama serikali kuna jukumu ambalo tunafaa tulibebe. Leo hii tumekaa hapa, kuna vingi ambavyo vinafanyika katika sekta zingine na pesa inaenda, lakini hapa kidogo kumekuwa na upungufu. Je, anayemrepresent PS kwa heshima kubwa, saizi tumesikia kwamba Bandari Maritime Academy wako na curriculum, lakini vifaa vya kutekeleza curriculum ndio shida. Tumesikia kwamba KMA pia nao wana ombi la kuwa wapate meli 5 katika financial year mwaka huu nafikiri, or in the next financial year, in the next 5 years. Vile vile kuna wenzetu ambao TUM wanataka kuwa center of excellence, lakini sijui pia labda wanapitia mambo kama haya. So ni vipi sote kama serikali na wananchi kwa pamoja, how do we go about this process to make sure that in the next few years we are able to take as much people for C time, we are able to make sure that our boys and girls are able to get jobs? Because as it is right now, we are still in the glitz and glamour of blue economy as a word, but we are not fully into the blue economy. So for that, I think naomba nifungie hapo, lakini kwa mwisho kabisa, Captain amesema kuna pesa iko mahali anataka tuambie iko wapi. Captain, tuambie pesa iko wapi?
No, first of all, mimi nafikiri as Kenya Maritime Authority, we have to look at the maritime industry as a whole. Najua si kila mtu ataenda melini, tukubaliane hiyo kitu kimoja. Not everyone goes to sea. But there are skills that you acquire which can help you to get employed in the maritime industry. Now, in Kenya, we are all focused on two fields, hospitality. Ukikosa hospitality, you are looking at job opportunity on board a ship. There are also other job opportunities in the offshore industry to work in drilling rigs. And with that, we have guys who are welders, plumbers, fitters. These kind of people can be employed also to work in shipyards, to work in drilling rigs. And they required training for that. We need them to be trained. Unajua kama vile tuko na basic safety training za STCW, when you're going to work offshore, you need to have basic offshore safety training. And those facilities, I think we are in the process of making sure that we have such facilities, because that will create an opportunity for even the guys who are skilled, who are plumbing, welders, fitters, electricians, so that these guys, painters, these are the kind of guys that we are trying to push to work in the offshore industry. And we have an opportunity, because there's an arrangement that you are working on, a program. Bandari is part of that program through the sponsorship of Canadians. We are trying to look at upgrading our skills so that we are able to develop these people. Our watu ambao ni electricians, plumbers, fitters. So we work with them, upgrade their skill to a certain level, international standard. Alafu we can push these guys also to work in the offshore industry. So opportunities ziko. Hata kwa wale ambao pengine hawana hiyo sea time, tutakuwa tunaangalia how we can be able to transition them to the other offshore industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. Nafikiri muda wetu
nimpange. Sasa as at now we can say this is a wrap, first session. Tuwapige makofi. Let's appreciate them. Najua mna maswali, najua mko na bado kuna kiwango ambayo hamjaridhika sana. They are still here. Bado watarudi kuketi pale chini. So kama pia uko na kaswali pale, you can just write na pitapita pale mbele na wenda kwa desk, wanaandika, wanakurudishia, because I think that will be a bit efficient. Captain, utanipea lift siku moja kwa meli. Utanipea lift?
Ile ndege ile unajua ile bag.
Umesikia lift?
Yeah. There's one burning issue which if I don't address it as the person in charge of maritime training, and the VCs here and the comrades are here, I would have failed in my job. I would have failed today in my job, and I should be taken for summary dismissal. The monopoly issue. Sea time, we agree that it is a challenging problem in this country, and by extent to the whole world. Yes. But the question is very much on point, because I live that experience every day. As we aspire to get sea time and we make all the collective efforts that are being done for that sea time, surprisingly, because I have been in charge of giving data real time, even sometimes 10 p.m. Nenda kulala naambiwa by data inatakano. Ya nini ya sea time, sijui State Department inaenda wapi kutafuta sea time. Tapatiana data. We'll get all the data. Lakini ikifika imematerialize. Kidogo hivi unasikia chini ya maji quietly, kuna wanafunzi wa bandari wameenda cadets. Kidogo hivi ikiwa imeanguka nje ya bandari, imeanguka JKUAT. Hatusemi ni vibaya, lakini unajua mimi kama kazi yangu niliopatiwa na VC ni kuangalia maritime training, and part of it is to make sure these people qualify. Now my comrades wako hapa, being the figure that is in charge of maritime training, they expect mimi nitetee nini? Nitetee rights zao pia ya kupata hapo kwa hiyo sea time. So for me, it is an injustice that is being done to the Technical University of Mombasa. That this sea time opportunity comes, alafu kidogo inapoteaga hivi hapa katika. Hatujui imeenda wapi. Inakuja kutoka clouds huko, then somewhere hapa katikati kabla ifike ground imepotea. So mimi, that is my rallying call to the state department that we need to work collectively. And until now, I think tunawadai State Department 50 cadet berths kwa sababu all these others have been facilitated more than 50. Sasa hapo mimi ndo nakwamia hapo.
Thank you, Captain, and thank you, Bwana Omami. As we all rise up, Aya, Bwana, hey, Mdosi, Omami.
Yes.
Mdosi anataka kujibu, utafanya nini?
Mdosi anataka kujibu. Nyinyi mkitoka atajibu, tuko sawa?
Haya. Jamani, sinaomba makofi ya wenzangu ambao tunatoka pamoja. Asante sana Captain, asante Major. Na nimeambia tunafaa turudi tupige picha akijibu lile swali.
Akijibu lile swali. Okay, sawa.
Major, utajibu swali during the fireside chat tafadhali. You'll answer the question during the fireside chat. Okay? Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante sana. As they're taking that photo and as we're waiting for the next session, we still want to big up our sponsors and partners. And of course, that is Kenya Maritime Authority. Tuwapige makofi. Tulisema makofi ya digital ni moja, si sawa? Media Council of Kenya wako hapa. And as our panelists are leaving, thank you very much for the good job. Thank you for for answering questions and all that. Na tuko na Bandari Maritime Academy, who are our amazing hosts, the amazing amphitheater, wapo makofi yao. Tuko na KCB, watu ambao wanatuelekeza upande wa finance, kuchunga pesa, kuwekeza, na pia kumake sure kwamba pesa zako ziko safe kabisa na unafanya maendeleo. TechnoServe Business Solutions to Poverty. TechnoServe wako ndani ya nyumba? Mko ndani ya nyumba? Haya basi, kofi moja kwao. Skyward, wangapi wamepanda ndege ama wametumia mental flight? Today tuko kwa mental flight, tunaingizwa kwa meli, tunatolewa nje, tunapelekwa kwa oil, tunarudishwa kwa deki ya pili, tunarudishwa juu. Today is a mental flight activity, but hawa wana deal na mambo ya ndege. Skyward Express, wapo makofi yao. Wako hapa kweli? Ndio ule pale huyu amepanda ndege mara 16, amefanya hivi 1 2 3. Sote Hub, turning ideas into business. Sote Hub, are you here? Sote Hub. Okay, sawa. Thank you for partnering with us. And of course, we have Mombasa County, utengamano kwa maendeleo. This is the logo for the county, Mombasa County. Let's appreciate our amazing county. Mombasa County 001. Blue Economy Innovation Hub, Bay Hub, Blue Economy Innovation Hub. Wako hapa ndani? Wako hapa? Okay, wako basi ni sawa. Wako, okay, sawa. Charge 24, recharge your brand. Okay. Charge 24, recharge your brand. Wako hapa? Haya, kofia moja. Thank you. Swahili Port promotes art, theater, cultural activities and all that. Na hapo hivyo kama wewe ni msanii unataka kwenda kujua mambo ya sanaa, unakwenda pale. Swahili Port wako ndani ya nyumba? Haya, kofi moja. All right, close the gap Kenya, bridging the digital divide. Wapo makofi yao? They are here with us. Ni Suja. Sisi tumezoea Shujaa, but hawa ni Suja. Suja, thank you very much for being here. Makofi yao moja. KNCCI, growing your business together, Mombasa chapter. Kumaanisha kuna chapter zingine ziko everywhere in the country, si ndio? How sio? Yes, this is Mombasa chapter. Wapo makofi yao? And of course, IMO stands for what?
International Maritime Organization.
Thank you very much, International Maritime Organization. And of course, our amazing, the guys who have made the magic to happen here. You know them. Mapi makofi ya Blue Radio.
We also have Ice Cold Worldwide Logistics. Mko ndani ya nyumba, mko wapi? Yeah, we have them there. Makofi yao tafadhali. Tuko na Kenya Coast Blue Economy. Wako ndani ya nyumba. You see that turtle there? Umeona turtle mahali hapo?
Turtle?
Yes.
Hii?
No, that is their logo, the Kenya Coast Blue Economy. Nice. Okay. We also have Seafarers Union of Kenya, SUK. If you're in the house, just raise your hand.
Seafarers, Suk.
Ndio. Hawako?
Wako. Wanarepresentiwa na mzee.
Nice.
Mzee Mwinyi Jahazi.
Yeah.
Hauko union. Ni wako wapi?
Yako Maritime Wages Council.
Maritime. Okay, sawa. Thank you very much.
He's also in the house. Just wave so that people can see you. And that marks the end of recognizing our partners. There are also others, Palenje, they have their tents ready. You can go and know more about their businesses. There's rocker bags. Kuna mpaka Red Cross huko nje. So just go and interact with them in their tent so that we can have a very good and harmonious event. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the Regional Coordinator, Media Council of Kenya, so that she can tell us more about the Media Council of Kenya and their role in the blue economy sector. A round of applause for her, please. And as she comes, we're going to have our second panel after her remarks. So be ready with questions. It's totally going to be a question session. So be ready with your questions so that when the second panel comes on stage, we save time, okay? Karibu sana, Madam Maureen Moody.
Hamjambo nyote? Hamjambo? Naomba nichukue kazi ya MC kuwaomba msimame tu kwa dakika moja. Watu wamekaa sana. Kwa dakika nusu saa, hata si nusu dakika. Stretch kidogo, salimia jirani kama hujamfahamu kwa majina, mtambue. Hii ndio ingekuwa commercial break. Asubuhi watu walisema hawajakunywa chai. Sawa, tusalimiane hewani. Hamjambo? Okay. Sasa tunaweza kaa. Jamani, hatu kusema watu watoke. You can have a seat. Kwa majina naitwa Maureen Moody. Mimi ni mratibu Media Council of Kenya, eneo la Pwani. Kwa leo tumejiunga na Blue Radio, Gilitix Media kwa hafla hii ambayo pia last year tulikuwa one of the partners. And we are very proud kama Media Council of Kenya having a media organization organizing such a very, very big platform where youth can engage, youth can dialogue, youth can get opportunities. Gilbert alifanya nikafanya presentation, but technology may to fail, so I will just talk and I'll just use a few notes. So for those who don't know about Media Council of Kenya, we are regulators. Just like Kenya Maritime Authority, we are the ones who regulate the media industry. That is why we support startups, we support media organizations. We are focusing our services in 6 major areas. For those who can see our banners, tuko hapo. We accredit journalists. Kwa wale ambao wanajua waandishi wa habari, for you to practice as a journalist in the country, you must be accredited by the Media Council of Kenya. We also train. So our second function is academy. So what we do, we ensure that waandishi wa habari are trained in different areas. So one of the areas we are very keen on is to ensure that journalists, in as much as they are not, they're supposed to be a jack of all trades, wanafaa wajue mambo haya, wajue mambo mengine. Kuna mambo ambayo they need to specialize. One area is blue economy, and we take blue economy very seriously. We normally have sessions whereby we train journalists on blue economy. Apart from that, we even make sure that apart from training them, we give them grants so that they can report better on blue economy. And let me just take this opportunity to thank some of our partners. Every year we have something called the Annual Journalism Excellency Award, where we recognize journalists who have excelled in the field of journalism and different categories. So for this year, we had it in May. It's normally in May, on May 3rd, and we had different partners standing with us. We are here because of you. We had Kenya Ports Authority supporting us. We had Kenya Maritime Authority supporting us. We had Bandari Maritime Authority, our hosts here, supporting us in a big way. And we also had Bomo Hospital. So we always try to make sure that the issues we are raising here kama vijana, how are they captured? Sahi kuna mambo ya social media, but kuna wakati unataka kuangalia maybe news. wakati maybe hakuna siasa or anything. Where are these issues being addressed? How are they raised? So when we have that platform and you can reach out to journalists and they understand how they can now like relate with you, understand your issues, report on those issues. Another area that I stood here last year and I mentioned that still now this panel is talking about the same issues we were trying to address last year, is the same issue I'll also try to talk about this year. Because there is clearly a gap that exists when it comes to implementing some of the things that we talk about. In the media industry, in as much as we want to cover blue economy, very, very few people actually countable can cover issues to do with underwater activities. Mambo ambayo yanafanyika baharini kule chini kwenye ufuo wa bahari. Hakuna waandishi wa habari wanakava. Hakuna waandishi wa habari wametrainiwa on that area. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about the importance of collaborations. I'm talking about the importance of partnerships, because hapa nimeona kwenye kikao mwakilishi wa PS, professor, kuna watu wazito hapa, KMA, Kekobe, people who can train journalists on different aspects of reporting. So at the end of the day, we just don't talk here and then we go back home, tukae, tungoje tena kikao kingine, turudi, tukae, tuzungumze, na tumalizie hapo. Let's try in our own different spaces to change the society, one step at a time, one day at a time, even if it's something minor you are doing, but at least it can cause a change. Kwa sababu nilipewa muda mchache sana, singependa nikae hapa, but nashukuru sana kwa wote ambao wamehusika hapa kwenye kikao hiki na kusaidia kwa mambo mengine mengi. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Madam Maureen Moody. Now I'd like us to go straight to the second panel. And I'd like to call upon our moderator of the second panel, that is Dr. Matthew Egesa. A round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. He is a social innovator, a lecturer, and a chairman of the Department of Management Science at the Technical University of Mombasa. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Thank you so much. Without further ado, let me invite the esteemed panels for this second panel. I'll just call their names. They'll do the introductions from here. The first one is Joseph Kapeku, who's the Acting Director, Maritime Trade and Development, Kenya Maritime Authority. A round of applause. Sijui kama yuko anakuja. The next one is Miss Mwanaulu Isa, Director, Trade Facilitation and Policy Harmonization, Maritime Organization for Eastern, Southern, and Northern Africa. A round of applause as she comes. We have Sylvester Kututa from the ESL. They'll do proper introductions. Let me not massacre the introductions. And then lastly, we have Robert Watene. A round of applause as he comes. Spoiled for taste. So as Robert is coming, for this panel session, we'll have much of engagement from the audience. And this discussion will be talking about the land-based opportunities and a focus on the maritime-related opportunities on the land. Nikidhani, as at now, initially it was people in white with the cadet thing, but at least this panel is not more on the ship. So would like to get into the opportunities on land. So I'll ask 2 questions to each of them, but each of them will take about 5 minutes to just answer the 2 questions. They'll introduce themselves, that is 1. So please introduce yourself, what you do in relation to the maritime and shipping sector. And then the second question is, if you were to advise your 20 to 25-year-old self regarding the opportunities and navigating these jobs, because I guess that is what most of us have come. So that inspirational story, it could be your personal journey, it could be what it is you would advise them to take advantage or to be able to really get those opportunities that are on the land. So we'll say ladies first. Over to you. So introduction and then that. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. All protocols observed. My name is Mwanaulu Isa. I work for a regional maritime organization known as Maritime Organization for Eastern, Southern, and Northern Africa, MOESNA. It was formerly known as ISCOS. ISCOS is quite an old institution that was formed in 1967, and we currently have 5 member states. That's Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Zambia. Our role is on policy advisory. So basically, in simple terms, what we do is to advise the governments of the member states that we serve on maritime policy related to a number of issues. That's maritime education, ports and infrastructure, maritime investments, shipping and freight matters, and so on. So based on the question that has been posed, and I think now this is now personal experience. For those who know me, I'm not a seafarer. However, I play many roles, and I started off from a computer science background. I worked at Kenya Ports Authority in the IT department. I got an opportunity to leave KPA through some scholarship opportunity and studied a master's in IT. Came back to the industry, joined an institution called Kentrade, the single window entity operator. I was able to manage a number of projects on automation, particularly port systems, trade facilitation. And from there, I was able to implement the maritime single window. I think most people know me for that, so that's my area of expertise. I also serve as a chair of the Kenyan alumni of the World Maritime University. I'm sure most of the cadets and the students and experts are aware of the World Maritime University. So I have been able to transcend industries from IT to maritime. And simply because I was exposed to the port and the industry, I took an interest and I was able to transcend to policy now. I currently serve doing policy. My role is trade facilitation and policy harmonization. So I would say from the question that has been asked by the moderator, reskilling is important. Change is constant. We need to take advantage of what is happening in the world and the industry to prepare ourselves for careers that then can be able to take us places, not only locally, but globally. I've had the opportunity to then move from being an IT person to a policy person, simply because I was able to go back to school and focus on maritime affairs. I was able to go back for another master's, not my original IT master's. And I think from that myself, I would say, speaking to my 25-year-old self, I would say change. Change is constant. We're always changing. Life is changing. We are now talking about climate change issues. 30 years ago, these were not issues we would even think of. So let us learn to accept change and embrace change in a positive manner. Let us see what can we do with the change that is coming and with the industry changes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause to that. So, Bona Sylvester, do justice to your introduction, and then you go over to the question. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I want to start by appreciating everybody, the organizers, and everybody who attended. As for introduction, do you have about 3 hours?
Make it all the 2 questions within 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Sylvester Kututa is my name. I come from Kwale County, I need to say that, in a place called Shimba Hills. I went to a primary school called Kichaka Simba. That tells you how remote it is and that everybody has a chance in life. So from there, Kenyatta University, economics, I'm running very fast so that I can go to the main points. Worked for Kenya National Shipping Line, did the ICS exams, which I know Elijah, the chairman, will be talking about it later. I was the best performing student in 1992 throughout the world. Then I went to World Maritime University, and when I finished, I decided to come back in spite of the fact that I had 3 job offers, one in the UK, one in Dubai, and one in Australia. The reason I came back was to create jobs, because all the other places, UK, people have already built their country, and I needed to come back and build East Africa. We started in 2001. We started in 2001 in Mombasa, in Cannon Tower. Today we are all over East Africa and the leading ship solutions provider, ship and cargo. Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. We employ today in excess of 150 people across East Africa, and we are dependent upon by 5 times much more for bread and livelihood. I will go to the next one. By the way, I also chair the Kenya Ships Agents Association Board and the Kenya ESL, Express Shipping and Logistics. I chair the Industry Advisory Board of the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, where we are building one of the biggest. I know Bandari is a state-of-the-art, and TUM as well. My friend and colleague is doing that. But we are building a state-of-the-art one in South Coast in a place called Tiwi. I chair the Industry Advisory Board. Jobs, training is at the heart. Every day we think about that. So if I was 20, 25 years, that's what I was asked. Let me talk about the soft areas of what makes one be successful, and which is what I look back and I say, if you are 20, 25, either you are going to see, or you are aspiring, or you are in a job on land, on shore, just relax, number one. The world is waiting for you. And by relaxing, I mean just do things in a way that you do to your best, knowing that the world is there and it will just respond to what you will do. And one of that, to reinforce that point, add value. Look for places where you can add value. Whether you are a student, get involved with your teachers, get involved to have time with your fellow students, involve yourself in networking, just relax and have a great time as you move along. That is one thing I would say. So think about others as well, because this is where it matters. Everybody, an employer, government, colleagues, they are looking for somebody who cares. If you care, you will be successful. Please don't run around chasing money. Money has principles. Money follows certain characteristics. When you have these characteristics and principles, money will come. So at your age, forget about thinking about money. Do what money follows. If you chase money, money will hurt you. But if you do the things that attract money, money will follow you, and money will be your servant, not your master. Thank you. And that's where we go wrong in the country as well, because there's so much corruption. It's because there are a lot of people chasing money instead of doing the things that attract money. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll move over to my farthest right.
Thank you so much. My name is Joseph Baya Kapeku. I'm the Acting Director, Maritime Trade and Development. I started my primary education in Roland Ngala Primary School. Then I went to Hamis High School. Thereafter, I did ICS qualifying examinations. From there, I got an opportunity, a scholarship in Netherlands Maritime University, where I did a master's in maritime shipping and logistics. I rose from, previously I used to work in a ship contracting firm before I joined KMA. I rose from an assistant monitoring officer to a monitoring officer to assistant director ports and shipping services, and now I'm the acting director of maritime trade and development. So my journey to my career has not been easy, with so many challenges. As you know, persons with disabilities, they face a lot of challenges. I can tell you, I don't know how many persons with disabilities are here. I think there are very few. And even in most places I go, in most conferences I attend, meetings, you find very few persons with disabilities. And there's a reason for that. One is the issue of poverty. Most of the persons with disability, they live in poverty. The other issue is that there is stigmatization, and most of the parents of persons with disability tend to hide their kids at home so that they don't give them opportunities and explore them so that they can be able to fully participate in education and in employment. But I'm glad that my parents were able to educate me so that I'm here today. I wish they were alive to enjoy the fruits of their labor, but they all have passed. What I would also like to say is that I've been involved in terms of development of policies. We have done policies in relation to maritime investment. We have done policies in relation to national maritime transport policy. I've been involved in formulation of policy relating to maritime education policy. I'm also an expert under the trading services on all WTO aspects on maritime transport. So whenever there are WTO issues or African Continental Free Trade issues related to trading services, then my services are involved. I'm also done trade facilitation. I have a postgraduate diploma in trade facilitation. I also have a senior port management diploma from Israel. I've been trained in Belgium in terms of cargo and container terminal management. I've been trained in several places in Korea on various aspects of maritime. I've been also trained in the USA. So I've very much been exposed in terms of the shipping and maritime industry. In terms of career, again, I've contributed a lot to the industry, as I've said, development of policy, development of regulations. At the moment, we are finalizing development of cabotage regulations, which will really help in terms of transportation of passengers and cargo within our territorial waters, and also explore the opportunities within our EEZ and further to the continental shelf. Besides that, also, I've been involved in terms of coming up with what you call, where I work, we oversee implementation of the Mombasa Port and Northern Corridor Charter, and this ensures efficiency in our ports and Northern Corridor by developing key performance indicators and targets in terms of whereby it brings all the stakeholders related to the port community to be able to comply with certain minimum standards of service delivery. I'm also involved in terms of coordination of multi-agency blue economy framework. We have 3 regional economic blocks. We have the Jumuiya ya County ya Pwani, we have the Frontier Counties Development Council, we have the Lake Region Economic Block where I'm involved. We have developed what we call multi-agency framework, identify the various sectors in blue economy. We are also involved in terms of resource mobilization in all these regions. We have worked together, national government and also the county governments, to exploit the potential of blue economy for socio-economic development of this country, to create wealth, also to improve livelihoods of our communities, to create job opportunities, and also to enhance social inclusion. So I'm glad to be here, and I would like just to give a short story in terms of my kids, my children. My firstborn is working with a shipping line, and he has a degree in shipping and logistics from JKUAT. I have a daughter at BMA, also I've encouraged her, and also she's doing maritime transport and logistics, And I'd like to see also her even reaching up to the degree level. So I love maritime transport. I always say I eat transport and logistics, I sleep transport and logistics. That is my career, that is my life. I think that is all I can say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bwana Joseph. Last but not least, Bwana Robert Watene.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You have heard my name. I don't have to repeat it. My CV is so huge, and I don't have to go through it. Let me just pick the most important. In 1992, I finished my degree, first degree in the University of Nairobi. I did not want what I studied, so I dropped it immediately. And I came to Mombasa to pursue a career in shipping. And well, in Mombasa, I started to study the ICS program and then joined General Cargo Services Limited, and I was working in port operations. And in the process of doing that, I discovered there is a World Maritime University where I applied as a private candidate. Those days, you couldn't go there if you're not working with the government. And I applied, and they replied and said that you have all the qualifications, but we cannot admit you because you do not work for a government organization. And I challenged that one through the Secretary General of IMO, who had written, and I sent to IMO headquarters, and he instructed World Maritime University to admit me. Now the other challenge was, where am I going to get $42,000 for my studies? Okay, WMU accepted to admit me, but they told me you have to look for your own money. But I decided, okay, I have this letter here. What do I do? This is big money, and I'm doing a very simple job. So I went to the German embassy. First embassy I went, I found some intern girls there. When I showed them the letter, they said, oh, you are the first one. We've been looking for people like you. Anyway, they processed my fellowship. In 2 weeks' time, I was on my way to Malmo. And I went to World Maritime University. And that program, enlightened me so much because you had to visit different countries, different shipping organizations and all that. And then on my way back here, after some time, I decided, because I already had a problem with Kenya being backward in terms of training in the maritime industry, and that's why most agencies were being taken over by, the foreigners. That's why MSC ended up here. If you had, quality, agents, they did not need to come here, but the Kenyan agents were not serving them right. So when I came here, I had a burden of training professionals. And I went bang. I started training Badali, ICS. Most of you are my students here, who are senior people, like the chairman of International Chamber. You are my student, huh? Good. I'm proud of that because, you see, when I see my students where they are today and what they are doing, I have already achieved my goal, As Sylvester says, it's not just about money. It's about what you create, the impact you create in others. So in the process, then I was employed by KPA to work in terminal operation, worked there for several years as shift manager. But I felt that was not what I want, because even in KPA, people are working without training, proper training. So I personally decided to join Badali College. By then it was a very unpopular place, a very unpopular department of KPA. They used to call it Siberia because people used to be dumped here who could not perform there. So I actually dumped myself here, but for a good reason. I wanted to develop, training programs for the port, and I did that. All the curriculums in operations, in security, and all that, which I did until then. Badali College was now transformed to become the Badali Maritime Academy, and I continued to develop programs for Badali Maritime Academy. I was head of curriculum development here, until my near retirement when I went back to KPA and then retired February this year. And now I'm a senior citizen, over 60 years old, but I'm still on. I operate a consultancy firm, mainly doing advisory services in the East African countries. I just came from Kigali, and I advise only those people who want to be advised, because many do not take the advice that we give. And that is why we are backward as a country, and we are having limited opportunities, because if we give good advice, they don't pick it. Why? Because what is it in for me, or the 10% kickback, or in that project I want to head it and I want to get a lot of money out of that. That is what's killing our country. But now, if I was, what is the question about?
If you're advising your 20, 25-year-old self right now, because these are the people, if you could now be advising them as you would have advised yourself that time, how they can tap into the opportunities that are currently there within the land-based.
Thank you. Now, listen to me very carefully. Don't limit your mind. You want to be a seafarer and that's it. Make sure you look all directions. If you're doing maritime transport logistics here, make sure you know how to drive a forklift. There could be much more opportunities in forklift operation than what you're studying, maritime transport logistics. What is it? In fact, that curriculum, I was the chairman of developing the panel, of developing that curriculum, but it is not focused to a specific area, and it needs to be reviewed so that each of the units can focus people to where they are going. If it is port terminal operations, you build a course out of that. You lead people to attachments, and the industry can see these are highly qualified people. That kind of a thing. Sorry, I'm not talking about anything. It's by the way. So if you are that age bracket, listen to me very carefully. In Kenya, we are not a ship-owning country. We don't own ships. That's why the captain was talking about problems of sea time, and we are going to have that problem for a long time. So what is there? Which sectors do we have in the industry here? We have the ports and the terminals. Look for your opportunities there. Now, this is the way. You know how hard it is to be employed in the port, as you know, in the mainstream port. But if only you want just to be employed by the port to be in operations, you may have a problem. What I'm trying to tell you as a young man, you still have time. Diversify your knowledge. Okay? Be multi-skilled. In port, we have procurement. In port, we have finance. In port, we have accounting. In port, we have HR. In port, we have security. We have anything, ICT. She just told you she was working ICT in the port, but now she's in a different area. Now make sure you have so many, courses that you can, so that you can even work within the industry, not necessarily in the mainstream. If you are lucky enough to work in the mainstream, good. But remember, all other services are needed in the industry. The other thing I want to tell you is this. Don't think just about being employed by anybody. As you study, think beyond employment. If you get employed, well and good. But what can you do with that knowledge of yours that can add value to the industry? And then you earn some money out of it. There's an area that is very much ignored. Training. Training. After you study your diploma here, or you study your degree in JQ Art, while you're looking for a job, what are you supposed to be doing? You should be refreshing your knowledge. Which is the best way to do that? To get into a classroom and teach students. And those jobs are all over. You can go to Coast National Polytechnic, Badari Maritime Academy, to wherever. Those jobs are there. And there are many of them. And out of that, other opportunities will come. And the good news is that you will always be updated, up to date in what is happening in the industry. Number three, do not limit your mind in Kenya. This is international training. And whatever you're doing here, if it is in the port, whatever it is, it's done anywhere else in the world. We have so many students working in Oman from here. We have so many students working in Jebel Ali from here. In fact, Qatar used to come here to get gantry crane operators and forklift drivers from here. And they could go with them. And there you go, earn your good money before you decide what you want to do in future. So do not limit your mind here. Get also into the websites and apply for those jobs in those countries. Because we have limited positions in this country. We have so many students who have gone to school. We have so, as you hear, we have 300 waiting for seat time. How many will get seat time? So think outside the box. Do not limit yourself as a citizen of Kenya or Uganda or Tanzania. Think outside. I remember one time I was leaving Dubai and I was going to Sri Lanka. And when I took a Sri Lankan air, almost the whole airline was filled with young guys. So young guys. And one guy came and asked me, where do you come from? I told him Kenya. He was Sri Lanka. I started speaking Swahili. Say, we got so many Kenyans working with you. And Jambo, how are you? Are you getting me? These are young people who are going at the end of the month to their country and they work in Dubai. So open up your mind, and I think our president is for that idea that you go and work outside there. If that job comes, go and take it. You may end up having even better opportunities. I'm not trying to discourage you. Jobs are here. We are going to have a big port in Lamu. If it is properly managed, we are going to have so many big jobs. Dongo Kundu is coming here. If it is properly managed, we are going to have so many jobs there. And many other things that are coming. Of course, we are going to have something else in Shimoni. We are also going to have a training institution here in Kwale. And of course, if you're qualified in teaching and training, you can also get job opportunities there. But one thing I want you to understand, never give up. Like that gentleman who was saying he never got a job. Never give up that you do not have a job, but keep working because tomorrow is not today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what's a good way to take it to the audience? Because just maybe as a reinforcement, because I have heard about reskilling, and change being constant. Adding value and just networking, and then caring about others. There's the bit about not limiting your mind and diversifying your knowledge and not limiting yourself to Kenya. So I'll open it up to questions. You've heard the diversity of the esteemed panel here. If you could be having any questions to any of them, you could kindly direct it to them. So I'll pick. So there is one here.
Thank you so much. Do I have to give my biodata?
Then you can, but keep it short.
On a light note, I think we've got an eminent panelist. I appreciate, maybe it's just an addition to what they have said from starting with Sylvester, Mwanaulu, Watene, and Kapeku. I think we have to look at the direct jobs that comes with maritime transport and logistics, and the indirect one, just in addition. Like for example, when a ship is traveling to Mombasa, there are those who are working in the shipping company. Those are direct jobs, and in different departments, documentation, container control, commercial department, and then there's the indirect job, like the ship contractors, the ship chandlers, those who are working on the container depots, CFSs, banks to some extent because of letter of credits, and so on and so forth. But otherwise, it's very rich. You can see that the panelists are very experienced, all of them. I just wanted to add on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mention my name. My name is Elijah Mbaru. I'm the CEO designate, Kenya Ships Agents Association. I'm also the sitting chairman of the Institute of Chartered Ship Brokers and the regional rep of Maritime Business Chamber. And my immediate former chairman, Mr. Watene, is here, of ICS. And our chairman of Kenya Ships Agents, it's Mr. Kututa. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
And me as the MC, I'm here, right?
So you've seen all of them. You could, even after this panel, if you're having that personal question, you fear talking in public, you could direct your question directly to them. But questions?
So I have a question. My name is Milton Sami, and I'm a youth leader. I'm a youth advisory committee in the Blue Bees program. And I have two questions here regarding on the talk. First question is, most youth, they have really tried to opt into these blue economy activities and maritime, but they have failed. My question is, what could be the problem? And the second question is, the education system on marine and maritime is mostly focused on training these youth to become workers, but not jobs creators. What can we do to ensure that we reduce these, the rate of employer seekers to be job creators? Thank you.
Thank you.
There's another one here.
There's a question here. Oh, fine, okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All protocols observed. My name is Agnes Msaga. I'm an electrical and electronics engineer by profession, currently employed in Southern Engineering Company. And my question, okay, I don't want to direct it to anyone in particular, but it's like a concern because you find like in the maritime industry, most of the ladies, we all go to school, then you come into the industry. When you come into the industry, you have to prove that you are able to do the job. So in the process of job execution, you find that as a lady, you are kind of limited in terms of physical abilities, like there are some weights you can't lift, there are some areas you can't access. So you find like there is a level of discrimination in terms of ladies. So my question is, how are we going to help these ladies to be empowered, and how are we going to like mentor them so that when they go into the industry, they realize like it's not child's play? Like, how are we preparing the ladies so that when they go into the industry, they don't go there and feel disheartened by the intensity of the jobs which are there?
Thank you. So let me take, first of all, one more question. They have a round of answers, and then we'll get back. So one last question. Whoever is having a mic.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Clement Ngala. I stand here to represent Kifwa. I am so impressed by the attendance. This is the first time I've seen a big pool of skilled manpower that we can utilize to make Kenya a better country. I listened to the engineers talk in the first session, and now we have the people who actually do employ. My question is, how do we make these people employable? We train them, we give them the theoretical skills, but now, how do we make them employable? Because a trained person in marine and shipping industry should be able to handle land logistics, maritime logistics, and currently the way things are, we have Africa Continental Free Trade Area that stretches the possibility of the potentiality of employment up to Accra, Ghana. So the people we are training here should be ready to handle all these logistics matters in various sectors that will ensue. But now, my challenge is, are the sectors that are ready to employ these people connected to the training institutions? So that when this lady comes out of this institution, maybe it comes from the railway sector, Railway Training Institute, it comes from Bandari Maritime Academy, or it comes from Technical University of Mombasa. Can he actually walk into my company and get employed? Why don't we create time so that we have complementary collaboration between the trainer and the employer? We dedicate time that the student will spend in my company for even 2 months or 3 months getting on-the-job training, so that when it comes to theory is fine. When it comes to working ability, also fine. Number 2, let me thank Maersk Shipping Line. I read last week that they are sponsoring some talented students to go and study outside. Don't we have that kind of relationship so that some talented individual from this pool can get access to such kind of scholarships to go and get better education outside? It is giving back to the society, because the shipping companies are benefiting from Mombasa. The logistics industries like clear and forwarding, warehousing and all that, are benefiting from Mombasa. What are they giving back to this industry? So I see my friend Mr. Kituti here is a smart man and is a key player in this industry. What are we doing to have a relationship that is symbiotic and is useful? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So before we get to the second round of questions, maybe no particular order since you're having the mic, Kituta, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you everyone for asking those very engaging questions. I do not intend to answer all of them, even though I have something to say about all of them, something positive. Job seekers to job creators. There is a question that, let me go in, not in any order, but let me start from linking training organizations to the employers. That should be the way. Thank you, my friend Ngala. Thank you, that should be the way. If any institution is not linked to the training needs, as not only assessment, not only the TNA, but linked to the employers, it will go wrong in today's market. I said when I was doing my introduction that I'm part of the Industry Advisory Board. One of the things that happened, best thing that happened to institutions is appointing Industry Advisory Board to guide them. In my Industry Advisory Board at the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, sorry to drop names, is I have Maersk, I have MSc, I have CMS, CGM, all these guys, they are advising and they are seeing things from the global environment. And shipping is global, let's be honest. So we have to trickle everything down. And any institution, I would say, needs to have a board that is advising them from the industry. And then that link will be there. About ladies, yes, I agree with you, madam, somewhere there. When I went into shipping, which is about 20-something years ago, we couldn't see any lady in the port other than those who come in to sell tea, etc. It's so different today. I'm just coming from the port, and I was so happy to see women driving those TTs, terminal tractors, but also about 20 years ago, the first day I knew that things have changed, is one of my ships was bathing at Baraki, and on the side of the pilot, the tugboat, the one controlling and commanding that tugboat was the voice of a lady. I knew that this is the future, and that should continue. So a lot is going to be happening, and is happening, and don't give hope. I think I have a daughter whom I keep encouraging all the time, but I am telling her, don't expect things to come just in a silver platter. Work out, work for it. We have Manaulu here. She's never been given any of those jobs because she's a lady. I am not against ladies having their own position, like women rep, but let's know that women are also capable to go for things. Yes. I only want to correct one thing. Shipping lines are here to cooperate. They are not doing anybody's a favor, and they are not being given any favor. And they are not benefiting from Kenya, and Kenya is not benefiting from them. It is a symbiotic relationship. That's why it exists. And therefore, what we need to do, just like what happened with Maersk, and CMS, CGM has given some slots already, and MSc, is to sit down with them and reason out. And I think we will unearth a lot of other things. Public sector, even though we try to have training vessels, we will never have enough. We need most of the training and seat time will come from the private sector. The way we treat them is how they will respond. So therefore, we need to come closer to them and work together like the same way that the PS did, KMA is doing, get closer to the shipping lines and the vessel operators, and we will unearth a lot. And Kenya Ships Agents Association, as chairman, and the designate CEO, who is coming in as CEO now, we are here to work with Kenyans. I said I left 3 good jobs out there to come and create jobs for Kenyans. And therefore, this is what we need to do. But it has to be sitting down and talking nicely. It cannot be by coercion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Makofi kwake.
Thank you. So maybe I can start with a question from the lady from SECO. She talked about female challenges when doing the job. Challenges will always be there, but how you approach those challenges is how you will stand out. I think, as Sylvester has said, when we started out, I think in the 90s, we were not very many women in this sector, both onshore and offshore. But now we have people like Marami, we have Christine Chongo, the first engineer. Myself, I'm in policy, I'm working for a regional organization. But what needs to happen is you really need to stand out. I remember when I was doing my first degree, computer science, we were only 3 ladies in the class. Same thing, when I started working in IT, we were quite a few ladies. But things are changing. We have policies such as affirmative action that have given opportunities even to youth. And not because you're a woman, but because you're capable. Myself, I was not in this sector. I've had to learn a lot. I end up emceeing a lot of events. I've had to take communication classes, PR, study PR, because now it's part of my job. So my encouragement to you is, be the best at what you do. Trust you me, they will notice you and you will get the job done. You are equal to the task. There was another question or a comment from the gentleman from Kifwa, Mr. Leonard Ngala. Yes, we're seeing a lot of opportunities with AFCTA. We actually, as Moesna, we have a partnership with African ship owners, and we'll be having a conference in December on the opportunities of AFCTA in relation to the maritime industry in Africa. So we'll have a number of ship owners. We work through MOUs. We have MOUs with KSAA. We work through the government agencies that are part of Moesna. We work a lot with Kenya Maritime and even the other stakeholders, Uganda, Tanzania. Ethiopia has a shipping line. They are my member state. So when we do policy, we are trying to ensure that as a region, not only as a country, but as a region, how do we pull together? There is an initiative that we're trying to bring on board, and we're glad that we had a regional maritime transport policy developed by ourselves, Moesna, and it was adopted and signed by 14 ministers. In this regional maritime transport policy, we have identified issues such as sea time. So we are going out as a region to see how do we help each other. We have, of course, institutions like Bandari, TUM. How do we, as a region, have shared resources like simulators? How do we have internships across? The same way the Kenyan youth here today are saying we don't have sea time opportunities, I'm dealing with the same issue with Uganda, Tanzania, my member states. So we are looking out and forming these partnerships so that then as a region we move together. In the fulfillment of AFCTA, we are saying that we don't have ships, but how do we have, for example, a regional shipping line where we all have a stake and we can have the slots for the cadets from the regions, because it will be a joint effort to have these regional shipping lines from the countries. So I think there's quite a lot going on in the industry, and as Kenya, I would say we are somewhere. Of course, there's much to improve on, and I'm glad that the collaborations and forums such as this are able to bring out these issues so that we can take them up and see how best to advise. There's also something I think I have seen that we noticed that other countries have, a maritime education trust fund. So this fund, if it's put in place, how do we then sponsor a number of students to go through various courses at international institutions and even within our home institutions? And this is not only the offshore jobs, but also the onshore jobs. So it's something that we're working on at policy level. I think mostly when you look at the region, we have similar challenges that Uganda is facing, Tanzania is facing. So when we move together and look at instruments such as the AFCTA, we have to collaborate. Hatuwezi kuwa tunasema tuko peke yetu. Hatuwezi kusema tutanunua kwa mfano meli as Kenya. But what if as a region there is a cabotage policy that promotes, for example, Azam ferries to come in and run some services or invest in Kenya, and we have some of our students being taken on board to also work on the other side. So I think from myself, those are my key takeaways. And I think we are getting somewhere, and even your involvement, I think your participation and you being eager to learn from industry experts. And we're also learning from you, because we can't say that tumemaliza kusoma. Wengine wetu, we are always in forums moderating, so I need to know what's happening. We are here for networking. I believe most of you, I have met some of you, and I'm glad that Bandari also is doing quite a lot in hosting such forums. Thank you.
Thank you. So as I'll request we have another round. If at all there are any others that have not been answered, now this other side will start with the answers. So, you could help with this, so I can see a hand up there.
Hello, hamjambo. Naitwa Dr. Mariam Swale kutoka Chuo Kikuu cha Technical University of Mombasa, and I'm a marine scientist. Naona hapa katika hii discussion kuna engineers and the other sector. We've left out scientists. There's a lot of opportunity. And I just wanted to comment on research and innovation. Manake sengingine, we're looking for jobs outside where we can create the jobs here. And the best way to create these jobs is through research and becoming innovative and commercializing those innovations and creating these job opportunities for our youngsters. So on that note, I would also want to use this opportunity to invite you all on Thursday afternoon at Technical University of Mombasa. We are having a science cafe, and we'll be discussing innovation in the ocean. How can we innovate? How can we innovate using our ocean and create these job opportunities? Everyone is welcome. Thank you.
Asante.
Time is from 2:30. Kutakuwa na refreshments. Asante. On 26th, Thursday from 2:30 at Technical University of Mombasa. On 26th, this week. Sawa, usikose. Mukikosa, kesho kutwa, si ndio? Thank you.
Mmenota hapo kwa snacks, ndio? Yes, there's a question there.
Thank you very much. My name is Habela Christine. I am an environmentalist by profession. And last year I was here blowing the same trumpet on issues conservation. We cannot talk about the blue economy when we do not talk about conservation. And when we talk about the job opportunities, it's high time. When we talk about the curriculum, we are doing environmental management, environmental conservation as just a unit, yet it has the potential to actually change the whole entire industry. I usually say that the ocean is a major driver of all global systems. It shows the potential that is there, but when it comes to environmental conservation, it's something that we talk as a by the way, yet we need to put a lot of importance in it. So when we talk about the job opportunities, please let us consider environmental conservation, because it has a lot of opportunities and it has the potential to actually make us as young people to be self-employed, not just in the shipping industry, but in the global ecosystems as well. My next thing, Dr. Matthew, this is for you. I really want to thank you for the question that you've asked our panelists about what you would actually tell your 25-year-old. And that, to me, it reveals the importance of mentorship. We have to be able to promote the importance of intergenerational dialogues. I love what Madam has explained about what she has done from transitioning from the IT sector to now being a policy advisor in the marine industry. But then we have to turn these conversations that we have into real-time action. We cannot always wait for a year for us to come here, have these conversations, and then we go, nothing is happening. Young people, we need you people to hold our hands. When we come knock on your doors, you should be ready to open those opportunities for us. You cannot just tell us that we do not, we should not only think about getting employed, but actually looking into areas of self-employment. Most of us do not have the experience. We have the skills, yes, but we need the people who are going to hold our hands. So please, hold our hands, and you're going to see the much that we can do as young people. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Diana Nego. I'm a BMA student. And my question one was, I guess almost everybody said had a scholarship to UK, US, Sianka. And my question was, how did you get all these chances? Because we are struggling and you're not getting them. We are not. How many ask them? We are struggling, we have never even got one. How did you manage those years? 2, you really advise us on what to do, and we appreciate it. We have skills as youths, but when we come on your doors, you are like, okay, send me those details, send those in my WhatsApp, okay, call me, get contact, and when I get contact to you, you are like, okay, I'm very busy, I can get this. And then when I have the documentation on time, you are like, I think that opportunity has elapsed. Yet, you are promising, thinking that I didn't have the documentation. I think that is unfair. As you mentor us, kindly open us the doors. We'll do what it takes. If you give me one chance, I have maybe others to open to. Thank you.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. All right. Hey, watu wamechemka. Tuendelee. Kuna msemo mzima pale.
Salama. Kwa majina naitwa Albert Adimisa. Mimi ni baharia na kuna masuala kadha ambayo ningelijaribu kuyataka yatatuliwe. Last year tumekuwa na kitu inaitwa regional cabotage na kukawa na mikutano kuhusiana na mambo ya regional cabotage. But this year we had a national cabotage, which is part ya kwamba on implementation, not implementation, kuitengeneza the policy. Shida yangu ni kwamba policies zinapotengenezwa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya hazihusishi public participation kikamilifu, kwa sababu sikuona katika engagement ya young people wakiletwa kuhusishwa katika ile mambo ya public participation ama katika zile policies ambazo zinatengenezwa. 2, nimemsikia madamu akizungumzia mambo ya National Maritime Transport Regulations, ambao pia ukiuliza hawa vijana wadogo ambao mmewaleta leo, nobody knows about what is content in that National Maritime Transport Regulations. 3, tungeliweza kuangazia masuala ya zile conventions ambazo tumeratify kama nchi. Tuna conventions about 5 ambazo zinadeal na mambo ya maritime. 1, UNCLOS Convention. 2, SOLAS Convention. 3, STCW Convention. 4, Maritime Labor Convention. And 5, MAPOL Conventions, which kama nchi tumeratify. But until today, tukiangalia zile conventions zinasema it gives out a nation 1 year, 12 months or 18 months to implement it fully. But tunakuta zile conventions zinakaa even 5, 7, 20 years na bila kuwa full implementation. So we want the government to come up clearly that if convention that they have ratified iwe inakaa kidogo inakuwa implemented. 4, masuala ambayo yanawasumbua na pia yalinikumba mimi. Swala la visa ya Amerika. Na pia tukaona ulimwengu mzima, nimeenda kule nikawa denied in several times, twice. Na kwa masuala ambayo nimepata kazi, lakini siku secure ile kazi mpaka leo. Kutokea tu 2022 until today, katika ile swala tu la US Embassy, kwa sababu zile meli zinaendelea kule. Na Kenya imeratify conventions ambayo inajiita SID convention. Until today, the government has never shown any interest ya kuhakikisha kwamba hii convention ambayo ni STCW convention imekuwa in place, kuona kwamba Wakenya wanapata SID. So mkiambia hawa watoto vijana wadogo kwamba matatizo haya ambayo yanatukumba sisi ambao tuliko katika hii sekta kwa miaka mingi, je, wao wataweza? That's our issue. Thank you.
Sasa, so there's a question pale kwa camera, and then we go to you. Sasa.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Rashid Umar. I'm a marine engineer. Mimi niko na swali upande wa watu wa Maritime Transport and Logistics ambao wamesoma, because niko na friends ambao wamemaliza Maritime Transport and Logistics na saizi wako ferry wanauza lines za simu for sure. Niko na friends na wajua, na mkitaka kuwaleta naweza waleta. Hao watu wakimaliza wakipata opportunities, maybe kuna advert ya kazi inakuja inataka 2 years experience. 2 years experience tutatoa wapi na umaliza school hapo? Hakuna hata opportunities za internship zinakuwa provided kwa hawa watu. Secondly, nataka kuaddress issue kwa minister ambao PS representative yuko hapa. The same issue ya US visa. I think Major ambaye ni representative wa PS apeleke hii issue kwa PS. We are 4 of us. Cadets tumekuwa recruited by Saudi based shipping company, shipping line, as a cadets, deck and engine cadets. And I think we are the first cohort ambao tumekuwa selected by the company. We did interviews, every requirement tumefanya. Yet pia wame require us to do some short courses ambayo ilitupelekea tukatumia almost more than 150,000 at DMI, advanced courses. Tumefanya, tukarudi, apply for visa, the same issue. We were denied visa bila sababu ya msingi. Tulinyimwa visa na tumekuja ofisini kwa PS Nairobi several times, more than 4 times. Hatujapata msaada wote. Sasa hizi tuko stranded. The company wanatumana to email requesting to upload our visa to on board. But hatuna visa, hatuna pesa kwa reapply tena, tuko stranded. Since March mpaka saa hizi, the company is still sending emails to requesting. So bwana PS, sijui utatusaidia vipi hapo. Ni wengi wamenyimwa na nino visa, but especially upande wetu wa technical, tumepata nafasi ya C-time na ndio hiyo US wanatubania. Kwa nini? So lazima tuangalie tutusaidia vipi tupate visa at least to join meli zetu. Alafu another question, the other day tuliona Mr. PS akisign MOU with Maersk shipping line, which is kitu nzuri ambao kama seafarers tunajivunia. But the issue is transparency during the selection and recruitment of the seafarers. Because here transparency hakuna. Utasikia tu individuals kadhaa wameenda on board. There's no advert, there's no anything yani. Watu wanakuwa selected especially for the high profile student ambao maybe wazazi wao kidogo wanajiweza ama ni waheshimiwa ndio wanapoa hizo nafasi. Wanapeleka watu wao exactly. Sisi wengine tunabaki hatuna opportunities. Tutasaidika vipi kwa hiyo issue? Kuna transparency in selection and recruitment of cadets. Thank you.
So I think good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Daniel. I'm a maritime transport and logistics trainer. And my question is about industrial attachment. Most of the time when you go to apply for job opportunities, you are asked for at least 2 years experience. Yet, when you go to these companies to look for the industrial attachment, companies zingine zinakwambia we don't take trainees. Personally, I've been doing this, trying to help my students get industrial attachment. Nikifika pale naambiwa, we don't take trainees. Yet, in the next 2 months, you'll be advertising for a job. You want someone with 2 years experience, yet you denied them a chance for just a 3 months attachment. How are they going to get the 2 years experience if they're not getting the attachment? Something else, the PS is here and there is the person from Kifwa. Why don't you sign a performance contract with these companies so that they can be taking students at least quarterly or yearly, wakuwa wanapatia training, so that waanze kupata the basic experience, ili hata huko baadaye waanze kuwa wameanza kujifanyia networking yao wenyewe. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is George Masoso. I'm here. My name is George Masoso. Actually, I have a concern regarding the training being offered here at Bandari Maritime. So far, so good. Okay. My concern is in relation to what is being offered at Bandari Maritime Academy. So far, so good. We have some courses here which are internationally recognized, but they are not being offered here. So what are you going to do to ensure that those courses are offered here? A good example is proficiency in crowd management. We have human behavior. So it becomes a challenge so far when someone had acquired opportunity to go and work overseas. Thank you.
One last question, Pale, and then I take it back to the panel to discuss or respond, and then we wind up. Karibu.
Good afternoon. My name is Maya. I am a graduating mechanical engineering student from TUM, and I have a question. Someone from that side mentioned that there's no follow-up. So, what guarantee do we have that these grievances we're actually presenting are gathering solutions that will actually work? Tunasikia, tumepanga, tumetenga, and don't say there's no money, because there's money. Someone spent 1.6 billion counting fish. So kindly, what assurance are we going to get that, okay, mmekuja, mmesema hii, tunawasikiliza, and we're actually going to help you? Your assurance, we need to see it and actually it being implemented. Otherwise, these dialogues will now become pointless.
Okay, thank you. It has been quite a number of questions directed at different people. If I may request the gentleman from the technical side, the question to the PS, if at all you could note that question, during the fireside chat, you could answer it at that point in time. Pardon, yeah, it's well noted. From this other side, at least Sylvester is better placed to answer quite a number of the questions that have been posed. And Madam here, so you could just go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I have a lot once again to say about everything, but when I listen to the previous session, the speakers who are here, the panel, and the questions that came from all of you, and when I listen to the questions that you are asking now, there are several major issues. One, which is standing out, is either sea time, if you are going to the sea, or attachment internship when you are on shore. Is that correct? Those are sticking issues. I will stand up because we have to sort out this as a country. And every one of us is responsible. It's about the quality, it's about the job opportunities, internships that we create. And let me give you an example of what we've done as a company. Because we are intentional and we say we started our company, but actually it was God's idea. And when we did that, we knew that we have to do some things very differently. Number one, quality of service must be number one. Number two, we must create the jobs, and our growth will come from that. So we rarely employ experienced people. Listen to me very carefully because we want to duplicate that in the coming days. We get trainees, people like you, and we take them on internship. We call it Future Leadership Program, which I started about 7 years ago. We were to train, and we are still on course for training the next generation of leaders in the logistics and shipping industry. My desire is to train 2,000 of them before I retire. That is all over East Africa. We normally take every 6 months in our Mombasa office 10. And after 6 months, we train another 10. Stick with me, there's somewhere I'm going with this. We do the same in Nairobi, we do the same in Malaba, in Kampala, in Dar es Salaam, in Mtwara, all over East Africa. Because you've said it very right, all of you, that when you come to look for a job, you are asked, what is your experience? Where will you get that experience from? So we decided to be intentional. And over time, I talked about our growth as a company, that we are a market leader today. It's been fueled by the young people we train. You should see them day one when they come to the office. They are like this. But by the time they are leaving, they go out and they are like hotcakes because we've trained them through all the departments and they become the best and they get employed. But even as a company, we benefited from those young people because as we grow, we take from there. What am I saying? I will never be able to do internship for all of you. But I know I am doing my part. But who else is in your circle? Kwanza, before we go there, let's take a step backwards. When you will have an opportunity to do an internship program, please don't cry about it today, and tomorrow you will be in a position of responsibility and you do nothing about it. Please, let's commit today. All of you have suffered that. So be a part of the solution because you will soon be in positions of responsibility. But even for the ones who are, everybody is able to offer attachment. I have seen that. So, and all of us who are in business, in academia, in state corporations, if your organization is not giving internships, that is not correct. Come to us, we will train you on how to offer internship. Ours is even certified by the government. We can train you and show you the ropes. Almost 100, I think it should be 95% of all the people who go through our internship, they immediately get snapped by other companies. They are employed, so they become employable. Can we duplicate that? Can we duplicate that? Even institutions like this one should have an internship program. Everybody should have, every business should have. I don't know whether I've said anything. Is that the right thing to do? So you guys are going to be the next people. The moment you are able to do it, do it. Finally, how many of us have got a voting card? I'm not asking you to vote for me. How many of you have? Very few, you see? You need to influence the decisions being made in the country because I know this is the last time I'm having this microphone. Please go out and get your voting cards and decide. You Gen Zs are the leaders and you must lead in every area. Go get your voting cards. I am not running for any office. I'm not a politician. I'm a businessman. But please go. Don't sit. Don't wait. Get your brothers and your sisters, your friends. Go get your voting card. Thank you very much.
Round of applause. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, let me focus on, there was a lady who asked about scholarship opportunities. I can tell you for sure, when I applied for my first master's in Sweden, I didn't know no one. I applied, I left a job at KPA, I resigned to take up a scholarship. So it is possible. There's so many sites that offer scholarships and international universities, apart from the World Maritime. I can speak on the World Maritime University because I am the chair of the Kenyan Alumni Chapter. The World Maritime University, through their frameworks, they offer the scholarships to government officials who work for the State Department, the Port, the Maritime Authority. However, in the last 5 or so years, and I think even Mr. Watene has explained, there are a certain basket of donors who are even taking up people from the private sector, so long as you qualify. So please go online. It's a very transparent process. You submit your documentation, you go through to the next stage, you do an online interview, and when you pass that, your name is put into the basket of sponsors to pick you up. And the sponsors pick various people depending on their criteria. For example, during my time, much as I was working for a government agency, I was not at KMA or KPA, who normally used to form the bigger basket of scholarships. The institution that picked me under women and youth. And because of the work I had done, including industry projects, I was able to be picked. So it is possible. Please apply. Apply, apply, apply. If you need my help, reach out to me. I'm available. I'm sure we'll get my contacts from the organizers. There's another question that I think I want to clarify. There is, and Mr. Kapeku will pick up on the national side. I work for a regional maritime organization. So that's why when I was talking about a policy, I was talking about a regional maritime transport policy. And the regional maritime transport policy, hii document inatengenezwa na tunakubaliana kama nchi kadhaa. Kwa mfano, tukishakubaliana hii document, kila nchi inachukua ile document ina incorporate what is relevant to their countries on the national maritime transport policy. So the national maritime transport policy is what is done, for example, by Kenya Maritime Authority. And they have their ways of doing it, including public participation. So as a region, we provide that document as a guideline. So each country, for example, will pick up, for example, on maritime education and training, we have proposed the issue of curriculum harmonization. So that if a student, kwa mfano ametoka Uganda, even if he's come to study at Bandari Maritime, he's able to work with that certificate anywhere in the world. So that is what we do on harmonization in the region. And the region is not only East Africa. It is the whole of Africa, and we promote the same, that countries have agreements to be able to mutually recognize the documents from these institutions. Okay? I believe Mr. Kapeku will clarify on the national part, but that is what basically we do for the regional maritime transport policy. There was a young lady who asked about follow-ups for conference resolutions. Myself, I've been involved in a lot of conferences, and what we normally do, at the end of the conference, I believe the organizers, there's a conference report of resolutions that needs to be taken up. And from that conference report, a committee needs to assign the responsibilities of each agency or organization in taking up the issues that have been raised. So I believe the organizers will work with the relevant agencies so that this is done. Even from Cabotage Conference, I remember we are part of the committee, and that is how, as Moesna, we were able to take the resolutions and have the regional maritime transport policy, and we are now developing a regional cabotage policy. So each person plays a role, but we need to have these resolutions noted down, and also please include, from the students and the youth that are here, include a representative so that their aspirations and their questions, they feel that they own the process until the finalization or the resolutions. Once you're doing the action plan, they form. I think my other panelists can take up the other questions.
Okay. Mr. Kateku, you could take over. Kapeku.
Thank you so much. My name again is Joseph Kapeku, Acting Director, Maritime Trade and Development at Kenya Maritime Authority. First and foremost, I would like to talk about policies. As I've said, Kenya Maritime Authority, in collaboration with the State Department for Shipping and Maritime and other national stakeholders, drafted or developed National Maritime Transport Policy. We also have Maritime Education and Training Policy. We have Maritime Investment Policy. We have incentives regime. Let me explain some of this. The Maritime Education Training Policy, for example, you've talked about the issue of internship and attachments. These are addressed through the policy, because without a policy, it's difficult sometimes for a government to implement some of these critical issues. The other issue is the working together on a tripartite basis. That is the industry, the regulators, and also the academia. That is critical. We've been doing that in terms of curricular development. We've been involved in development of curriculum for maritime transport logistics, and we've teamed up with the industry to develop this together with Mr. Watene. In terms of opportunities for internships, they are there, but the private stakeholders need to take more of the students, because most of the students really are not absorbed within the private sector. I can tell you that, for example, Kenya Maritime Authority, we normally take the students for internship, but through the Public Service Commission nowadays. And for attachees, also do the same directly. And in terms even of women, in terms of employment, in my department, 70% of the staff are women, and they are working very hard. So I think the time for that women are not equal in terms of employment opportunities, I think they are there, and the WMESA has done a lot in terms of sensitization and also advocacy for women in the maritime sector. So a lot has been done in that area. Regarding the cabotage, we have cabotage at the national level. Somebody asked about that. We've developed the cabotage, what you call regulations, and even at the moment we are finalizing in terms of inputting the comments from the various stakeholders. Now we have cabotage at the national level, but we need to ask ourselves, do you have enough traffic in terms of volumes of cargo or even passenger transportation to warrant maybe national cabotage? Do we need to go beyond our national boundaries in terms of cabotage? And that's why Moesna now, for example, Mwanaulu comes in, developing the regional maritime transport policy to enable us Africa to take advantage of the African continental free trade area and take opportunities within Africa. Let's not think about our national borders. Let's think beyond this nation. Let's think about Africa, and the opportunities are there. In terms of the conventions, the authority has domesticated most of the conventions. We have developed regulations, and even recently regulations were enacted and published. So we are doing all our best in terms of domesticating these conventions. The other aspect is with regards to the maritime transport and logistics. The opportunities are there, but I would just like to highlight the aspect of what is blue economy, so that we don't focus on one area and leave other opportunities. It is the new frontier in terms of its potential. When it is harnessed, then it will help our country in terms of socio-economic development, in terms of improvement of livelihoods, wealth creation, job creation, and I've said also social inclusion. Now, blue economy, there are several sectors. We have the maritime transport sector, we have energy, both offshore, what we call renewable energy like wind, solar, and tidal. We also have non-renewable energy like oil and gas. We have maritime tourism, and in terms of tourism, there are various areas. We have ecotourism, we have conservation tourism, we have water sports, and various opportunities in tourism. We also have aspects of waste management. I recently went to a conference in Diani, and I saw amazing innovations among African youth in terms of even turning fish skin and waste into jackets and shoes and handbags. In terms of innovations, even tracking of cargo. There was a guy from, I think, Ghana. He had done an amazing software in terms of tracking of cargo through their ports. So opportunities are there. Other sector, we have generation of water, fresh water, through what is called desalination. So opportunities are there. I recently I've been to Marsabit, I've been to Rukana, sensitizing the youths, the women, and all the communities there around there in terms of the opportunities available in the blue economy area. And there are so many opportunities. What maybe mostly which is required is the access to finance, and this brings about the mobilization of resources now. At the national level, also banks should come. I believe KCB and Equity, they have, by the way, good packages. It's because sensitization has not been done very well, but they have good packages in terms of financing what you call investment in the maritime sector. So opportunities are there, and I would like also to maybe give a story, my story. My first job I used with my qualifications, I used to work in a boutique. I used to wake up early in the morning at 5, I mop the floor, I clean the windows. That was at Tamarind Hotel. There was a boutique there for Mzungu. And I used to do that. Though I had qualifications, but I had to be patient because sometimes it's not easy to get employment. But we can be creative in terms of investments and trying to access the same through the microfinancial institutions and financial institutions. It took me almost over 7 years with my qualifications to get a job in shipping. In fact, Mr. Kutuka is the one who gave me the opportunity. And I can tell you, it was difficult for me, but I didn't give up. I used to work in any job I could find. In terms of training and education, we also need to diverse our training and education. Don't focus on maritime transport and logistics only. Do accounting a little bit, do marketing, just to diversify, so that in case maritime transport and logistics, because it has several areas, you might be, for example, be trained on maritime transport and logistics, but the opportunities in procurement. So the opportunities in marketing. So if you combine your maritime transport and logistics with other causes, you are better in terms of employability. So let's all work hard, and please don't give up. Just be patient and always knock doors. I used to knock doors. In fact, I went to several interviews. Most of the interviews you go, somebody tells you, but now you are overqualified, you have all these qualifications. How is it that you haven't got this opportunity or a job? So let's not give up, let's fight. The government is doing all it can in terms of development of the necessary policy, and these policies are critical, because without the policies, it is difficult, again, to have a structured way in terms of maritime education, in terms of investments. We've even come up with incentives when you want to do bunkering, when you want to do shipbuilding and repairs, container repairs and manufacturing, or even ship breaking and ship recycling, and all other areas. Even in maritime education and training, how can we help the maritime education institutions in terms of getting incentives to build capacity of these institutions? So a lot is being done by the government in terms of enhancing the opportunities available in the maritime sector. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So Robert winds up the discussion, then I'll give the closing remarks, and then we finish up the panel. Over to you, Robert.
Now, thank you very much. There's something I want you to note. These are not employers, and they don't have the jobs. There are people who are here to advise you and to guide you. The employers are out there. We're just giving you some skills that you can use to approach the employees. So please don't blame us that we're not giving you jobs, that you're knocking our doors, we're not giving you a job. If I have to give you a job, are you a ship broker? Can you charter a vessel? If I tell you I want a 15,000 deadweight to carry grain, can you go the process and bring that vessel to me? I'll give you that job and I'll pay you the commission. So the employers are out there. So that's number one. Number two and three, many people have been interested. From Kifwa, he asked a question. How do we make these people employable? And from another gentleman there say, the youth are so much involved in this and in training, but they're not getting the jobs. I think we need to change the policy as government. because we cannot train people like the way we are training them in the universities. They go out, there are no jobs. Can we do surveys? How many people do we need in the port, the different calibers, for the next 10 years, in what batches? So that Badari College is going to train people who are going to be attached and later on absorbed, so that we do not overtrain. I think that policy needs to be looked into. That's number one. Making people employable, I think that is moving on. I'm also a member of the Industrial Advisory Board, Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. And what we have done there is very simple. We have involved the industry to tell us the skills they want. And then we develop those curriculum based on the needs of the industry. And you discover most of those guys have been absorbed because the industry needed that. So we have to change the paradigm and get information from the market, what the market needs. Even if you're going to have 10 students in Badari class, one class 10 students, but if all of them are going to be absorbed, that's better than having 100 who will end up tamaking and lighting on driving borders and whatever it is. So that is what I want to do. Finally, as I always say, today is not like tomorrow. There's something you don't want to do. You have invested your money, you have invested your time, you have invested everything you have to get some information about the industry. Follow that, you'll end up somewhere. I personally, if you ask Sylvester, who was ahead of me, I didn't know anyone in the industry. But I followed my dream all the way. Even when I went to World Maritime University, I did not have a meaningful job for a graduate of a university. But I pursued my degree. Even when I finished Malmo, and you are claiming you have finished your diploma, I did not have a meaningful job. I came to do training here in Badari, part-time training. But eventually, God will always open a door for you if you insist knocking. He'll open a door for you. I have eventually found a meaningful job, which built me up to who I am today. And right now, I can employ 1 or 2 or 3. You got what I'm saying? So please do not give up and don't think negatively. Think positively all the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As we wrap up, I was meant to be only a moderator, but I've been pricked to add some 2 cents to the discussion. I've learned a lot by staying here and listening to this conversation. It was Mombasa Youth Dialogue, especially on the youth. Fine, we can always point a finger, but also what individually are you able to do? So we've said blue economy is really huge. It's really huge. There are people in fisheries, there are people in environment. So for this dialogue today, we only focused on the maritime and shipping. That does not mean there are no opportunities in the other sectors of the blue economy. The bit about diversification and everything, I'm seeing their Blue Bees program. Maybe they'll talk about it, but you're talking of finances or what are the opportunities. Let me thank all of you for being here, seated and listening till it's around 3 right now. That is what it is, at least you've done. There is something you may have gained, that is our hope. What did Blue Radio do? They convened this. They talked to all the stakeholders. Each of the stakeholders did a particular thing. So it's not at the end of it, it's a journey, but being hopeful, being positive, and we'll definitely get there. And standing out. At times, no one will give you that platform, but even I lecture, I'm a lecturer, but there are those outliers. By you being here, there are quite a number of your classmates who are not here. You talking to all the people who are here. Even the person just seated next to you, you can't know what it is they're able to offer. So that networking opportunity. So let's not give up hope and let's be positive. Thank you so much. Over to you, MC. Thanks. Panelists?
Thank you so much. A round of applause. Make it louder, please. As we stand up, let's stand up, because we're about to wind up the event. So let's stand up and stretch a little bit. You know.
If you're happy and you know, clap once. If you're happy and you know, clap once. Are you guys happy? Are you networking? Omba namba. Hata kama ni ya kiatu, sindio?
Bora
Just
number.
ask for the bora ni number, sindio? Yes. If you're happy and you know, say dialogue. Hey, nye ni battery low. Battery low.
Ama tuchore dialogue tena.
Hey, we, watu wataanguka hapa hivi. This side, if you're happy and you know, say Mombasa. Hey, msanii, timu yako imekuangusha. Say Mombasa. If you're happy and you know, say dialogue.
Dialogue.
Nyinyi bado mko na energy, mtakaa kidogo. If you're happy and you know, say youth. Hawa ni youth. Youth. Acha tuwe kwa Kiswahili. Vijana. Vijana Vijana. Sawa. So before we invite the next, what's popping?
Yeah, we are going to the next session. Of course, we have the Fireside chat coming up. But
Yes.
Before then, during the conversations we've had about financial institutions helping people, bring innovation and creativity to life.
Yes.
So we'd want to hear from one financial institution who, in 2 minutes, I'd like just to know, or we'd like to know, how would they come in for the youth in the blue economy, especially in the finance side of it. You can have your seats as we invite a representative from KCB to come and tell us how they can be able to fund the youth in the blue economy sector. Karibu sana.
Unasema hawa ni wale wa tukituma ya fare inapitia
kwao, wanachukua yao kidogo. Wanachukua
na bado tuongeza ya kutoa.
Wanachukua yao kidogo. Alafu ndio inafika kwetu.
Wanatubakisha wengine, wanatuambia umetuma sana fare hii mwaka.
Yeah, a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. We just want to know one thing. Okay, mpatia mic. Your name and the institution you're from, and how are you helping the youth in the blue economy, especially in the financial sector of it? How are you funding them?
Distinguished guests and all protocols observed, my name is Tabitha Ndunge from KCB. It is both an honor and privilege to stand before you today. As we gather here, I want to take this moment to reflect on the remarkable journey we have embarked on together. As we all know, success is not just about what you achieve individually, but the relationship you build along the way. And to our partners, thank you for the unwavering support and trust. Together we've navigated challenges and created innovative solutions that have not only benefited our organization, but also empowered our clients and communities. And that is where seafarers come in. We've supported them financially. Most of them who are on board currently are our beneficiaries. Some of them have not yet gotten the job opportunities. And And that being said, for the seafarers who are on board, they've benefited from us financially. And we wanted to urge the bodies that are responsible for the employment to fast track on the process so as to enable the seafarers to be able to meet on their financial debts that they have with us. And finally, as KCB Foundation, we are helping out in training STCDAD when they have employment letters from the manning agents. And we are committed to continue supporting the seafarers. So yeah, that's it from us.
A round of applause for her, please. Now, I'd like to invite a representative from TechnoServe also to give us a scope of what they do and how they're helping the youth in the blue economy. A round of applause as she makes her way to the stage.
Anayepita mbele yenu kama mnavyomwona. She's taking her time, right? Good.
Thank you. At least now you have a young person on stage. That's a good thing. Can I please have the young people 18 to 35 raise their hands? 18 to 35. Thank you. Unfortunately, 4 to 10 young people in Kenya are living below the poverty line. And that's why I'm on the stage today. I'm Wangare Deuri, Senior Program Manager for Bluebees program at TechnoServe. Bluebees is a program by TechnoServe in collaboration with MasterCard Foundation. It is an honor to be with you today as we discuss the immense potential of the blue economy and youth employment in the maritime and shipping industry. TechnoServe, a global nonprofit, is dedicated to solutions to poverty. Through our Bluebees program, we are working to unlock economic opportunities for young people in Kenya's coastal communities. Our presence here today, based on the invitation from Blue Radio, reinforces TechnoServe's commitment to supporting young people in this journey towards empowerment, sustainable livelihoods, economic independency, and agency. With that being said, until September 2027, we have structured our program to create dignified and fulfilling work for 15,000 young entrepreneurs in Kenya's coastal counties by supporting them to participate and benefit from the blue economy. Our program covers a range of value chains, which include ecotourism, mangrove restoration, fisheries, agriculture, seaweed, apiculture, waste management, which offer immense opportunities for our young women and men in coastal communities. To date, we are about to mark our 1-year presence in Mombasa. Our 4 pillars include skills development. We have supported 1935 young people, with 60% of them being young women. In the future, actually a cohort that was launched this week, we will be working with 600 young people with an anticipation of supporting 80% of them being young women. We also have access to finance, Bahari Boost Challenge Fund, that is funding our young people that will be supported in the program. Right now, we are working to disburse an amount, a substantial amount of money, to 30% of them being young women and men in their businesses. Market linkage, we believe, is an important facet of this program. So we are supporting our young people in their endeavor to market their products and sell them to small stakeholders and also big organizations. Young people are the core of our program, and the Youth Advisory Council is here today, and they support us in how we structure our program. Our key motto is that if the young people are not involved, we don't want to have those conversations. If the young people are not on the table, we don't do much as Bluebees. With that being said, our primary focus is in 5 counties: Kilifi, Kwale, Tana River, Lamu, and Mombasa. So my responsibility today was to highlight what Bluebees is about, and you'll get to hear more from our Youth Advisory Council. Thank you.
Ujawambia we attended the same school together. School of Summary. What makofi yake mazee. Amanda, straight to the point. She has been very brief and well articulate. Thank you very much. On to the next. We were here last year. Actually, it has been a year of great experience, and we have one of the participants who participated in last year's edition, and she's here to share a little bit of her story today. Anaitwa Fena Akoth. Fena Akoth. Ni Fena ama Fina? Fena Akoth, she's going to give us her testimony about the opportunity she got along the way after the previous edition. So karibu sana.
Hi everybody. Hi. Thank you so much for being patient. I know we came here very early in the morning, and just by the fact that you're still here, it means, this means something for you. Okay, I'm not an expert in anything. I've just come to share an encouragement to our youth. My name is Fina Akoth. I'm a director in a private company, a logistics company. So as the former speakers who have been here on stage, they've reiterated the fact that blue economy is huge. There's a lot of opportunities. I myself, I did human resource management in school, nilifanya HR, and I was working in a hotel. So how did I get from a hotel to logistics or maritime industry? So as I was the HR, you can imagine, during supervision, I go and supervise with the restaurant managers and supervisors. I just wanted to know, like, this is a new experience for me. I was very young, 24 years, when I got a managerial job. And that's how I used to, when I used to supervise, I used to network. So there's this table of customers, they used to come every Friday, and they were not Kenyans. So every Friday, they used to call me, Fina, make sure our table is booked. Make sure our table is booked. So one day, I was just like, you know what, these people work in the embassy. Why can't I approach them and tell them I want a job in an office? I didn't want to work in the hotel industry anymore. So one day I call him and I'm like, you know what, you've been coming to our hotel, I just wanted to ask you, do you have an opportunity in your office, even office manager or assistant? I can do that. So he told me, it's okay, have that in mind, you call me maybe after 2 months or so. So by the time I was calling him, I was heavily pregnant. Don't do that. So I was heavily pregnant when I went for the interview, and he was like, can you manage an office? And I was like, yes, I can do it. I did not have any idea on how I'm going to manage an office. And then he tells me, this office is in Mombasa. So I had to move from Nairobi to Mombasa. My friends are telling me, oh, Mombasa is very far. I don't know what. I'm like, yo, I'm going to Mombasa. So I came to Mombasa. I find this office is a logistics office. I don't know anything. I don't even know what a BL is. I don't know what a vessel is. I don't know anything about anything. So I took up the challenge, and then he asked me, can you drive? And I'm like, yes. I did not even know how to drive. So I was sent to the port. I had a port pass. Go clear this car, the car that I'm going to drive. Mark you, I don't even know anything. It's the first time I even saw dollars in my logistics. We deal with dollars. So I go to the port, I clear this car, go to KRA, go to cabs, go to where I managed to clear the car, of course using some assistant from the office. And then the following day I was given an assignment, drive up to Mtwapa, you go to KCB Bank, you're going to meet this director, he's going to give you money to for the office budget. So I drive all the way using Google Maps, of course, then I come back. So my story is not about I'm an expert or anything. I'm just trying to encourage the youth. Most of the speakers who were here, most of them have said they were not experts in logistics or maritime, which means you stand better placed because you have been trained in logistics and maritime. Nile tu kujituma, yeah? Unajituma, you keep on knocking on those doors. And I want to ask a question. How many here are final year students? Kindly, a show of hands. Final year students, third year, second year? Okay, most of them probably have left. So how many of you have business cards? We have Madam here. She's a very big person. I've actually met her. This is the third time. Yeah, do you have a business card? It's not just about approaching them. Can you give me your business? No, present yourself. Have confidence. Like, Madam, this is my business card. Can I reach out to you? Kindly share with me your email. And you don't write, hey, or yo, or niaje, Mi ni ule de mwenye ulimit pale BMA, nilikuwa nauliza uko na job? Hapana, you don't do that. Introduce yourself professionally with confidence. Good afternoon, madam. My name is so and so. We met at BMA. I've done this and this course. I'm asking, do you have an opportunity? Or even, it's called what, entry level or attachment. You start from there. You send yourself, yeah? And if you're a student, start working on your CV. Do you have a CV? Create a one-page CV. What can you do? Right now, we have topics on climate change. Do you know most companies and NGOs are looking for data analysts in climate change? Do you know how to calculate carbon? KMA, KPA, they're drafting policies around climate action. Who is going to take up those jobs? Have you done, it's called what? There's even my sister, she has a reforestation company. Right now, they're looking for a data analyst in forestry. Can you count trees? Can you account for that data in a document? So there are a lot of opportunities, and I remember when AI came, everyone was scared, oh, AI is going to take our jobs, but no. AI is going to employ the people who know how to use AI. Can you apply AI in your company, in marketing? Right now, there is no talks on social media marketing. It's about AI marketing, right? So we need to push ourselves. Me, myself, I come from, unfortunately, I only reached Form 4. Now, from there, the jobs that I got after, I took myself to school. Even right now, I'm still in school. I'm paying my own school fees. No one is helping me, and I appreciate the fact that I can afford it. So we need to push ourselves to get these opportunities that are out there. Gilbert invited me last year, and if I can tell you another story, I got an opportunity to go and work in South Sudan. Everyone was scared, like, why are you going to a country that has war or everything? But that is where I built myself up. 5 years now in logistics industry. And when he invited me last year, I was very thrilled because I was like, sasa mimi nitaenda kuambia watu nini? But he saw the opportunity because I've been out here, I've met Kifwa, I'm a member of Womensa also. I'm also a member of Women in Logistics. So I'm pushing, I'm trying to push this agenda, especially even to the women. The opportunities are there, the inclusion is there. And no one is going to say, this one now is for women, this is for men. No, 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 no. You have to grab the opportunity. And yes, we fight a lot in the field with men. We fight because they're like, sasa wewe ni mwanamke unaniambia nini? And I'm like, bro, mi najua kile nasema. Hii BL iko hivi, the quotation is like this and like this. So we need to encourage ourselves and push ourselves out there to grasp the opportunities, because with also the political climate we are in right now, you just have to push yourself, because no one is going to like give you the silver spoon. So mine is just an encouragement. I am not an expert. It's still a learning curve for me. So I'm just encouraging my fellow youth to push yourself. Okay? Thank you.
Wow. Noma sana. Ameweza, si ndio? Do you feel encouraged? Do you feel encouraged? So thank you very much for sharing that testimony. And we also have Mbwana Abdalla. Hii lazima uitaje polepole. Bure unaweza sikia Mbwa na Abdalla. Mbwana Abdalla. Mbwana Abdalla, karibu sana. Huyu ni bingwa wetu, amekuwa na sisi last year na pia yuko na sisi mwaka huu. Nimefurahi kumuona sana. Kuna zile faces usipoziona mahali unajua bana movement haiendi poa. Tunashukuru sana. Karibu.
Asalamu alaykum. Bwana Blue Radio, mmetuweka sana. Chai ya saa 4 hakuna, lunch hakuna. The youth are not able to grasp what we are going to talk about. Tunaomba next time hawa corporate wako wengi hapa 15, kila mmoja alete lunch bag ya watu 100. They're not here, but we should have told them they owe it to the youth to come with some little, eating stuff. Anyway, my name is Mbwana Abdallah. I wear so many hats, but today I will just wear the Kobeti one. I'm the chairman of the Old Town Residents Association, OTRA. That is the main hub of all this Maritime. Angalia hapa kuna karibu 15. Out of these, 5 are from the Old Town. KCB is based in the Old Town. County government is based in the Old Town. Swahili Port, Old Town. Kikobe, so this is where Maritime started, maybe 100 years ago. So we are proud to be here. My story starts on a different angle. Last year I was here in March when I saw the graduation of the Bandari students, 500 of them. Out of those, not more than 200 were from the coast. Out of those, not more than 100 were from Mombasa. Out of those, not more than 50 were from Vita. And out of those, not more than 5 were from the Old Town. And that is where we are starting this conversation again. Kobeti is an acronym for Coast Blue Economy Training Institute. It was founded only early this year. We are now only 8 months old. Hata hatujafika ile miezi 9 ya watoto. It is a private community-based organization. It is registered as a vocational training center and a license from TVET. It offers skills training courses in 3 sectors, namely artisans, hospitality, and marines, all under different examination bodies such as NITA, KMA, and the rest. In the artisan courses, I think you can see in our signboard there, we offer students in electrical wireman, plumbing, gas welding, refrigeration, and air conditioning. For the hospitality, we do front office, food and beverage, housekeeping, and related courses such as language. Watu wengine wanajifundisha Kifaransa, Kijerumani, so that they can go to this German. You know, the president gets jobs in German. In German, there's nothing they speak in English. You must speak in German. So we will try and start language courses at the 11 House. For the Marines, we have started lifeguard cadet. I can attest to Captain Peter Munga. He's assisting us to start a course in Coxswain, because our college is one of the best colleges of TVET that is based near the sea. Hakuna TVET college hapa niambie, KNTTC, whatever, they're all out there. But Kobeti is next to 11 House. We're just next to the sea. So we're going to tap a lot of marine courses that are very unique. For example, we're partnering with the National Museums of Kenya to produce underwater photography. The one Moody was talking about. How do you get to become an underwater photography? You have to start doing scuba diving. And before that, you need to be a lifeguard. So we're starting with the lifeguards. We have 20 lifeguards who are doing a UK certification course at Mombasa Yacht Club. So our courses are demand-driven. We don't want to do just courses because they're being there. We're partnering with Swahili Port to pick up courses that are demand-driven. That is our background. Then basically our policy is to, when I came here on the graduation, one of the findings that I was asked to do with the PS Modime was to find out why are we very little here at BMA. And one of the fundamental results that I found out was that it is not affordable to come to BMA, to go to TUM, and to go to many institutions. So Kobeti is going to make it affordable. How are we going to make it affordable? We're going to capitalize on the corporate social investment that many corporates involve themselves. KPA, KMA, and everybody else has a CSR. So my problem, or my easy part, is to go and beg. I'm an official beggar. I can go to KMA, I can sweet talk them, I can go to Mombasa Cement. So by doing that, we want to make this college fees-free. Fees-free. You just pay an admission of 7,500 and the rest you leave it to us. How do you do that? I go to KPA and tell him, look, I have students here who are 150, just sponsor me 50. Then I go to another one and another one. That's how we're going to do it. So last time we started with 75 students, and out of those, I got a group called Yehu. Yehu is, I think, is a coastal institution. Yes, okay. It's a coastal institution that came with 50 students, and they paid for them. So based on that, I've approached the public sectors, like the CDF. Mvita CDF has given us sponsorship for 50 students. The same with the Mombasa Skills Mtaani. They will sponsor 150. So all that way, we're trying to make it easy for this youth to come and study by just admitting themselves with 7,500 shillings. That's all. The rest, you leave it to us. So our success story is based on making it affordable. Our success story is by making it, by us looking for internship. Because we have collaborations and MOUs with BMA, with KMA, and many other institutions, we're able to send our students for attachment. We go out of our way. That is one of our success stories. And then finally, I think we have a newsletter that does the education of the blue economy. And I'd like to acknowledge KPA for sponsoring our newsletter for the last 1 year. And this has been disseminated everywhere for people to understand what the blue economy is all about. That is why many people have come here today by using our social media that we've been using to make this event very successful. With all those few remarks, I'd like to recognize KPA. I don't know if there's anybody from KPA here. No. We have a newsletter for this year, or for this month, that has been dedicated for this event. Bwana PS, nitakupatia moja umpelekee PS, na nyingine itakuwa ya county government, na moja itakuwa ni ya KPA. With those few remarks, nasema asante sana. Next time when you have an event here, please come with your lunch package, especially the corporate guys. Thank you. Asante.
Thank you so much, Bwana Abdallah. So I'd like to appreciate the presence of Swahili Pot Foundation. If there's anyone from Swahili Pot Foundation, just 30 seconds, just say something, and then we continue.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rukia Janwala, and I work for Swahili Pot Foundation as the Head of Partnership and Resource Mobilization. Great to be here.
Thank you so much. And now we are about to wind up because the long-awaited session is coming up right now, where we are going to have the fireside chat with Major Retired Okongo. A round of applause for him as he comes to the stage to answer all the questions that you've had from morning till now, and you've been patient to wait for him, to wait for this session with him. So he's only coming to answer the questions you've asked and that you're going to ask. I don't even have any personal questions to him. All the questions that you have asked are the ones that he's going to answer, okay? So before Major Retired gets a chance to answer your questions, we're going to have one Elijah Mbaru from KSAA to talk to us about, in a very brief manner, about the shipping opportunities in Kenya and even in the world. So a round of applause for him as he gives us that brief talk about the opportunities in the shipping sector. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. The PS Rep, Major Retired George Okongo, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Laila, the Chairman, KMA Rep, Mr. Ali, who is also a Director, the Chairman KSA, Mr. Sylvester Kututa, who just left, Chairman, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Aboud. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I will not belabor so much in talking about what has been talked. Kenya Ships Agents Association, as you know, we represent ship owners and charterers. I mean, the shipping lines that call Mombasa. And we are 3 decades old. We were started in 1971. And I just wanted to demystify what was spoken here by a majority of you. You should please bear in mind that the internship program has been ongoing. And Major here is a testimony. Whilst he was at KMA. We have been doing both shore-based and sea-based. Even currently, as we speak, as ICS, I also happen to be the chairman of ICS. We have some memorandum of understanding with shipping lines, with one, which is the Singaporean company, Hapag-Lloyd, Maersk. And previously from the company that I used to work with, PIL, we were taking cadets, both from the deck side and the engineering side. So the opportunities are there, and like Sylvester mentioned, shipping is very delicate, and it's worldwide. And you can see, you can attest to that by what is happening now in the world. The major shipping lines are forming alliances, not because they want, but so that they can enjoy the tax regime in those countries and the bunkering facilities. And what we need to do as a people is, like for example, borrow the example that India is doing. They're building a port that will be competing with Colombo in terms of transshipment and offering incentives, vessel-related charges, giving halfway. So you can see automatically they'll have a fleet of ships going there. And like in our port here, we have got about 2,000 ships every year. We should be thinking, how can we start doing dry docking? Dry docking, like for example in China, one vessel, which is a near requirement, is $800,000. So you can see the amount of money that that can bring. So for me, what I would ask from all the students is that please approach us. We also do maritime training, MET, with ICS on the land-based side, and we offer professional shipping courses. We are actually in the process of partnering with BMA. We're in partner with other institutions like JCOT, they have our program. So that is what I would please request you. And I would like the young people to live by 3 principles. To be disciplined, meaning that you have to do what you have to do even when you don't like it. If you have to go to class, please do. Number 2, consistency. Remember that life is not a short race, it's a marathon. You must keep going. And the 3rd one, which is very important, is self-belief. Even when nobody believes in you, please believe in yourself. And the very, very last one is trust in God. Thank you so much. And I'm reachable. I just took over as a CEO, designate Kenya Ships Agents Association. And I'm happy that I've walked the journey with KMA of cadetship. I worked very closely with BMA and KP as well. Thank you so much. And thanks, Major. Good friend, to see you again.
Thank you so much for being brief. And I'd like now to give this opportunity to Major Retired Okongo so that he can take over and answer all your questions. But also, I'd also like to recognize Escorts Logistics again for being here in the building, and also Skyward Express for being here with us. And of course, I told you if you want to fly, I got a secret for you, so just wait for that. Karibu sana, Major Retired Okongo.
Thank you, Diana. At this point, you know, talking to people who are tired, I don't know why you people decided to give me this moment when people are tired. Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I even decided to stand because even when I was in the Navy, I used to stand for long hours. Even when we were at sea doing navigation, I was doing the passage planning and all that stuff. So I'm used to standing as opposed to sitting. So how many questions do you want me to respond to? First of all, there are those questions that were raised, the 4 cadet issue with Saudi, isn't it? There is that question. And then there is another question about attachment from, I was taking note.
There was the one about seat time.
There is one from Eliakim Owino. Is Eliakim Owino there? Because it's good to address these questions when the concerned are present. I know about Captain Talib, the lecturer at Technical University of Mombasa. Yes, a question and a challenge to answer about 50 cadets, of which I'm going to answer also. But take note, mimi ni mtumwa. I'm not the PS. I'm not the PS, but staff from KMA who are present here, they know how I work. Even Elijah Mbaru knows how I work. Also, Madam, who is just on to Elijah's port. Now you know we have to use maritime terminology. Yeah. So I'll start off with Captain Talib's question on cadetship. I think he mentioned that, yes, Captain Talib. He did mention about opportunities that have been offered, about cadetship programs on board. I think that should mention Maersk, I think Maersk Shipping Line, whereby our State Department did extend the 10 slots. I think he mentioned 10, isn't it? I think in my own contribution, this is a valid point, and I'm going to escalate this to the PS. I'll share with the PS, because the criteria that was used is subject to discussion, but we cannot discuss it here. Neither was I involved. I'm actually 6 months old in the ministry. So, Dr. Mariam, kindly convey kindly convey to Captain Talib that the concern about the cadetship program, the 10 slots that were extended to BMA, that the same shall be shared, or rather, we are going to escalate to the PS, such that we look at a criteria whereby if slots have been given, let's say there are 15, how many maritime institutions do we have in the country? Because even those visits that us at the ministry do make to go and solicit for these vacancies, you know, we are also using public funds, isn't it? And these institutions, whether BMA, Technical University of Mombasa, MOI, or JKUAT, those high institutions of learning which are offering maritime courses, not forgetting Kenya Coast Polytechnic, of course, which is just within the island, that we need to develop a mechanism on sharing slots that have been extended to the Kenyan government. So that is a point that is taken, and the same shall be relayed. And I assure you it shall be relayed. And how do we get feedback? How do you get feedback? Who is the point of contact? Because I always prefer making a feedback. That is how I operate. Whether it's a negative feedback or positive, is still feedback, isn't it? So we'll be, as I answer the PS, yeah, tomorrow, in fact tomorrow will be with him. So once he gives me the information, the feedback, so who do I give it?
Blue Radio is the point person, so I'll share the email address.
Who will be the contact person? So that the information also reaches to the people who have raised those issues. It's not a matter of just coming here, talking, and answering questions, promising feedback that does not come back. I don't operate like that. So feedback will be provided. But I need that contact or feedback as I conclude answering the questions. 2, The Saudi cadets, are they still there or they have gone? They were near, you were 4 of them. Where is the one who presented the request? You did raise reasons that you were denied visa. Secondly, that you have visited the PS office in Nairobi. I don't know whether you visited the PS office or you met the PS. So I want to hear, if you met the PS in person, then it's good for me to have your contacts so that when I'm going to explain the same to the PS, we have a reference point of feedback. So who was he?
Okay, the time tulikuwa Nairobi.
Just a minute. You know me, I'm an engineer also. I don't like stories. So did you met the PS or you went to the PS office?
We went to the PS office, wanting to see the PS.
You met the PS?
We met the, I think there's PA by the name William Segera, someone by...
Segera is not a PA, Segera is a director shipping and maritime.
Yeah, we were directed to him because PS was not available at that moment.
Okay.
For the 4 times we were there, he was not available.
Okay.
Yeah.
To cut the long story short, immediately we finish this, you'll give me your contacts, isn't it? Right? And I'm going to communicate the same to the PS. What were the reasons for you being denied visa?
There was no clear reason. We were just being told today we are not going to issue a visa. Okay. That was the reason.
Are you saying the correct thing?
Exactly.
Okay. And you guys, you had secured employment opportunities under the technical department. So that is engine room watch, isn't it?
Cadet, engine cadet and the cadet.
Oh, engine cadet. Yeah. So what qualification do you have?
I'm a marine engineer, diploma.
Diploma?
Yeah.
So you're not a marine engineer. You're yet to be one. You're in the process of being a marine engineer, right? Sindio, you're not a marine engineer because that is why you require that seat time. So the 4 of you, we meet immediately after this. Maneno ya cadet ya Saudia, hiyo tumemaliza. What else? There was an attachment. Eliakim Owino. Eliakim Owino. Sasa mtu ana raise question. Ama alikuwa nafikiri hatuta address the issue. Okay. Issue ya huyo Eliakim Owino is just an attachment. And he has done a course in transport and port logistics. I don't know what level because he has not indicated the same. But I had spoken with Captain Munga because KMA, where is Kapeku? Kapeku ameenda. Naona kuna watu wa KMA pale. Nyinyi ni watu wa public, nyinyi ni watu wa public, nyinyi ni watu wa PR. Sasa this is part of PR. So mko na kazi. So I think relay this information. Kapeku is the one who is acting, but this is an HR issue. So this is Mwasaru's issue. So kindly, Captain Munga had already told me that KMA has got already 20 students who are on attachment. But I wanted to know when that cycle of the 20 students are going to exit, when they are going to finish the attachment, such that this case can also be considered, because this is a public institution. So, niko na hii ya kupelekea Masaru. Unajua mimi napenda kufuata feedback, so I'll definitely follow. Je, mimi naikanga na record, si mnanijua? Hata nilikuwa najua wale walikuwa wanachelewa kazi. Si ni kweli? Nilikuwa najua wale walikuwa wanachelewa kuja kazini. Haya, there is another one here, lakini hajaandika jina. With reference to the CS plan for boosting blue economy via shipbreaking, are there opportunities for marine and mining engineers, including metallurgists, How sustainable is this plan since it's considered a not so safe process? How many are there to be broken? Okay, I think he is perfectly KMA. Isn't it KMA? So I don't know who raised this. Somebody just, oh, you're the one? No. This paper nililetewa na mwanaume. Kwani? I thought you're a lady. I'm seeing a lady, not a man. Okay, the handwriting looks feminine. So maybe ni wewe ndio uliandika. So hii pia utaniona baadaye. Sawa sawa. Is there any question that I've left unanswered other than new questions? Na msiulize maswali mingi, si unaona, si mlisikia Abdalla akisema next time tukuje watu sponsors wakuja na package. Hata maji wengine, maji ilikuwa in droplets hapa kwa high table. So you see others did not even have hata maji ya kunywa. But anyway, the most important is, si tumeelezewa hapa na wakina Watene na Kututa. Hata Elijah pia ameongelea, Madam pia amesema the same. Madam, you did computer science. Kwa hivyo ni mtu wa mahesabu kama mimi. And you know the one who took over from you in Kentrade was my classmate, Anne. So naona tuko tu pamoja. Okay, maybe 2 questions or what? Lakini msiniulize maswali ngumu ya policy na nini, because ukiuliza vitu ziko ngumu, mimi nasema nitaenda kuambia PS. Nitaelezea PSs. Jina, unasema jina, and then uulize swali.
My name is James Mwanda, a former alumni from Bandari Maritime Academy. My name is James Mwanda, a former alumni from Bandari Maritime Academy. So I was among the very few who got the opportunity to finish the cadetship program. But then again, when it comes to the advanced courses that are required to do the COCs, so you find they are not available in Kenya. So I had to travel abroad to go and seek them. So when I entered an office in Philippines, I was asked a very simple question: what is wrong with Kenya? I will explain. So one of the questions, what is wrong with Kenya? The company itself is called BOEC. So they were talking in terms of, for example, MOUs. So right now, as I'm speaking, there is an engine cadet on board a gas tanker who has already finished his cadetship experience on board their company ships, but cannot be promoted to be a 4th engineer because there's no MOU between Kenya and Singapore. So the company had already initiated the procedure with the Singapore Maritime Authority. So it's only remaining with the Kenyan side to trigger the official visit to Singapore, and that MOU will be conclusive. The other issue is, I also heard about an MOU with the Marshall Islands. It's the same thing. The Marshall Islands, they are the ones who are waiting for Kenya. So that's why the question, what is wrong with Kenya? And then the other question, you find, for example, in that country, when it comes to these advanced courses, for example, the GMDSS, there are several institutions, let's say 50 or 100. Out of the 50 or 100, you find at least 10, they have the GMDSS simulator. Those are 10 simulators in one country. When you come to Kenya, we don't even have a single simulator in Kenya, which is a big problem. For example, I will explain.
Just a minute. You're talking about which simulator? GMDSS, or you're talking about what simulator? Because I think even Bandari Maritime Academy has got a simulator here. And also Navy has got a simulator. So you have to be specific, the type of simulator you're talking about.
The simulator is called GMDSS.
Or GMDSS?
Yes, GMDSS.
Okay, that's for search and rescue,
yeah, no, the Global Maritime Distress and Safety Simulator.
Yeah, just for report is the same thing.
Yes.
Come on, I'm curious.
Anyway, so my point is, for the Kenyan system, for you to get the COC, you have to do the GMDSS so that you will take it to the KMA. But in most other countries, Tanzania, Egypt, Ghana, if you go to Philippines also, if you go to India, you first do the GMDSS, and you first do the COC, and then you advance to the GMDSS, which also became a problem on my end because I ended up traveling to Philippines and coming back without that course. And I finished everything. It's a whole lengthy procedure. So I finished everything. We even had problems when I was going to do the authorities examination. But fortunately, I passed the authorities examination, and I was only remaining with 2-day practical sessions. But my ticket was due, and my visa had already expired. So I came back without a GMDSS license just because of a 2-day practical training session. So another question is the issue of SIDs. The SID in questions, they have been in question for a very long time. When this whole the dialogue was starting, they started with very big numbers, especially for the MSCs. But it is also critical to note to this congregation that more than 1,000 people are being disembarked from ships because of the lack of SIDs, because the ILO implementation dates, it has already elapsed. It was only remaining for the issuance of the SIDs, and it is becoming a problem because for ships which are going to Brazil, if there is a Kenyan citizen on board, the ship has to pay 1,500 USD fine. So it will pay the first month, it will pay the second month, the third month it will disembark you, and it will not take you anymore. So the other issue was for the issue of the advanced courses, and then there is a new trend that has come up. I was recently notified of casuals. There are some casuals. There's a line here in Kenya, actually, which is taking Kenyan seafarers as casuals. You're a seafarer, so you understand better that on board a ship there's no casual. So you find that these casuals, they live on a very minimal pay. They all live in one room. They cannot really call themselves seafarers. And even at the end of their contract, they cannot even get the stamp because they're not part of the crew list. So it is
Summarize.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. It's only those for the MOUs and the SIDs, and then for the issue of the advanced courses. It's becoming a hectic. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I get your concern. So do we get 2 more questions and then I respond?
Okay.
Just make your...
My name's...
Kindly, before you proceed with your question, if he has already captured what you intend to tell me, then you remove as a question, isn't it? Because to avoid repetition, unless you're asking a different question. Proceed.
My name's Albert Adembisa.
Yes, Albert, I think I've met you.
Yes, several times. Jambo la muhimu kusema kwamba we want the ministry to enforce data concerning that we must know that how many seafarers we have in Kenya, 2, how many in their categories. If they are engineers, how many engineers do we have in Kenya? How many nautical do we have in Kenya? How many ratings do we have in Kenya? So we must have a data. What kulingana na ile question, je, ministry inafanya nini kufikia kwamba tuwe na data ya kujua kwamba Kenya either tuko na mabaharia 10,000 ama 50,000 ambao hawa ni mabaharia kiasi fulani katika kila categories. Hiyo ndo question ambayo nilikuwa nataka. Thank you.
Thank you. Another one, and then I think we'll, okay, at least the lady.
Good afternoon, everyone.
So it will be that one, and then we finish with that. So 2 more questions. The lady, na huyu nani huyo yule alikuwa ameinua mkono hapa? Yeye amevaa uniform huyo. Yes. And I think we'll be home and dry. We cannot be here indefinite.
Good
afternoon. Watu wamefanya maneno ya jeshi, we are very precise, Otherwise unaweza gongwa na adui.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Mary. I'm a student at Mount Kenya University pursuing IT. So my question goes to this. In the maritime environment or organization, is there a place for the IT people? Because I've not really seen it being advertised or insisted on. Then I have another second question regarding the organization there. When you look at, like, let's use KCB for example, they are here, right? if you look at their job requirement for an IT specialist, you'll find that they have requirements like you have to do the Cisco's, some, I'm not saying in a bad way, but their back-end languages or things which are in the back ways. So right now, if you look at it now, people are going into the cloud system. So if I'm an IT right now, I'll invest more on doing cloud-based courses rather than the Cisco one. And giving an example, if you go to Microsoft and look at the requirement for an IT specialist, a junior entry level, they're just languages. They don't look at the certificate or the diploma or degree part. They look at the languages. How proficient are you in the languages? Because some people are self-taught. People teach themselves with YouTube and everything. So my question is, why is the environment around the IT not favorable to students? Because you have to do things which in 2 years to come, they won't be a favor to you yourself.
Okay, the last question.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm Stanley Emilio from Technical University of Mombasa, a student pursuing marine engineering, currently in my 3rd year. My question is to the State Department. Can we have a partnership with the local companies or the private institution, private sectors, so that we can have an enhancement of student uptake? For example, around Mombasa we have several companies, and among the challenges that we faced as students in the marine engineering, in the maritime sector, is difficulty in securing attachment. You go to most companies, you don't find the attachment. So can we have an agreement between the State Department and even the county government so that the students can be enrolled into those institutions or into those companies for the attachment programs? And then another question is on the courses that we take. In the maritime sector, the courses are much of more expensive. Let me use the term of much expense. So can we have some sort of subsidization of some other expenses, like the cost of medical certificates? Like if you get attached, sorry, not get attached, but if you get a job, you'll be asked to go for an additional medical examination. Can we have a subsidized rate so that it can be easier and much more affordable for those who are not from the high class? And also I want to thank you for having committed to giving us an assurance from the Technical University of Mombasa that we'll get a feedback, and we hope it will be a positive feedback regarding the seat-time opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Now we close on questions, response. I start with the last one. You're talking about attachment, and you have talked about partnership with the private sector, attachment on your attachment, and also subsidy, that is funding, especially to take care of your medical and all that stuff, isn't it? We have the new funding model. There's, I think, a board that's moving around, so you're supposed to, have you exhausted those channels of forwarding a request to this review? I think there's a review that is ongoing. So you're in the university. There's a board that is collecting views, isn't it? Have you processed your views to that committee? That is, first of all, where you're supposed to start with. Attachment, I don't think attachment will be any big problem for Kenya, for marine engineering students. It's only that, all of you cannot be absorbed at the same time, all of you. So it calls for patience, isn't it? Right? Hata madamu alisema yeye ni mtu wa maritime sector, lakini alianzia kwingine at one point in time, she had to resign and go for a master's abroad, isn't it? Even me, I had to resign from the Navy and secure for greener pastures. Otherwise, I could not have been a DG in KMA. So patience, right? I think that is a thing. And for attachment, I think now that we have the Kenya Shipyard Limited that is now a building ship. So I think if you want an attachment specifically for you, then I can organize you get an attachment. I don't know when you're supposed to mean. I can give you my contacts after this, na utapata attachment. So that should not be a big deal. If it is just an isolated case, unajua kila mtu unajitetea, si ndio? Right? Haya, twende kwa IT. Any place on board vessel? Oh, there are so many systems on board a vessel, isn't it? Even the radar navigation system. Radar. Unajua kuna radar na kuna radar. I hope you know the difference between the two. Moja ni manual, ingine ni inatumia software zenu za IT. Talk about even propulsion system. The machinery control room is purely electronics. We have automated engines that propel vessels. So talk about automatic identification systems that are on board the vessel. All that is IT, madam. Talk about what she talked about, single maritime systems that she took part. All that is IT. So your question was, any place on board? A lot of IT on board and a shore-based maritime infrastructure. The other one was about maritime. It was about the number of seafarers, ministry to enforce data. I think KMA started this project, Maritime Data Bank. Sasa nyinyi ni watu wa PR. But this is part of PR. You must be knowing about this project. There is a Maritime Data Bank, I think, that is ongoing. But because I don't have the facts, I cannot say a yes or no. But Maritime Data Bank was captured under the current financial year, that is for KMA. So I don't know whether it is among the projects that were slashed under the reduced budgetary allocations and ceilings. So this one I need to confirm. Ubaya sasa wakina Captain Munga wametoka, Kapeku wametoka. These are the people who could have assisted. You see, I'm at the ministry, but you know you cannot know everything. But I happen to know that the project started, only that I don't know at what point it is now. So that is a valid concern. It's very important for us to know the number of seafarers ama wale mabaharia tuko nao. Sawa sawa. So pia hiyo utapata jibu. So tulikubaliana majibu yanarudi through which channel. Hizi zote tutajibu. In fact, when I was told by the PS to come here, first of all, nilimuuliza what were the action points za last year. Because that is how, you have to build up like that. It's not just coming and attend mkutano. Although he did not attend the first forum. But that is how it's supposed to be. I also expect that today we are supposed to have some action points. All these things, all these questions are being raised. They should be part of action points. What to be followed, such that next time, by the time we are meeting the third one, the third dialogue, we will have already answered some of these questions. That is how people progress. Sio kukuja tu na kupotea. Umesukuma haya mtu amepata pa DM. No, we don't operate like that. In fact, hata jeshi kukua. Tonya, si jeshi sisi hatukuwa na pa DM, si unaambiwa enda Nairobi na unaenda Nairobi na tunafanya kazi. So that is how my thinking is, and I've never gone wrong. Haya. The other one is about seafarers' identity documents. KMA. Hata nilikuwa nimeona KMA was to launch in last financial year. Wewe watu wa PR. Nyinyi si nilikuwa hata nimesoma kwa X ya KMA that you were to issue seafarers identity documents. Ilifikia wapi? Because najua haiku take off. It was supposed to take off in June. Nilisoma kwa X yenu. Nilisoma lakini siku like, nilikuwa nangoje kuwe action ndio ni like. Because you cannot like something that is in the process. So, who raised that? That is a very important document that I always support. The other thing is about, so we'll give a KMA. Nani, mtambia Koeche, atupatie status ya seed. SID imefika wapi? We have to give feedback. The other one was, there's someone who raised about issues on casuals on board. On board a Kenyan flagged vessel or which vessel? There's someone who mentioned about casuals being hired. I know, yes, sija confuse yako nakumbuka. Kwanza wewe hujaniuliza swali, so I know wale wameuliza swali, lakini yako uliuliza mapema. Okay. Sasa I think I'll find out that he raised, there is a new trend where casuals are being hired on board. So that hiyo ndio nili-capture. So
I can, yes. It's me.
You're the one? Wewe kuraise maneno ya casuals, hapana wewe yako ni wewe. I know these things. Wewe si ndio unaitwa Mwenda?
Yes, I raised
you raise issues about mtihani, issues about GMDSS. Me, I'm very keen. Me nakuanga very keen. Uwezi nitoa hapo. Nie. Last question. Okay, proceed. I've taken note. Ujue kuna pale nilikuwa nimeweka line. So it's you. It's you. I've seen on the page.
There is no problem.
You mentioned about a new trend.
Yes. I was actually concerned because I was in a WhatsApp group. It was shared in a WhatsApp group by one of them. So I will not mention the name, but there is a, let's say, a shipping line that is taking Kenyan seafarers as casuals on board their ships. So they are not on the crew list, they are nowhere. So even if they go to ports in South Africa, they are being hidden in the engine room. It is very crazy because in case an accident happens, it is going to be, it is going to roll back to the ministry and to the ITF. So if you need specific names, maybe we'll meet later.
No. I can answer that one even if I'm not a KMA staff. KMA as a regulator has issued licenses. It has licensed the recruitment agencies. Wakenya ambao I'm also one of them, sisi tunapenda njia za mkato. Unaambia kuna ka job sijui pali fulani nini, na wewe hutaki kuambia mwenzako because unaona atachukua hiyo kazi. Sasa mnakuwa kwa kanini, mnaenda mnaandikishwa ama mnachukuliwa on board kwa hizo njia za mkato with people who are not licensed. Mnakuwa boarded, you embark on board a vessel. When you go there, when things are tough, you start blaming KMA. That is what they do. Even when I was a DG, I remember in 2020. That was Josephine Dias, ndio anashughulika na maneno ya seafarers welfare. You come, you call a press conference, you tell people these are the registered or licensed recruitment and placement agencies for Kenyan seafarers, but kwa sababu tunajua ajira pia iko na shida. Unajua ukiambia mwenzako kuna kibarua nimepata pale fulani, utaona ataenda kuambia mwingine, maybe watakutangulia or maybe they have got better papers. Sasa uwezi elezea wengine, so you fall a victim. So let's use approved recruitment and placement agencies ya KMA. Watu wafuate sheria. Hakuna njia za mkato, au wanaingia on board. Kwa hiyo ni nini? Wale wanatumia njia za mkato and then wanaanza kutukula kichwa. I remember that time wale walikuwa wameshikwa sijui ni wapi. There were 9 of them. Napigiwa simu masaa 8 usiku, saa 9 usiku, because they're even in a different time zone. So let's do what is right. Sawa. You've talked about Mwenda, you talked about ulikuwa na problem ya kutransit because of the COC issues, isn't it? Did you go to KMA?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I went to KMA. I presented my case. Unfortunately, KMA, they acknowledged of the deficiency of a lack of GMDSS in Kenya. And the problem is you've already done the coursework, because it's a 16-day course, and then you go and do the examination at the authority, and then it was remaining the practical session. So you've already initiated the process in Philippines. So even if the simulator was here in Kenya, if they bring the simulator, I have to repeat the process again here in Kenya. So in as much as they would have loved to help me, they were in a very tight spot. And now that also puts me in a tight spot, because again, I've already done 2 contracts as a cadet. You cannot apply at that contract as a cadet. Even the shipping guy is wondering why is this guy not advancing? So, and you cannot even apply for an officer to be on board because you lack the GMDSS license. So in short, you're stuck. That's a barrier, that's a permanent barrier. Because one, you need funds again to go back to Philippines for the 2-day course. It is a complete mess, and I would wish, somebody mentioned 300 students are here in Bandari. I would wish if that simulator is brought here, and it will alleviate all these problems. Thank you.
Okay, that is a valid concern. I also share your frustration that you want to conclude your program and have your COC, so that you can now apply even for international jobs, so that you can be considered. That one, for now, a simulator for the GMDSS now, unless, I don't know, Bandari to New York, Frank. Unaweza ongea, najua kuna shida ya pesa. Yeah, that one I know. Wacha tusikie Bandari wanasema namna gani, because sasa assume this is a premier institution on matters maritime training.
Thank you, sir. Regarding GMDSS, we are working in collaboration with Kenya Navy, and we are working on an MOU. Kenya Navy has some of these facilities. They have a state-of-the-art training facility, and they are also in the process of installing GMDSS. So as much as the equipment is costly, we may not happen to get it now, but some of our maritime stakeholders have it. And if all goes well, I may not give the timeline because government processes are slow. But it is a work in progress. We might get to train GMDSS, ECDIS, and ARPA in the next few months. That is the hope that I can give you. Let me also add this, because it was a question that was asked by someone about other advanced courses like crisis and crowd control. These are courses that have already been launched. Bandari are already doing crisis and crowd management. It is in our social pages. If you keep following, you will see that the first class was actually to be done last week, but we did not get the quorum. We are also offering lifeguard. These are things that are not known. Advanced firefighting, coxswain, PSCRB, all these courses are offered, and maybe it is not known. So this opportunity gives me the chance to say what maybe you don't know. And thank you, sir.
And thank you. Mwenda, umesikia? Mwenda, you've heard what Frank has said? Umesikia? Unajua lazima utoe sauti bwana. You are still very young. Some of us, we are almost retiring. Okay. Thank you. See, Diana, you gave me the mic. I want to hand over the mic to you. I hope there is no any other. No, will not. Mimi nakuanga very strict nikishasema mwisho imeisha, hakuna swali lingine, just finished. Because now we are approaching, it's 16:06.
Yeah. So we have a solution for the questions.
So can I take my seat?
Not yet. You can stand on the side a little bit.
Why do you want me to? No more questions.
Yes, no more questions, but I'd like to invite someone who's going to present a gift to you. So on this side. Okay. So about the questions, Blue Radio has email account where you're going to send questions to them. That is info@blueradio.co.ke. info@blueradio.co.ke. So send the questions there. Then we're going to send them to Major. Yes, we're going to share them with Major. When he responds, be sure you're going to get responses. So you can write the questions down and give them to me, or you can email them at info. Okay? Is that okay with everyone? Okay, so time is far much gone and we just want to wind up, but I'd like to call upon Ruth from let me get the name straight. I might say something that is not what is supposed to be said. So Ruth from MTCC Africa, and also Maureen Moody, the Regional Coordinator, Media Council of Kenya, to present gifts to our speakers of the day and our guests. So also Gilbert from Blue Radio, we'd want you to come on stage. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Mtu wa picha ndo huyu. Na venye nakimbia. Yeah, for being with us and kukubali kuja kutujibia maswali. Thank you very much. The representative. Yes, you can sit. Thank you. Tuko na representative wa chairman KMA. If you can make your way to the stage. Gilbert, where you can gift him. Next, we have Dr. Eric Katana, CEO of Bandari Maritime Academy, a representative. Maureen Moody, the Regional Coordinator, Media Council of Kenya, is going to present the gift. A representative of Skyward Express, kindly come on stage to get an appreciation package from Blue Radio. If there's any rep from Skyward Express. Also, Mr. Elijah Mbaru, please make your way to the stage. Make your way to the center stage. Yes. Tumpigia makofi tafadhali. Any representative from ESL? A representative from ESL? A representative from Technical University of Mombasa? Make your way to the center of the stage to receive the package. A round of applause for them, tafadhali. Also, we have Mr. Mbwana Abdallah from Kekobe. We'd like to appreciate the good work that you've done in the blue economy space. Pale katikati. I'd also like to call upon Miss Fena Akoth. A round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. Center stage. Mwanamke bomba Mwanaulu Isa. We carry to the stage. She's the Director, Trade Facilitation and Policy Harmonization. We'd also like to appreciate the good work that you have done and you are continuing to do in the blue economy sector. Mr. Mwenye Mzee, if you can kindly come to the stage so that you can help us present a package, a gift package to KCB. So I'd like to call upon a representative from the Kenya Commercial Bank. Also, we had asked for a representative from Skyward Express. Make your way to the stage so that none of